हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। इंडियन मार्केट को देखोगे काफ़ी अच्छा है। मॉर्निंग से निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी दोनों ही बुलिश बने हुए हैं कंटिन्यूसली। एंड इफ यू लुक एट द सेंसेक्स, दैट इज आल्सो बुलिश। ओपन होने के साथ ही दोनों ही बैंक निफ्टी स्पेशली देखोगे गैप अप, हल्का सा गैप अप था, फिर कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश बना हुआ है। थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग अब देखने के लिए मिल रही है। निफ्टी भी कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश गैप अप ओपनिंग के बाद थोड़ा बहुत इसमें भी एक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग देखने के लिए मिल रही है। लेट्स सी क्या ये कंटिन्यूएशन में जाता है ऊपर तक 26,300 की ओर, या फिर यहीं से वापस रिजेक्शन मिल जाता है। याद रखना, निफ्टी फ्यूचर जहां पर ट्रेड कर रहा है दैट इज द सेम लेवल प्रीवियसली मार्केट ने जहां से परसों लास्ट टाइम हमने ट्रेड प्लान किया था वहां से सेलिंग आई थी, आप लोगों को याद होगा। फिलहाल के लिए अभी देखोगे तो वहां पर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, तो एक्सपेक्ट है कि अगर प्राइस होल्ड करता है इस लेवल को तो फिर थोड़ा और कंटिन्यूएशन में अपसाइड की ओर जा सकता है प्राइस। लेट्स सी कितना देर होल्ड करता है। अभी के लिए 25,900 act like as a resistance right now, that's why it is holding somehow. बट अगर ये ब्रेकआउट करता है, बिकॉज मोमेंटम कंटिन्यूएशन में आ गया था मॉर्निंग पे, तो देयर इज अ चांसेस कि अगर ये प्राइस वापस से निकलता है ब्रेकआउट करता हुआ अबव 25,000, 25,990 कह सकते हो, 980 राउंड नंबर लो तो फिर 26,000, बट वो थोड़ा दूर हो जाएगा। 25,990 के ऊपर अगर ये ब्रेकआउट करता हुआ फिर से दिखता है तो फिर से हमें एक बुलिश मोमेंटम देखने के लिए मिल सकता है वापस 26,300। तो परसों के ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर है, निफ्टी वापस सेलिंग आ रही है। परसों याद होगा ऑलरेडी वहां से सेलिंग आई थी, एक हमने सेल प्लान किया था, याद होगा आप लोगों को। मार्केट में इंट्राडे में ही पूरा टारगेट हिट हो गया था, लगभग 350, 250-300 पॉइंट मार्केट गिरा था उस दिन। तो उसी रेजिस्टेंस पे यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा कंसोलिडेशन मिल जाए मार्केट को। निफ्टी फ्यूचर को अगर यहाँ पर 25,950 के अराउंड थोड़ा भी कंसोलिडेशन मिलता है, ठीक है, सेलिंग कंटिन्यूएशन में नहीं आनी चाहिए, इन द सेंस ऑफ कंसोलिडेशन का मतलब इतना ही है। और ना ही डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट होना चाहिए। डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर बाद में वापस आएगा तो इजीली गिर जाएगा। तो यहाँ पर 25,950 से जो थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आया है, अगर ये इसी लेवल पे कंसोलिडेशन में रहता है 50-100 पॉइंट की रेंज में, और आज यही क्लोज करता है, एंड कल अगर मार्केट फिर एक गैप अप या फिर ब्रेकआउट करता है 25,990 के ऊपर, देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट अगेन मार्केट गो 26,300 की ओर जाने की कोशिश जरूर करेगा। तो क्रूशियल पॉइंट 25,950 से 25,990 निफ्टी का है, निफ्टी फ्यूचर का है। डिसाइड करेगा फ्यूचर का फेट, कह सकते हो, निफ्टी का ये लेवल की प्राइस यहाँ से क्या फिर बुलिश होने के मूड में है या फिर वापस आता है। क्योंकि याद रखना, यहाँ से अगर प्राइस वापस फॉल किया निफ्टी 50 में, तो फिर देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांसेस नीचे के जो लेवल बने थे 25,550, 25,650 वाले, दे कैन इजीली ब्रेक एंड देन वी कैन गो फॉर 25,000 एज वेल। 25,000 की रेंज ओपन हो जाती है फिर डाउन साइड पे। तो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि वैसे तो आज लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, तो लेट्स सी कंसोलिडेशन करे और फिर थोड़ा सा मार्केट अपसाइड की ओर ट्रेड करना शुरू करे अगर करता है तो। क्योंकि वीकली टाइम फ्रेम की कैंडल भी देखोगे, मैंने आप लोगों को लास्ट वीक बताया था, याद होगा आप लोगों को, कि लास्ट ये जो करंट वीक है, इस वीक की अगर कैंडल प्रीवियस वीक के कैंडल के नीचे क्लोज करती है, 25,727 फ्यूचर के नीचे क्लोज करती है, तो फिर काफ़ी अच्छा बेरिस हो जाएगा। अब जिसका मुझे चांसेस कम लग रहे हैं कि आज तो नहीं होगी क्लोज के नीचे 25,723 जो लास्ट ट्रेडिंग वीक का लो है। ऊपर जाना है तो मस्ट है 25,990 के ऊपर 15 मिनट इंट्राडे में सस्टेन कर जाए प्राइस। इसलिए 25,990 बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल हो गया फ्यूचर में। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में देखते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे वहीं फ्लैट ओपन हुआ है, कल साइडवेज चला गया था। नेचुरल गैस भी ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ही कह सकते हो थोड़ा बहुत। ये क्रूड ऑयल का नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, ध्यान रखना। बैंक निफ्टी अगेन पुल बैक, बैंक निफ्टी में फिर से पुल बैक आया है, निफ्टी भी थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक वापस कंसोलिडेशन करे तो बेटर है दोनों ही।
2026 की शुरुआत करें बोल्ड एक्सप्लोरेशन के साथ. Drive home Honda Elevate EDV with bold.
To reporters.
I present.
Visit your nearest Honda dealership today. TNC apply.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado met today with President Trump at the White House, and she presented her Nobel Peace Prize to the president. Here is Machado speaking earlier to reporters.
I presented the President of the United States the medal. 200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal as a sign of the brotherhood between the United States, people of the United States, and the people of Venezuela in their fight for freedom against tyranny.
That is Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader of Venezuela, and she went on to say that Venezuelans are counting on President Trump for the country's freedom. The meeting comes as U.S. forces seized a sixth oil tanker near Venezuela earlier today. The U.S. and Taiwan have agreed to a trade deal. It will lower tariffs to 15% from the previous 20%, and U.S. tariffs on goods from Taiwan are now on par with both Japan and South Korea. Also, as a part of this deal, Taiwan semiconductor companies will make at least $250 billion in direct investments toward American energy and artificial intelligence operations. Here is Bloomberg's Michael Shepard.
It's been a top priority for officials there in Taipei, but also here in Washington, because Taiwan is such a crucial source of the chips that go into artificial intelligence and AI data centers across the U.S. and around the world. And they wanted to make sure they get this locked into place and that they can have some assurance that supply lines to the island are really in a good place.
That is Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Now, this trade deal comes as Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, the world's top maker of AI chips, released earnings today. And at the same time, Taiwan Semi earmarked a hefty increase in capital spending. Here is Bloomberg analyst Matthew Bloxham.
They're talking about $52 to $56 billion of capital spending in this coming year. That's about $6 to $10 billion, or 15 to 20% higher than the market was expecting, and a big step up year on year, over $10 billion up year on year.
That is Matthew Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence. President Trump and governors in the U.S. Northeast will be directing the nation's largest electric grid operator, PJM Interconnection, to hold an emergency auction as a way of forcing technology giants to pay for new power plants. More from Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet.
It's an unprecedented move to meet surging electricity demand and quell concerns about data centers driving up costs. The push is set to come in the form of a statement of principles signed by Trump's National Energy Dominance Council and the governors of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, and other states. And it represents an extraordinary intervention into the nation's power markets, underscoring mounting unease about the rising cost of electricity. In New York, Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon is not interested in becoming Fed chair. He told that to David Rubenstein during a U.S. Chamber of Commerce event. Dimon also reflected on J.P. Morgan's new headquarters in New York City.
If you look at what we have, we spend $40 billion a year on people, which is important, $4 billion a year on real estate. We want to have great real estate. The old building wasn't fit for purpose. It was too small, couldn't handle our trading floors. I looked everywhere. I looked downtown, I looked at Hudson Yards, I looked at buying Vanderbilt, but we could tear that building down, we could buy air rights. I thought it was the best location in the best city. And then we should build it there. We're quite happy we did it. It's beautiful.
You can catch the entire interview with Jamie Dimon on the David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations. It airs January 21st, 9 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television. New York City is suing the food delivery technology provider MotoClick for withholding pay from workers. The city says MotoClick failed to pay the required minimum rate, and the company deducted, canceled, and refunded orders directly from workers' paychecks. Here is New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
City Hall does not desire to have an adversarial relationship with any business operating in our city. We cannot tell the story of the city without also telling the story of business. To those, however, who think they can make a profit while stealing from their workers, while breaking the law. Make no mistake, we will have those workers' backs each and every time.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. President Trump is asking Congress to pass legislation to implement health care reforms aimed at lowering drug prices and insurance premiums. That story from Bloomberg's Amy Morris in Washington.
The Trump plan calls for codifying voluntary deals with drug makers to lower some prices and make more medicines available over the counter, as well as sending subsidies directly to consumers to buy health insurance. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%, and that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
The move by the White House aims to address a political liability, healthcare, ahead of the midterms. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
And that is news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
At Davos, the world's leaders, thinkers, and innovators come to talk behind closed doors. But at Bloomberg,
the Flash Boys, made famous by the book, of course, and we think of this as maybe a feature of the institutional environment in the States, but it's actually a real retail thing as well. And certainly in China, that is the case. So we'll watch this. And this coming on the day that we've seen yet another high for Asian stocks.
And the volumes are epic in Asia right now, going through some of these financial markets.
South Korea, yeah.
And it's interesting as well that it's feeding through into the metals market as well. So there's a kind of you could start to see the kind of understand the connections that exist within some of this financial plumbing. So it's a long weekend in America. It's Martin Luther King Day on Monday. So that's a great opportunity if you want to intervene. If you're Japanese,
if you don't want to fight the US view of anything,
light volume, and you want to intervene. And I find it fascinating the Japanese authorities are actually quoting the deal they've done with Besant as well, and saying that was part of the deal that we make sure that the currency doesn't appreciate too much. I thought it was quite a decent. Ven Ram on the MLI disagrees with it. I thought it was quite a normally intervention chat, jawboning, doesn't really deliver much of a response. I thought it did this morning, and that tells you maybe that there is a slightly higher expectation that it's possible this time around.
For how long is the question?
Yeah, because you were saying earlier in the week. I mean, it only ever does the window dressing, doesn't it? It doesn't really do the fundamentals. But the dollar up by 0.2% against the yen. So the finance minister rejecting sort of repeating, that all options are on the table. And so then you're into this conversation, is it about intervention? Will it happen on Monday? Does Scott Bessent actually want to see the BOJ take more action? And this was something that the Japanese left out of their readout of the meeting between Bessent and their Japanese finance minister. But Bessent has been talking, back in October, he was talking about whether the government needed to give the BOJ more space to fight inflation. You wonder what he sees as the role of the government when it comes to monetary policy setting in that context.
The BOJ expected, of course, not to move in a rapid pace, and we know that the politics is going to constrain them. That seems to be an analysis from our team in Tokyo. Until you get the elections out of the way, then really Governor Wade is going to have to be on the sidelines in terms of that thinking around higher rates from here. But with all the fiscal stimulus that's expected and what it's doing to the yen, does it pull forward at least the market's view that the BOJ has going to have to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of upward hikes? And also what that means in terms of the rate differential with the US.
All of these things. Besant was talking about the Korean won this week, so he is paying attention to Asian currencies.
Certainly FX in focus. We will put FX in focus. We will also talk about the trajectory for the US economy. How enthusiastic should we be about US stocks, about global stocks? A good time of year to check in with Chris Watling, Longview Economics CEO. He was very pleased with what he saw in global equities last time we spoke to him, so we'll check in with him. Jane Foley, Rabobank FX strategy head. We will certainly talk to Jane about the yen and what she expects or doesn't expect for Monday, and intervention watch more generally. Patrick Armstrong will be with us, Plurimi Wealth CIO, so we'll talk there about big tech exposure and what his latest thinking is. Jessica Apotheker will be with us, Boston Consulting Group senior partner, to talk about tech from another angle.
On your daybook, other things we're watching today, Prime Minister Carney is in China. We are seeing, and we've been getting details of this agreement they have been making, and we're looking at things like agriculture, of course, and energy. 2:15 p.m. UK time. Meanwhile, we're going to get some data out of the US in terms of December industrial production, so we'll be breaking that for you. And US senators in Copenhagen, of course, as conversations and the pressure from the US continues vis-a-vis Greenland, so we'll be monitoring that for you as well. And later in the day, we've heard from Fed officials already through the week, and we've been discussing the emphasis switching, it seems, from the jobs market to the inflation story. We're going to be hearing from more Fed speakers, including Bowman, Collins and Jefferson through the day.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that we heard from Daly and we heard from Paulson, both of whom had been fans of cuts in December, but now signalling a pause. So the fact that we got those who were not fans of the cuts last time around, signalling a pause may be less meaningful, but that does seem to be the direction of travel at the moment. Lots of people in the Fed talking about pausing, about how policy's in a good place, they're comfortable with leaving rates steady. Doesn't seem as if there's any great hurry to move towards cuts.
The claims data yesterday was really strong. Can we park the labour market concerns for a while and focus on inflation? That seems to be the shift that the Fed is going through at the moment, all of these Fed speakers are talking about. The Fed's only got one hike in for this year, if you look at the dots. The market's got two, so therefore...
Cut.
Sorry, cuts. Did I say hikes? Maybe I'm just getting a little ahead of myself.
Yes, you get confused
Maybe
these
next year,
days.
27.
Yeah.
Do we move towards 1, and how quickly do we move towards 1? The US 10s are kind of 216 right now. We've been threatening the top end of the range. Do we break through that? How quickly could we do that? I don't know. The data keeps moving. If the inflation data increasing becomes the focus, the 10s need to break out to the upside.
416, 56. What on earth breaks us out? Maybe something at Davos. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, our team, or President Trump is going to be there, isn't he, at some point, making a speech. But our team have been reporting on some anxiety in some parts of the markets in terms of the lack of volatility in the yield and how little it's been moving, the tight trading range.
The range is amazingly tight.
And that typically over a period of time, that will break out and there's potentially a sell-off on the horizon. But the commentary from the Fed officials is fascinating, and a jobs market that adjusts. 4.4% is the most recent unemployment print, and we're not seeing a huge impact from AI. In fact, wages for junior lawyers, for example, have gone up, and there's a need for more radiologists in hospitals. So the AI impact that some had foreseen on the jobs market isn't really coming to bear in terms of a risk for eroding the labour market in the US.
Phew, excellent. Good.
Yeah.
We're done with that then. Don't have to worry about that now.
I think not. OK, what else do you need to know this Friday morning? A US judge has ruled that Norway's Equinor can resume building its multi-billion-dollar wind project near New York, marking the second time this week that a federal court has blocked the Trump administration from enforcing a halt when it comes to offshore wind developments. Equinor had argued it would likely have to cancel the project, which is 60% complete, and intended to supply more than 500,000 New York homes by 2027. Electricity again, front and centre. The US and Taiwan have agreed to a trade pact that would lower tariffs on goods from the self-governed island to 15%, and the Taiwanese semiconductor companies increase financing for American operations by $500 billion. Under the terms of the duties on Taiwanese shipments, they would fall from the previous 20% rate, putting them on par with Japan and South Korea, which struck their own deals, remember, last year. And Iran has pledged not to execute protesters after pressure from President Trump. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote that Iran's decision not to sentence protesters to death is good news, and he hopes that it will continue. Meanwhile, at least one US carrier group is moving into the Middle East from Asia. Fox News reporting this, citing military sources. The cable news channel also reported that other US assets are expected to be flown into the region in the coming days and weeks. Keep an eye on the oil price.
Yes. Can I just meditate on the human impact just for a moment? Because I spent a lot of my time in China, and China's modern image has been seared by the massacre in Tiananmen Square, where around 3,000 people are thought to have been killed. In Iran, that is the number now, a little north of 3,000 people. So President Trump has been watching this, and we're seeing now US assets moving to the Middle East. Do we need to start, on a day when oil is down, do we need to start to reassess where the Trump administration goes? We're also thinking about how other players in the Middle East have been weighing in on this.
Yeah, well, maybe oil traders thinking similarly, because oil just ticking up a little, actually, up by 0.1% or so, 63.86. Interesting that we started the year just a little north of $60 on Brent. We're now at 63.86. So even though Venezuela gave us a lot of pause for thought about where the oil price was going to go, because there were such conflicting signals in that particular drama and dynamic, but since then, the pressure has been upwards broadly. I mean, yesterday we saw a big drop because of the Iran story, but that doesn't feel as if it's gone away.
The rest of the region's clearly worried about the fact that if Iran is hit, it could strike back. The Iranian authorities feel like they've got their back against the wall. What happens next is for the oil market, feels pivotal. So much oil comes out of this region. So much of it goes through the Straits of Hormuz. This could change on a dime, and I don't know how you price it. With President Trump kind of managing the situation, I use those words carefully. Anything could happen, and it could happen really quickly. So again, going into a long weekend, what do you do? Could things change this weekend? You've got a carrier group that's moving into the region. How quickly is it on station? How quickly could it be operational? I don't know the answers to all these questions. But if energy prices start really moving around, the ripple effects into the global economy are going to be massive.
Coming up on the programme, we'll get back to the corporate agenda. Ford is reportedly in talks with China's BYD about its battery supply. We'll have the details of that. Plus, US lenders hit a trading record in a very eventful week for bank earnings stateside. We'll get some analysis, look ahead to the European bank earnings story as well. And up next, Asian markets get a boost from the tech trade. We will talk markets. If you have any questions for our guests, please do get involved. IB plus BBTV Go. That's the function to use on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, rebuilding Ukraine with the person assigned that task for Canada, Chrystia Freeland. We go to Israel to see what the conflict there has meant for the startup nation, to Saudi Arabia for an update on the kingdom's plans to become a major tourism destination, and to the Rockies to see how Big Ski is dealing with little snow.
Epic pass by Vail was a game changer.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back. Friday morning, 42 minutes to go until equities start trading, cash equities start trading here in Europe. Futures are pointing us largely in a negative direction. Yesterday was an okay session. The US sold off a little bit towards the end, so I suspect what you're seeing on the screen in front of you is a little bit of pricing of that back-end sell yesterday. Asia continued to respond overnight to the TSMC story that we brought you this time yesterday, so you can kind of park that one and put it in the rear-view mirror. Claims were good yesterday. I don't know what gives us the next leg. Is the rotation story good enough to get US indices higher? We're going to park that one and come back to it, I suspect, in just a moment, Tom.
It is a mixed picture on the Asian equity scene. On the benchmark, you're seeing gains of around 0.3%. It's the SCOSP is doing a lot of lifting. And then we got the story in China about authorities there pressuring some of the brokerages to remove servers dedicated to high-speed traders. That's weighing on mainland stocks and Hong Kong as well. Let's bring in Winnie Su, who's standing by in Hong Kong for more on what is rippling through the Asian markets this morning. Winnie, what stands out to you?
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, Tom, we actually had a pretty decent week in Asia as we're headed for our best week since September. And like you just mentioned, it's mainly driven by these gains in the technology sectors. We're talking about the Taiwanese benchmark and the Korean benchmark, both refreshing record highs on that solid earnings from TSMC, and also tariff agreement with the U.S. Between U.S. and Taiwan. Now, here for cross asset wise for the Japanese yen, finding a bit of a support here with the Finance Minister Satsuki Katayama warning of the yen's weakness and also noting that agreement with the U.S. in terms of potential currency intervention. But we'll be closely watching for the Bank of Japan's rate decision next week. Now, flip the board, as you just talked about how that big news in our region is around Chinese markets, seeing how across the board it's all in the red. And that's driven by how China said that it's now clamping down on high-frequency trading, and they are asking these local exchanges to remove servers of these clients away from the data centers. Now, these traders really want to have their servers as close to these data centers as possible so that they can execute trades as quickly as possible, and hence you're seeing quite a hit on the brokerage sector because of how these traders now might have to tweak their strategies and that they will have to potentially reduce their trading frequency. Another sector that we're seeing that's taken a big hit here is the commodity sector, specifically those listed in Shanghai. We were just talking about how copper, tin, nickel all down, and also with these metals related sectors, stocks listed onshore as well. And that's also coming after how the metals platform, the Shanghai Futures Exchange, is also telling their brokers that they have to remove the servers of these high frequency traders by end of next month. Back to you.
Winnie, thank you very much. Winnie Su in Hong Kong. Let's talk about where stocks are trading and bring in Chris Watling, who joins us today from, who's global economist and chief market strategist at Longview Economics. Chris, great to have you with us. Last time we saw you was December. Feels like a very long time ago, isn't actually? You talked about stocks looking like a great-looking beast, which was just noteworthy.
Right.
Do you agree with yourself from December?
I do, yeah,
Still.
I do agree with myself. I haven't changed my mind over the Christmas festivities.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the global macro looks terrific, and we've been talking about this idea of a global economic acceleration in 2026 that we're starting to see, I think, and the broadening in global markets is coming with that. And the Fed's cutting rates, and they've stopped doing QT, and the earnings look great, and so the basic macro backdrop looks absolutely terrific.
Okay, not too terrific though. I mean, we've started asking questions this week about whether things might overheat.
Yeah, I mean, we're a long way from overheating. I mean, you look at US bank credit, it's growing at 5%. Overheating would be 10% or 12% or something like that. I mean, we're just heading in the right direction. I mean, having said that, I mean, there is building complacency in markets. So, you know, markets go up in the long term on macro, but they trade off on complacency and exuberance in the short term. I wouldn't say we're quite there yet, but I think we're moving towards that kind of point.
Is inflation a bigger threat than the job market?
Actually, I think inflation surprises to the downside this year. So I think that's going to be it adds more to the macro case and more to the idea.
Why do you think that? Because a lot of people don't.
Because there's no real inflation out there. We had sort of tariffs last year distorting everything. If you look at the US, rent's at 1%, house prices are basically at zero. Yep. The labour market's easing, oil prices down on 12-month food. I mean,
Chris, AI is inflationary across the stack. You look at the data centre build-out. We've got a reminder of that today. Are you underestimating the inflationary impact of AI?
AI is inflationary across the stack. Well, that's great. I mean, it has some inflationary impacts, but I would argue we've got a deflationary productivity boom coming.
In 2026?
Driven by AI. Yeah, I mean, I think some of the job losses are happening already, and some of the applications of AI into real businesses are extraordinary what they can do. So I think it's actually really adds to that case of disinflation, as does China. I mean, the Chinese economy is a mess. I thought it would do much better last year than it did. And we had the trade surplus in China last year. It was giant. Yeah. There's no imports and tons of exports.
So, and clearly we're heading towards the midterms. Last time we've also talked about how the midterms has a role on markets. President Trump is clearly focused on affordability, isn't he? And
yes.
So do you think that inflation is not a problem because you think he will be successful perhaps in some of his policy initiatives in limiting price gains?
Well, maybe. I mean, clearly that's his focus, absolutely. Now, I think inflation is not a problem because half the economy is not really doing anything. It's really soft and there's loads of spare capacity. But yeah, the midterms are a really important point because actually the midterms are normally a rocky year for markets. And we remember 2018 under Trump and 2022 was a bear market. So actually the history of the midterms is quite troubling in terms of pullbacks. So yeah, look, Trump's up to all sorts of stuff.
Where is the market most complacent?
Where's the market most complacent? Probably in the cyclical stuff for now. I mean, that's the stuff that's been moving hard.
That's rocketing at the moment.
Well, of course it does, but that's what it does.
Yeah, but that's the wrong trade, right? So I'm
not saying it's the wrong trade yet. No, I'm not saying yet. Yeah. We're still overweight, long. You know, everything's great, but it's building towards a problem, and I don't know whether it's the end of Q1 or early Q2. Well, you get a pullback and you get a refresh and a reset, and then we go again. But no, don't get me wrong. By the end of the year, equities will be higher, probably, but it's going to be rocky.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
Chris, do European stocks continue to outperform? The outperformance at 4% year-to-date versus 1.4%, 1.3% for the S&P 500. Does that outperformance for European equities continue?
My suspicion is it's going to flip and tech's going to outperform this year, and the US is going to outperform.
By tech, do you mean Mag 7, or do you mean different parts of the tech space?
Mag 7, tech in general, all of the above. I think the leadership's going to shift at some point. Tech's very oversold relative to the market at the moment, and it's still a source of good earnings growth, and it's still a great story. We haven't had the full bubble, and we need to price that in.
Yeah. In search of these areas of complacency, what about credit markets? We have a great story on the Bloomberg this morning saying we've got the hottest credit market since 2007. This is really tight spreads. Yeah. Are we underpricing risks there?
I think that's a terrific point. I mean, they're hugely underpriced, aren't they? And if you think about the bottom half of the US economy at the moment, it's not that great. And spreads, as you say, they're basically as tight as they've been since 2007, which is an awful long time. And they almost never get tighter if you look at high yield. So yeah, I do think that's a great example of complacency.
Yeah. How does that fix itself?
Well, this is part of the risk on, risk off, and they'll get caught up in that when that happens.
So what does risk off look like? This is the bit, because the market doesn't want risk off. The US upper end consumer doesn't want risk off. How much risk off do you need before risk off becomes an issue?
Good question. I mean, no, I'm just talking 5 to 10%. I'm not talking major risk off.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is just a wobble.
Well, you can call it a wobble if you like, but you can make a lot of money if you trade it well.
Okay.
Both sides.
So it's a good year for traders?
I think it's a good year for traders. I mean, there's a lot of fun stuff happening out there.
Okay, a lot of fun stuff. We'll leave it on that point. Yeah. Chris, nice to see you. Chris Watling, Longview Economics. Coming up, yen traders certainly watching out for renewed volatility. Uncertainty over Japan's snap election grows. Jane Foley from Rabobank joining us next to discuss a long weekend in America. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, rebuilding Ukraine with the person assigned that task for Canada, Chrystia Freeland. We go to Israel to see what the conflict there has meant for the startup nation, to Saudi Arabia for an update on the kingdom's plans to become a major tourism destination, and to the Rockies to see how Big Ski is dealing with little snow.
Epic pass by Vail was a game changer.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
From a Bank of Korea's perspective, we don't believe that monetary policy alone can control the housing prices. But on the other hand, we are mindful that ample liquidity wouldn't throw the fire to the real estate market. Our official position is that we will maintain the easing monetary cycle, but the magnitude and timing of the cut or even the change of direction will depend on the new data.
Countries around the world are pulling away from U.S. assets. Do you see debasement happening?
No, actually. I think we have discussed this quite a lot. But actually, if you look at the actual capital flows in the last 6 months, I don't see that there's a lot of talk, but there's no real movement away from dollar.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays. In case you missed it, on the pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the pulse live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Happy Friday, 30 minutes from the start of the opening trade. You're getting a bit of a mixed picture in terms of the futures for Europe and the US. US pointing high in the green. European futures, though, after a fresh record high yesterday, pointing a little lower right now. We'll see if that holds. Down 0.2% on the Stoxx 50 futures. Here in the UK, FTSE 100 futures pointing low by 13 points. And over in France, the CAC 40 is just lower by a little shy of 0.2%. But again, it's been a good year for European equities year to date.
Yes, 16 days in, and it's been a good year. Bonds. Let's check in where we are on the bond market story, and we have yields sticking a little bit higher in European bond markets this morning. Not really by much, though. Not much to see here, and a lot of our focus over the past 24 hours has been on the credit market story and the tightness of the spreads and the fact that the market still has the appetite for government bonds in the context of all of the supply that's coming from corporates. That's being remarked on quite a lot. Guy, I can tell you this morning over in Japan, yields are a little bit higher.
Just a little bit.
Up by 2 basis points on the 10-year.
OK, that's a little bit. I think we'll take that as a little bit. Let's kind of widen the lens, though, a little bit and talk about kind of what we've seen over the last 30 years when it comes to Japan. Now, think about the last 30 years. Inflation has gone nowhere, virtually at a standstill. Now we've got this weak yen. That's changing everything. Here's how consumers and businesses are coping with rising costs and what it means for the future. This is from Bloomberg's weekly documentary series.
In 2016, this Japanese company issued a public apology. For the first time in 25 years, they were hiking the price of a popular ice cream by 10 yen, or about 6 cents. And they were deeply sorry. Now, in any other country, this might have been an overreaction. But in Japan,
inflation is just completely alien as a concept.
For 3 decades, the country saw stagnant or even decreasing prices, which is why a 10 yen price hike for an ice cream was such a big deal. But a huge slide in the yen is helping change that picture. And it's causing a seismic shift in Japan's economy. The yen has weakened against the dollar to a level not seen since the early 90s.
The weaker yen means higher prices for all sorts of imported goods, from groceries to gasoline.
It's also making it pretty attractive for inbound tourists looking for a cheap vacation. Steering the country through this once-in-a-generation cost of living crisis is the inaugural challenge for Japan's new leader.
Sanae Takaishi has been voted in as Japan's first female prime minister.
Japan has arrived at that big moment where there's a potential transformation of the entire society.
Big things are happening in Japan. You want to get the full version of that, and it's well worth a watch. Go to the Bloomberg website. You can find it on YouTube as well. Let's show you quickly what we've been watching this week in terms of what the yen story has done. We continue to weaken, and I think that's the real trend that we are watching here. If you look at the fact that we've seen the yen moving, I guess on a weekly basis, on a 50-day basis, not a lot, but just the trend is there and clear. And we're going into a weekend when I think a lot of people are very alert to the possibility that we could have intervention. We've already heard the Finance Ministry talking about it. You've got a 3-day weekend in the United States. That means an opportunity maybe for a bigger bang for your buck when it comes to the Japanese authorities. Jane Foley, Rabobank FX Strategy Head, joining us now. Jane, long weekend in America this weekend. They got Monday as a holiday. Do you think yen traders will be taking a break?
Well, I think anyone who's got anything to do with the yen will be wondering if this is going to be the time when they do intervene, because I think we all know that the finance ministry can threaten, but unless they put their money where their mouth is, and eventually those threats begin to be a little bit damp. So they will at some point have to follow through. That said, I think we also know from experience that intervention really only has a proper impact in maybe turning a currency pair around if, and maybe with hindsight, we can say, oh yeah, you know, the fundamentals were changing at the same sort of time. And I think for the market to really see this intervention, if it does come as a turning point, perhaps we need the Bank of Japan also to be even more hawkish. Now, Ueda was hawkish over the new year, but most of us were on holiday. And I think we need to have a step up in that hawkishness for this intervention, assuming it does come, to really have a grip in turning dollar yen around.
Do you think the US Treasury Secretary is going to be having a long weekend? Do you think he could play? Do you think this could be coordinated? How possible would that be?
Well, you know what, that is interesting because there is that suspicion out there right now that it could be coordinated. Now, of course, we've had this before. I seem to remember it around about 1998 under the Clinton administration. We had coordinated interventions. So there is a precedent for that. But we also know, if we look at some of the commentary from Scott Bessent, for instance, over the last few months, you know, he said, you know, that the Bank of Japan really does need to hike interest rates. In his view, back then, he was saying that the Bank of Japan is behind the curve. Now, he was looking at headline CPI inflation data, which is, you know, pretty high for Japan right now. But of course, the Bank of Japan has its own measures, its own readings of underlying inflation. They're going on the back of those, and therefore they're going at their own pace. I mean, you've got to remember, at the end of last year, they had to work out the impact of US tariffs on the economy. You could see that in some of the balance sheets for some of those
drawn over Fed independence. A conversation in just a few minutes with former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew.
Certainly looking forward to that conversation. But let's talk about these markets before we get into the geopolitics of it all. We were talking about small caps, and take a look at the chart behind me. You're taking a look at the Russell 2000 versus the S&P 500, that ratio up top here. And the Russell 2000 has actually been outperforming the S&P 500 for 9 straight days. That's what you're seeing in this bottom panel here. So you bring that back, the number of consecutive days of Russell 2000 outperformance. We haven't seen these types of levels since about 2017 or so. So it's early in the year. And of course, you do have rates rising a little bit here when it comes to just the pure bond market. A lot of questions over where the Fed is going to go next when it comes to lowering rates. So a lot of questions as to whether this can be sustained, Romaine, but certainly we're racking up the superlatives when it comes to this small cap rally.
Yeah, it's been an interesting rotation, and maybe it's a sign to a certain extent of a bit of diversification going on in portfolios coming off that phenomenal run we've had over the last 3 years, led primarily by tech stocks. Jim Masturzo joins us right now, Chief Investment Officer over at Research Affiliates, and he says we're seeing diversification across the board, not just in equities, but in other asset classes as well. Jim, kind of explain what's happening here.
Thank you. It's nice to be with you. We saw this starting last year, right out of the gates. We saw diversification come back. Global equities in particular, right out of the gate, even though U.S. equities in the first quarter of 2025 were kind of, sideways. And then we had obviously the Liberation Day, sell-offs in all markets. But non-U.S. stocks continued to move forward. Over 30% year-to-date returns in 2025. The U.S. did okay at 18%, nothing to sneeze at. But we saw that really strong impetus outside the U.S., partially from the weakening dollar, but also from fundamental growth in those markets.
I am curious, too, about this idea that valuations, at least for a certain cohort of assets, got so high, and that actually might be driving this search for something that's, I guess, a little bit more, priced appropriately, for lack of a better phrase here. But do you think people are looking in the right places, Jim?
Look, valuations are extremely important. Research Affiliates, we're very much into value investing. And so valuations are a key part of what we think about. But the thing about valuations, they're really good at telling us when something is expensive or cheap. They're not very good timing mechanisms. They don't tell you when things are going to revert. So usually when we see a reversion in valuation, there's some catalyst. 2020, obviously, we saw, COVID, hit. We saw last April, so on and so forth. These things hit, these events that cause people to remind investors that they're buying things that are expensive and valuations are high. That said, on a day-to-day basis or a week-to-week basis, when we see these little blips, little valuation mechanisms, changes, mean reversions, those are usually just noise. We don't read a whole lot into those.
Jim, I do want to talk a little bit about monetary policy, because taking a look at the notes you sent over to our producers, you said that in 2026, you would expect that central banks will run it hot, basically continue to lower rates here. Does that logic apply to the Fed as well? Because you think about where we stand, of course, there's the political question, but we'll leave that aside for right now. The U.S. economy, a lot of folks have argued, doesn't necessarily look like it's set up to support a ton of rate cuts here.
It's a great point. All of this starts from the debt picture and the deficit picture. And so looking for opportunities, as the Treasury and the central bank are, to address that debt situation. In the short term, that means lowering rates. Putting up with higher inflation actually good for inflating away the debt. But also we're seeing weakening in the economy, particularly in the labor markets. Numbers aren't terrible. They're not red, definitely not flashing red, but moving into yellow. Many firms last year did layoffs, announced hiring freezes, those sorts of things. And so from our perspective, we're looking at continuing lowering rates, regardless of political pressures, again, putting that aside, at least on the short end of the curve, to address some of these situations. Now, that's going to be good for risk assets across the board. And again, even though U.S. equities will benefit from that, small caps in general, you were just talking about small caps, there's opportunities there. But there's also opportunities in other places from this growth perspective of running it hot.
Well, let's talk about small caps a little bit more, because I asked the question just a couple of minutes ago as to how sustainable this is. So talk us through, when you say there's opportunities in small caps, what are some of the catalysts that you're looking for there?
It's funny, the point of 9 days in a row, which is obviously a relatively small sample size, coming out of multiple years of large cap stocks just trouncing small caps, and valuations in large cap becoming very, very stretched. We tend to look at the CAPE ratio as our metric of choice from a PE multiple. The U.S. large cap market is trading pretty close to 40. The all-time high is 44. Small caps, on the other hand, are still relatively cheap. There's a lot of opportunities across the spectrum of small caps. Investors don't even need to think about, particular sectors or anything like that. Small caps in general look very attractive to us when looking at U.S. equities.
What's the big risk, though, Jim, right now, when you look at sort of this rotation into some of those asset classes? Do you see any potential risk, whether it's on the economic front or the geopolitical front? Where?
Well, look, geopolitical is on top of political and geopolitical are on top of everything that's happening today. Oil prices selling off massively today because it sounds like the administration has decided not to attack Iran. Well, that could change tomorrow. That could change over the weekend. So these geopolitical events are always happening, and to the impact of that on the economy, whether that slows the economy, takes us into recession, that's going to weigh on all risk assets across the board, no matter what they are. So those events are incredibly important. I mentioned the labor market. The labor market to us is still yellow. It's not flashing red. But if we see the labor market rise as we go into recession, consumer spending falls, well, again, across the board, we're going to see a problem with risk assets. But these aren't our base cases by any means.
So you've highlighted the labor market a number of times, and I do want to point out we are getting our way through big bank earnings. Wall Street apparently eliminating nearly 11,000 jobs last year. That is the most since 2016 or so. Labor market, of course, that's a focus for you. What about inflation, though? Where does that fall on your radar, especially as you try to keep track of where this economy is going?
So, unfortunately, I've started to say that 3% is the new 2%. Prior to 2021, everyone talked about 2% inflation. 2% was the target. That's what we wanted. If we were higher than 2%, there was a lot of nervousness. Now, 3% seems to be the norm. We get readings below 3%, as we just did earlier this week. And, there's kind of euphoria, or at least, happiness. And so we've switched our mindset to sort of tolerate, higher inflation. Over time, that's going to cause problems. Higher inflation also comes with higher inflation volatility, which leads to just volatility everywhere. And so when we're thinking about building portfolios, we can also lean into assets or strategies that do well when volatility is elevated. Trend following, alternative risk premia, a lot of the quant-focused strategies tend to do well from higher volatility, which can come from macro, geopolitical, as well as inflation.
Jim, always great to catch up with you here. We have to leave it there. Jim Sturzo is the Chief Investment Officer over at Research Affiliates, kicking us off to the close here on this Thursday afternoon. And when we come back, we're going to hear from former Treasury Secretary, former Deputy Secretary of State, former Ambassador to Israel, former White House Chief of Staff, former U.S. Budget Director Jack Lew, to talk about all the political drama going on in Washington.
And then from policy to profits, J.P. Morgan Chase Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon sits down with David Rubenstein, Carlyle co-founder and host of Peer-to-Peer on Bloomberg Television, to discuss how the bank giant is navigating those economic crosscurrents. And
we're going to end on a high note and discuss high-end spending in the auction space. You want to buy a Secretariat saddle or, Jerry Garcia's guitar? Well, we have a chance to catch up with Bonnie Brennan, the CEO over at Christie's. She's got a lot to say about the auction slate for 2026. Stick with us. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
Crypto firms feeling the heat after the Senate Banking Committee delayed discussions around a widely awaited digital asset bill. Now, this delay, it came after Coinbase decided it would not support the most recent iteration of the bill, citing issues with restrictions around offering yields or rewards on its users' stablecoin holdings. Joining us live to discuss what's at stake is Olga Kharif. She is senior crypto reporter over at Bloomberg News. Olga, great to have you with us. Talk about the importance of Coinbase here, the significance of them pulling their support, because it seems like that was really one of the watershed moments here.
Absolutely, it was. So crypto firms, including Coinbase, which is one of the leaders of this industry as the largest U.S. exchange, have been working on a market structure bill for 4 years or so. This bill is super important to them as it defines sort of and legitimizes regulation of this industry. And so it was very surprising when Coinbase pulled its support on the bill. But essentially, the company ended up having a lot of concerns about the text that was released on Monday and didn't feel like the amendments that were proposed would sort of solve the issues. So that's why the markup of the bill has been delayed from today.
Yeah, I'm curious whether, Olga, this is just more kind of a negotiating tactic on the part of Coinbase, particularly given how much impact they had in the most recent election cycles with the donations that either they gave directly or managed to sort of pool together from some of their other industry peers.
So that's a great point. The industry really needs this legislation to ensure that with any changes of presidential administrations, it's safe from being targeted, for instance, by the SEC, as it was under Biden. So the industry really needs this. So it could be a negotiating tactic. There are hopes that this bill will be revised and will be marked up in a few weeks. Yeah. We'll see what happens, but there's the danger that this delay could last and the bill will not make it through this year.
And so at this point, I mean, how does the U.S. compare to other markets? As we know, crypto, of course, is one of the most global asset classes out there. And you think about the state of our regulatory environment, how does that compare to what we've seen in Europe or Asia, for example?
So some other markets have a much better defined regulation and of the crypto market. And so we've seen in recent years, we've seen some developers and companies moving overseas. This sort of halted under the crypto-friendly Trump administration. But, if this bill is not done, this could be temporary. And under another administration, we could see another outflow. So the crypto industry really would like to have some permanent certainty, if you will. Yeah.
All right, Olga Kharif, senior crypto reporter over there at Bloomberg News, as we keep an eye on the Genius and Clarity bills trying to work their way through Congress. A bit of a speed bump as Coinbase pulls out for right now its support of the bill. Maybe potentially a tweak to language brings them back on board. And, Katie, you were gone for the last few days covering this big healthcare conference that I heard took place. Did you know that former New York Mayor Eric Adams came out with his own crypto coin? It caused quite a stir. I don't know if they hit you out there in San Francisco.
No, somehow it reached me all the way across the country, that meme coin from Eric Adams. I heard it's not doing too hot.
Yeah, it's not doing too hot. I can't even find pricing for it today, but it had basically gone $1.5 to $600 million in valuation, down to about $10 million as of yesterday. And as of today, good luck trying to find any kind of accurate pricing on there.
Well,
there's a word for this, or a phrase for this.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm not going to say it on air.
Fair enough.
All right. When we come back here, we're going to move from crypto and, into the trucking space. We're going to talk about the real economy here. We're awaiting earnings after the bell out of J.B. Hunt. We're going to talk about what to expect out of that company and what kind of read it provides us on broader economic conditions. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Time now for our top calls. The big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. We start off with Albertsons. Morgan Stanley downgrading to underweight, setting a street low price target of $14, with the analysts saying the intensifying grocery wars leaves traditional chains like Albertsons at risk. Those shares, which had rallied about 3% yesterday, giving back some of that today. Up next, SanDisk. Benchmark almost doubling its price target to $450 from $260, maintaining a buy rating. The firm says rising prices for the computer memory market will push up margins for the company to record levels. Those shares, which are already up more than 70% this year alone, 6.5% of that coming today. And finally, take a look at Boeing. Bernstein's price target taking flight, raising to $298 from $277. Boeing, that's the firm's top U.S. aerospace and defense pick for 2026. Analysts citing a ramp up in production for the 737 and 787 commercial jetliners and improvement in the company's defense business. Boeing shares, which had rallied 38% in the last 5 weeks of the year, starting off the first 2 weeks of the year, up 14%, including 2% today. We do want to go from planes to trucks. Truck carrier J.B. Hunt is scheduled to report earnings after the bell. A lot of people looking for whether we've actually seen the bottom in the trucking market and whether economic conditions could provide some optimism going forward. John Chevel joins us right now, Senior Managing Director of Transportation Coverage over at Evercore ISI. John, great to have you here on the program. What are your expectations for tonight? Do you think we're going to have any sort of meaningful upside guidance out of the company?
Thanks for having me, Romain. So it's a couple things we're looking for tonight. First of all is obviously the fourth quarter results. There was a strong seasonal spike that was exacerbated by weather in December in truckload rates, which then translate typically into intermodal with a bit of a lag. So the things we're looking for most closely for J.B. Hunt are how are the volumes as a more of an indicator for the broader economy in the freight market? How is the pricing? Are we finally lifting off a prolonged bottom? And then also more importantly for J.B. Hunt specifically are the cost initiatives that they announced back in July that led to a tremendous beat in the third quarter. Are those continuing and leading to margin upside in the fourth quarter as well? As we think about 26, J.B. Hunt will likely remind us that there is a seasonal step down in first quarter. And then also just kind of a state of the union on this December spike. Do they see it as being sustainable? Is capacity really leaving the market in droves? And are we finally ending a 4-year downturn in the freight market?
I am curious about the intermodal side of the business. I mean, that's at least half their revenue here. We've seen an improvement in rail service over the last couple of years. Does that show up in the report tonight and more importantly in the guidance going forward?
It probably doesn't show up tonight and not in the first quarter as well. You're correct in stating that the rail service is about as consistent and reliable as it's been in almost 20 years. And most constituencies are telling us that, from shippers to the employees themselves. Now, what's most important, I think, is the commentary around the second half of the year. Remember, this time last year, we were going into a tariff environment, and there was a very aggressive pull forward of goods. So the reason I don't think you'll see the impact of the better rail service or even an uplift in the economy is we're still anniversarying these very difficult comps. As we clear March and April, when the tariffs were implemented, and when the pull forward really started to slow, then I think we'll get a more reliable view on the underlying economy and the consumer health, as well as the rail reliability in the back half of the year.
And I just want to talk about, John, just what we're seeing in the shares. You think about the numbers that we're going to get tonight, how they're going to be received by the market. J.B. Hunt shares are higher by nearly 41% on a total return basis over the past 6 months. A lot of those gains starting in about mid-October. I mean, how high do you think expectations are going into this print?
Yeah, it's a great question, Katie. 50% in the last 3 months since they reported last. So it's a couple things. Again, fourth quarter, I'm expecting upside there. There's very company-specific cost initiatives that, again, led to the upside in 3Q, and I think we see them again in 4Q. Typically, you would see the intermodal margin deteriorate modestly just from a seasonal perspective, 3Q to 4Q. I think it'll be better. So that's where the upside comes from. Now, again, they're going to remind us about seasonality so we don't get ahead of our skis on 1Q. But I think the commentary about the broader landscape, demand, and capacity as we think about 2Q going forward should be relatively optimistic. They tend to be more balanced, a little bit less promotional than some of the other management teams, which I think is a good thing. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, again, as the industry's been doing for some time. But I do think that there's going to be some green shoots that they can speak to specifically that probably justifies that 50% move of the last 3 months.
We have just about a minute left, but to your point on seasonality, how do you think a JB Hunt is positioned to handle some of those seasonal factors as compared to some of their peers in this space?
Yeah, I think the company-specific cost initiatives that they're putting in will help them a little bit. So $100 million they announced in July. On a run rate basis, they had already achieved about 80% of that through September. I think they may identify even a greater total, so that 100 becomes 100 plus when they announce this afternoon. That should stem a little bit. Now, the seasonality that we typically look for is a 20% EBIT pull down from 4Q to 1Q. Last year, it was about 15% down, and I think it could be something much better than 20%, though they still may guide to it to keep expectations nice and low.
All right, John, great to get some time with you ahead of those earnings. That is John Chappell. He is Senior Managing Director over at Evercore ISI. Now, coming up, former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew joins us to discuss the future of Fed independence. We'll also get his take on the state of geopolitical tensions given his background as the former U.S. ambassador to Israel. That conversation next. This is The Close.
3:30 p.m. in a sunny New York City. This is the countdown to the close. I'm Romaine Bostick.
And I'm Katie Greifeld, keeping an eye on these markets, also keeping an eye on the Federal Reserve and the question of independence, of course. I'm sure you spent a lot of time talking about that DOJ investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Yeah.
And a very interesting letter with some big signatories basically coming up to support the Fed chair.
Yeah, they put this out on Substack, and it was, we've heard a lot of Fed officials and former Fed officials really come out and banging the drum. But this letter was remarkable for a couple of reasons. I mean, you had at least, you had the three living former Fed chiefs, Ben Bernanke, Alan Greenspan, and Janet Yellen sign off on this letter. But it was also an interesting hodgepodge of other people from other administrations from both sides of the aisle. Phil Gramm, who used to run the bank, Republican, used to run the banking committee. Glenn Hubbard, Greg Mankiw, Christina Romer was on this letter, Bob Rubin, and also Jack Lew, of course, who was Treasury Secretary and then, of course, Chief of Staff for the White House for a few years.
That's right. You had four former Treasury Secretaries sign on to this letter, and I'm pleased to say that one of them joins us now. His name is Jack Lew, as Romaine mentioned, former Treasury Secretary and former U.S. Ambassador to Israel under President Obama, now currently a professor of international and public affairs at Columbia University. Secretary, fantastic to have you with us. I want to start with the first line of this letter, that the Federal Reserve's independence and the public's perception of that independence are critical for economic performance. And it's that part I want to talk about, because that's something we basically take as gospel, that the independence of the Federal Reserve really matters for this economy. But Secretary, tell us concretely why exactly that relationship exists and is so important.
It's good to be with you. And that sentence is really the core of the reason that so many of us got together overnight to sign that joint statement. And it's the reason you see central bank governors around the world and people from the Republican Party in Congress and former members joining as well. The confidence that the public has in the Fed is crucial to expectations and the ability of the Fed to use its tools in an effective and a convincing way. We've learned the lesson from international experiments with central banks that were not independent. And it's not a good history. And as Treasury Secretary, part of your job is to help other countries understand that they're not going to help themselves if they have their central bank subject to political controls. I remember when I was at Treasury, that issue came up in Turkey. It didn't end well for Turkey when they had political decisions made on their monetary policy. I mean, their inflation rate has been roughly 10 times ours. So these are core issues in terms of the stability of the U.S. economy. I actually think that it's settled the nerves of markets and observers that so many people came out to say that this was not an acceptable way to treat a central bank. And we can talk more about the specifics of it. But if you view this not as a question about a building improvement, but using legal prosecution to try to put pressure on a central bank chair, that's a terrible precedent.
I am curious, though, just about this idea of trying to affect policy as the White House is trying to do. And there's always been this interesting relationship between the Treasury and the Fed, particularly given the Treasury, or at least the Treasury Secretary's link to the person in the Oval Office. I am curious as to why you cannot achieve your aims as president through mechanisms other than the monetary policy mechanisms that this administration seems to be so focused on.
So I think every president has views on where interest rates should be. Every Treasury Secretary has views on where interest rates should be. And there's nothing intrinsically inappropriate about sharing those views. When I was Treasury Secretary, I had a weekly meeting with Ben Bernanke and then with Janet Yellen, and we shared confidential views on everything from fiscal to monetary policy to geopolitical issues, to whatever was on our minds. The question is, are you trying to pressure the central bank to make decisions that are not based on the central bank's independent judgment, based on the data? Right now we're at a time where the data is not straightforward. You could see in the outcome of the last Fed meetings, it was a close call. There will be differences of views. The question is the judgment being made based on the central bank's best understanding of the data, or is it a politically driven move which is suspect in markets and around the world because it doesn't reflect that independence?
Well, Secretary, you made an interesting point that you think about this specific incident, this specific probe into Jerome Powell, that it seems like markets basically shook it off because, as you said, there was a lot of pushback from both sides, basically bipartisan, expressing discontent with this move. And I wonder, what the recourse is here. If we continue down this path of eroding Fed independence in a meaningful way, whether or not it'll be markets that will be sort of the ultimate disciplinary action here.
Look, I hope it doesn't get to the point where we have to see the market response to kind of a clear demonstration that it's crossed the line. The fact that overnight it was not just a group of Democrats. You had former Secretary Hank Paulson, you had Greg Mankiw, Glenn Hubbard, Phil Gramm signed on. I think that says a lot about broadly held the view is that inappropriate political pressure and coercion on the central bank is not a good thing. So I'm hoping that the response to it is a bit of a lesson.
Yeah. But Jack, can I just stop you there? Because, you raise an interesting point here about the signatories on this. But I do want to sort of draw some distinctions between some of those names on the list, which are certainly, no offense, people from a different era of how Washington worked. And we're now looking at a Washington that's run by a completely different cohort of people who sort of look at the cooperation and bipartisanship that was kind of a hallmark, particularly when you were working in Congress, whether it's for Tip O'Neill or for the liaison group with Greenspan, solving Social Security. These were sort of bipartisan efforts. And that bipartisan, as I'm sure you know, that bipartisanship seems to have completely dissipated from Washington. Do you ever see any hope that we will see a little bit more cooperation amongst the administration and Congress people and other folks out there to get things done? Or is this sort of distinct bifurcation that we've seen over the last a few presidential administrations just what we're going to have to live with?
I sure hope we do see a return to some bipartisanship. Obviously, this is not a moment where one would seem very realistic to say it was immediately on the horizon. But the challenges we have as a nation need to be faced in a bipartisan way. You look at something like Social Security. I was a young aide to the Speaker of the House, the liaison to the Greenspan Commission. I am proud to this day of having been part of solving Social Security's fiscal problems for more than half a century. Now, we're less than 10 years away from some action having to be taken. I hope we don't wait until we're 6 weeks away. That won't leave great options. It can't be resolved except in a bipartisan way. You look at our overall fiscal position. it's going to require bipartisanship to come up with some mix of measures. To talk about raising taxes right now, one would sound like they were from another planet. But that's going to have to be part of the conversation, as will some action on spending. So to put everything on the table means everyone has to come to the table. And we haven't had that bipartisanship for a while. I will say this about the 1980s and the 1990s. I remember both decades being seen as the most partisan ever. I remember when Bill Graham was a Democrat, when he left to vote for the Reagan economic program. I worked for Tip O'Neill at the time. I remember when we faced the government shutdowns with Newt Gingrich, and just a couple of years later, we're sitting at a table passing the balanced budget agreement. So you can come back from the brink of partisanship. I hope it doesn't take a crisis to bring that about.
Well, getting back to the broader question of Fed independence, I do want to point out that you think about what's going on with Fed Governor Lisa Cook. You were part of the group of Fed and former Fed and Treasury officials who signed a friend of the court brief in September in support of Governor Cook, who Trump is currently trying to fire. And I mean, I do think it's interesting that this extends beyond just the Fed chair himself and jawboning about interest rates and the direction that the president would like them to travel. It extends to the Board of Governors as well.
Look, I think it's a very important question that's going to come before the court very soon. I hope that the court, continues, as it did in a footnote in a recent case, to say that removal of Federal Reserve Board members can only be for real cause. And that's not been proven in the case of Lisa Cook. I think reaching to a kind of strained investigation into perjury, anyone who's testified before Congress has answered questions to one degree of fullness or another. It takes way more than somebody saying you didn't fully answer my question to even get close to that. So the notion that this investigation is going that way, to me, just suggests that legal tools, prosecution, is being used to send a signal, and it's very important for there to be a counter signal. The Fed has to be treated in a way that respects its independence, and it can't be coerced through legal attacks.
All right, Mr. Secretary, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking time for us here. Obviously, a very important issue and one that's still yet to be resolved. And, of course, a big Supreme Court argument coming up next week regarding Lisa Cook and the president's power to remove a Fed governor. Jack Lew, former Treasury Secretary and former U.S. ambassador to Israel. Katie, talking about Fed independence. And, we should just point out, just today, we've heard from more Fed officials on this, Austin Goolsbee. And I also just wanted to just remind our viewers and our listeners here, Stacey Vanek Smith, she has a great podcast called Everybody's Business. They actually caught up with Janet Yellen, the former Fed chair, for an interview. I believe that's going to be released tomorrow on Friday. Definitely going to listen to that.
Yeah, and I thought the secretary made a really interesting point that the fact that you did have that immediate wave of pushback seemed to soothe markets. Again, I have been in San Francisco this week, so haven't been paying.
Which is like being in a different country.
It kind of felt like it, but to see basically the reaction and wondering why they shrugged it off, I think it speaks exactly to that point. But it will be interesting to see how markets continue to behave should we go deeper and deeper down this path.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of markets, a bit of a turnaround from what we saw over the past couple of days with the S&P 500 in the green. Modest gains up about 0.2%. One of the biggest gainers in the S&P today, that's actually BlackRock. The share is rallying after the company's total assets hit a record $14 trillion, helped by its bustling ETF business. Joining us right now is Nora Melinda, our Bloomberg's markets correspondent. Talk a little bit more about the outsized move here. In fact, best day going back to Elisa, April here. Obviously, the ETF business has been on fire. It's been on fire for a while, but this is a little bit of a different story from what we saw from some of the other financial companies that have reported this week.
Yes, this is a bit different. $14 trillion, that's not a small number that we're talking about. We know that ETFs have really been their core moneymaker. If we think about the fact that they're low fees, tracking the major indexes, so you see a lot of popularity from that. But what's been really interesting to me from this report is that we've been seeing a large push from Larry Fink from the business into private markets, which we know has really been a bustling area or an area that people are really trying to expand out into. And that's where they've been placing a lot of money, about $28 billion that they spent in acquisitions from a number of companies, GIP, HPS, also Preqin. They're really trying to put their stamp there, and we're going to have to see whether or not they're actually going to be one of the forward leaders in that.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you mentioned that BlackRock is known for its ETFs, which tend to have pretty slim margins, to your point. They tend to be low cost. That's what the industry is known for. When it comes to private credit, though, and private assets in general, when you put those into different fund structures, you can charge a lot more. So the margins get a little bit better. But it's interesting sort of to talk about BlackRock because we're in bank earnings season, and BlackRock, of course, reports at the same time as these banks. And when it comes to earnings season in general, there's been some concern when it comes to spending by Wall Street. What are we hearing there?
So we did see that expenses were up for BlackRock, but not to be a major concern for a lot of analysts here, especially given the fact that they're for strategic reasons. And that's going back to that push out into private markets that they're really trying to illustrate and get going there. So we did hear from a lot of different banks where we did see that expenses were up, especially because a lot of them were really writing on severance packages, job cuts. But we're not really seeing that being a problem area as much for BlackRock in comparison to its competitors.
All right, Nora, really appreciate you reporting. That is Bloomberg TV markets correspondent Nora Melinda. And I do want to point to an article I managed to put out while I was in San Francisco.
Wow.
Helping to break the news.
They have internet connection out there?
They do.
Okay.
You know, the Wi-Fi, it's a little sticky, but still managed to find a connection. BlackRock breaking the news that they're cutting hundreds of jobs, trimming about 1% of staff, which only translates to about 250 employees firm-wide. But you consider the fact that they instituted 2 rounds of job cuts last year as well.
1%?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not alone in this, though. Wall Street overall eliminated more than 10,000 jobs. At least that was reported this latest quarter.
Was Amanda Lynham part of that 1%?
I don't think so, but that's pretty big news that she's going to Goldman.
Yeah, big story there. You know, BlackRock's Amanda Lynham going to be chief credit strategist over at Goldman.
Yeah.
Anyway, how is San Francisco? Is it clean?
You know, I hear they really clean it up for this conference. It's just
they just shoot away all the riffraff for 1 week.
Yeah, and I don't really like explore the city, but what I saw looked great, Romaine. You'll be happy to hear.
You did not explore the city, really?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, you sure? You didn't get out?
I was too focused.
Sightseeing?
Too focused. I was dialed in.
All right, well, we are focused here on the market with those closing bells just about, 14 minutes away. David Bahnsen going to be joining us after the break. Stick with us. A lot coming up here on the close. This is Bloomberg. Just about 10 minutes until we get to those closing bells. Romaine Bostic here alongside Katie Greifeld. A strong start to the day for U.S. equities, Katie, but seeing a little bit of a fade as we get closer to the closing bells.
Yeah, not a lot of enthusiasm out there. You can see the S&P 500 still higher by about 0.3% if you round up. I will note that volume higher than it has been over the past 30 days or so. But it's interesting to see that sort of impulse just drag on as the day does too.
Yeah, I don't think we have the numbers on the board there, but we're up about 0.2% now on the S&P. But the outperformance by the Russell, that continues to be a big story here, up about 1% on the day. Mid-caps up 1.3, transports up 1.8. And that gets to this idea that money's still staying in this market, just maybe looking for a relatively different home, at least when it comes to valuations.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about small caps so much on this program in recent weeks, but it bears repeating. I mean, you think about the small caps versus the S&P 500, 9 straight days of outperformance. We haven't seen that in years, and I don't necessarily know what the catalyst is right now because for so long it's just been a bet on the Fed lowering rates.
All right, well, let's pose that question to our next guest here. Maybe he sees a little bit more of a reason for those moves. David Bahnsen is the Chief Investment Officer at the Bahnsen Group. He joins us here in Studio 2 with just about 9 minutes until the closing bells. Can you actually explain kind of the newfound interest in a lot of these small and mid-cap stocks?
Yeah, here's what I would say. The most important thing is that the market never needs a reason. And so we can talk about what the reasons are. I think a lot of them are just gravity related and the pull of certain relationships getting so distorted. The big cap and small cap relationship was way off. It can stay off for a long time. It did. This didn't start this year. Katie's right. I think 9 days in a row, she said. That doesn't happen often, but this was happening a lot in December. Not 9 in a row, but 6 on, 4 on. I mean, mean,
Yeah.
you got a trend going there. It's not just small cap either.
Okay.
It is the even weighted versus cap weighted. It is value versus growth.
Yeah.
It's some of those out of favor sectors.
Yeah.
And the correlations within the market right now have got to be very, very low, because I'm seeing things on a screen. It looks like today we're going to end up being somewhat flattish. S&P 20 to 30 bips. There's tons of names up 3, 4, 5%.
Well, the funny thing is about that, as much as we kind of nitpick and scrutinize this, there are a lot of people who say this is actually a good thing, right? To a certain extent, this is how a healthy market should actually be operating.
Yes, it's been a theme of ours for a while, a rotation, not a correction. So much of our time as investors since the financial crisis has been in risk on versus risk off periods. A correction hurts everything. A rotation just simply means a change in leadership. If we were to look at the trailing 12-month returns on Mag 7, people would be shocked at how low they are, besides NVIDIA and Google. I mean, you're talking about low single-digit returns on some of these names.
Oh, I've looked, yeah.
Yeah, it is a good point that, we tend to talk about tech as a monolith, but there's been a lot of dispersion there, especially if your name isn't NVIDIA. But that being said, how are you feeling about big tech, the state of the AI trade? Because it seems to be wobbling a little bit over the past few weeks, or at least there's been more questions as to how long this can run.
Well, look, NVIDIA's high was October 29th. It's a few months now, and I think you're going to end up looking at very muted returns in 26, best case. It also will be a high dispersion of results. You notice now all of a sudden CoreWeave is rallied again. Oracle is still way down from its September high. That's what I expect, is you're going to see some winners, some losers, because people have to get off of this idea that they're all going to win. That was always a ridiculous idea. This is really a trade that people have to start looking at with the specific ingredients, and I think there's a lot of question about the circular funding model out of AI CapEx.
Yeah, certainly, and those questions are going to be coming back to the forefront as we get deeper into earnings. But let's talk about potential winners here, because that's a lot of fun. I see in your notes that the energy sector, in your view, a solid contrarian play in 2026. Tell us what you're seeing there, because I feel like energy is one of those sectors that if you're a tourist, if you're not like a pure play energy investor, it's easy to get overwhelmed.
Well, look, my point with being contrarian here is not that it will be the top performing area. It's that when people leave it for dead, it can be a very surprising performer. The last time energy was 2.9% of the entire S&P, when it spent most of my life being 10 to 15%, was in 2020, and it proceeded to then go up 120%. The sector is just too low weighted within the overall market. So whether it's upstream, midstream, combination across energy, I think you get a repricing that's attractive for investors this year. We've already seen it a little bit. So some things have priced up quite a bit. The integrateds, your Exxon, Chevron, some of this is Venezuela related. But no, the midstream area continues to have really attractive yield spreads.
I am curious just about the general nature of geopolitics. You mentioned Venezuela. There's a lot of things going on. I know they haven't had a huge impact on the market, at least not a lasting impact on the market. But do you sort of factor that into, I know you're kind of a bottom-up fundamental investor, but when does it become a bottom-up fundamental kind of story, some of these issues?
Because the top-down geopolitics does affect bottom-up. And so that's the area that we as portfolio managers have to look to. Chevron there is a good example. We want a base case where we like the valuation, and then you look for things that we might want to weight it a little higher in terms of some of those particular top-down issues. Chevron's going to be a winner out of the Venezuela story. They were already reasonably priced. Both Exxon and Chevron, I think, made acquisitions during COVID that have never really gotten priced in. It took a little while to integrate, but between Noble and then Hess, Exxon as well, their balance sheets always enable them to pick up market share. They benefit from that, not for a year, but for 10 years. And so there's a lot of benefit in the integrated. But I would argue the midstream's the story no one's really talking about. People love to hate midstream.
And I mean, and then anything with Venezuela, I mean, you can sort of draw a line as to who potentially benefits from that, whether you agree with what's going on politically. Similar story when it comes to what's going on in the defense space because of some of the conflicts overseas. But come back home here in the U.S. and all of the talk right now about Fed independence, this idea that no matter who's sitting in that chair come June, at the June meeting, that he or she is going to be way more dovish by default than Powell, or at least the perception than Powell was. Do you worry at all about the decision-making process at the Fed based on all the politics around it?
It's not so much that I don't worry about it as much as I've already accepted the fact that this president gets to pick the next Fed chair, and this president is not going to pick a Fed chair who is not going to cut at least twice after they come in. And so we know that.
Always a reminder, too, he also picked the current Fed chair.
That's exactly right. And
I know he doesn't think you did, but he did.
No, he did. And that, to me, reiterates my point as to how in his mind, I'm not defending it because I'm very much against the way the president has handled all of this. But in his mind, he feels, I made that mistake, I won't make it again.
Gotcha.
Ultimately, I believe that Fed independence is a very important thing. There's a lot of issues here that complicate it, but he's not going to fire him. And whoever is there is going to cut rates, I think, twice in the second half of the year. That's already in the Fed futures. The bigger question is the year after. Okay, when that immediate political expediency is not as intense, and then we have different data that may or may not call for a different action. I don't think you're going to do a lot of damage taking 50 more out of the curve. But if you are cutting once you're already near around the neutral rate, around 3-ish, and if you are at good GDP growth, to me, if they're cutting next year, you better be in recession.
Well, that's something I wonder about, what the market reaction function looks like. Because, okay, let's say we get 2 cuts next year. Let's put aside what happens the year after that because there's so many unknowns. But let's say we get 2 cuts next year. There's no guarantee that, the long end of the Treasury curve is going to cooperate and move lower. I mean, we saw that last September as well. The Fed came out with a jumbo rate cut and the long end shot up. So if the economy, if the data is in a place where it doesn't support those at least 2 cuts, how do you think the market reacts?
Well, the Fed should not be cutting based on trying to control the long end of the curve. The Fed's job is not the long end. The long end is telling us what the economy is doing. The 10-year is the best barometer to measure expectations for nominal GDP growth we've ever had. And the reason we're around 4% right now has nothing to do with the Fed on the 10-year. It's because the inflation is 2 to 2.5-ish, and real GDP growth is 1.5 to 2-ish. That's basically the math of this. I think the 10-year is going to do what it's going to do, and there's no central bank I've seen that's been able to control the long end. So that isn't really going to be the issue. The short end, though, is where you can do a lot of distortion in asset prices and create malinvestment, create bad decisions because they've overstimulated with the short end.
All right, David, always great to get your insights.
Thank you so much.
David Bahnsen, Chief Investment Officer over at the Bahnsen Group, counting you down to those closing bells. Just about 30 seconds to go, Katie Greifeld, and we are well off the highs of the day. In fact, near session lows, but still green across the screen for most of the major indices here. A bit of a turnaround from the last couple of sessions.
Absolutely. And the small caps, again, let's shout them out because you've seen the enthusiasm fade at the big index level, but the Russell 2000 is still higher by more than 1% right now, Romaine.
As we get the closing bells in New York, the cheering and the clapping begins here, and good reason for it. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to add about 0.6% here on the day, up more than almost 300 points here on the day. The S&P 500 adding about 18 points or 1/4 percentage point. The NASDAQ Composite also up 1/4 percentage point. The NASDAQ 100 up about 0.3%. But the real stars of the show, you're going to find that in the equal weighted S&P 500, that's up about 0.5%. Transport's up 1.8, mid caps up 1.2, and the Russell 2000, Katie, up 0.9%.
And it's interesting, even though at the S&P 500, you didn't exactly see that big rally, breadth was pretty good. You had more than 300 names actually finish in the green, even though the index as a whole was only higher by about 0.2%.
A big focus on the markets, and of course this week, a big focus on bank earnings. The CEO of J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, well, he's sitting down right now with our very own David Rubenstein at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let's listen in.
I guess it's about 700%. And your stock price up about 500% or something like that?
Like 1,000%, but go ahead.
Right. How much?
We paid back, bought back a lot of stock and paid a lot of dividends and all that, so yeah.
So it's pretty good, so people are very happy. And so the question you get asked every day, 5 times a day, is how much longer do you want to do this? And the answer is 5 more years?
Yeah, at least.
About 5 more years?
I love what I do. It's up to the board how long I do it. As long as I have the energy and the spit in the eye and the fire in the gut, yeah, I want to do it.
Okay. Yeah. So you recently built a new building in New York. Why did you decide to build your headquarters in New York? You tore down the building you had, built a new building, took a couple years and cost maybe $3 billion or something like that. and it's now open. Are you happy you made that decision, and are you going to build a similar building in London now?
Yeah, we are. So if you look at what we have, we spend $40 billion a year on people, which is important, $4 billion a year on real estate. We want to have great real estate. The old building wasn't fit for purpose. It was too small, couldn't handle our trading floors. I looked everywhere. I looked downtown, I looked at Hudson Yards, I looked at buying Vanderbilt, but we could tear that building down, we could buy air rights. You know, I thought it was the best location in the best city, and then we should build it there. We're quite happy we did it. It's beautiful. It's got 14 places to eat, got Morgan's Pub, Guinness beer. It has sushi bars and hamburger and daily provisions. People like Danny Myers helped us make sure it had the right vibes when you go there. It's got sweet greens, 8 trading floors, full city blocks. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, and people like going there, and people bringing their moms and dads and kids to show it. When you walk in, it's also got a big American flag up front blowing in the wind inside. And so, yeah, I love it.
So recently, you've been talking about the importance of the United States, and they're celebrating our 250th, but also investing in things that are security related. What made you focus on that? And you're now going to commit, $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years for this kind of investment. Why did you decide to do that?
Yeah, so I've always been a patriot, and like you talk here about growth. Growing the economy and the grievances of America, which is a lot of legitimate ones we've got to deal with and get policy right. But one of them was this notion that we ended up being so reliant on other people, some potential adversaries, for things critical to the security of the United States. And it wasn't just us, it was our allies too. So we did some real research across 28 industry groups, and you're talking about rare earths, which you all know about, active pharmaceutical ingredients, which some of you may know about, obviously military production, drones, air, cyber, satellite. What are the things you need for resiliency? That we already did a lot of it, and we wanted to do more, realizing it was an important thing to do. How we got here, I don't like crying over spilled milk, but we should never have been here. So that's $1.5 trillion. My guess is it'll be quite a bit more than that by the time we're done. We've had a deluge of interest in it. Then we hired Todd Combs, who's just a world-class investor and a world-class person who's got his own deluge coming in to invest, $10 billion and probably more, and we certainly probably have partners in that, in helping companies with growth capital that they need to grow, to build the next plans or something. We did real research on supply chains. There's a lot of companies that provide what's important for basic, important military equipment that need help to grow. They could be private companies or bigger companies. There's a venture capital component. We're also going to do research. So think around the shipbuilding ecosystem, and policy. There are a lot of things that are wrong, or policy reasons, how we're allowed to procure in the military, things like permitting, EPA laws. If you want to keep this country safe and secure, we need to do this work. We need to do it now and right away. It also will be extended to nations in Europe, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Australia, et cetera. And it's just important we do it. National security. If you didn't get the wake-up call in February when 300,000 Russian troops invaded Ukraine, the world's not safe. It was never safe. We just got lulled into a false sense of security. The biggest safe thing to have is the strongest military on the planet.
So, Jamie, you went to Harvard Business School, graduated as a Baker Scholar, top 5% of your class. You could have gone to Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, all the famous firms. You chose to go work for a person who was a friend of your father's. Name is Sandy Weil. You did that, and then when Sandy left, you stayed with him, and then ultimately you guys went to Citicorp, and then he fired you. And did you ever think then that you'd be coming back and running the most important bank in the world at the time you got fired there? Or what were you thinking at that time? And I said you should come into private equity. I went to see you, and I said, why don't you come to private equity? And you didn't seem that interested. But
the biggest money offer I ever got in my life was from this guy over here. It was never about money for me. And I knew after I got fired that they were going to screw up Citi, because I knew how stupid some of the things they were doing was. But no, I didn't think that way. I just, I took time. I thought about all these various alternatives. I spoke to a lot of people, and then I went to Bank One. I love the Home Depot guys. They were talking to me, but I had to confess to them when I walked in, I'd never been in a Home Depot until my friend made me go that weekend before I had dinner with Arthur Blank, Bernie Marcus, and Ken Langone. And I just loved their culture, but I'd never been in a merchant business, and I'd been on, kind of Wall Street trading. insurance, et cetera. But bank one was there. I thought it was going to be tough. I put half my money into it. I moved my money to Chicago. I love Chicago. And all I thought about is just do the best you can. I mean, I don't like it when senior people complain. I always had a no whining sign. Suck it up and do the job. That's all it was. And I just go about the work, and division by division, person by person, department by department, tech by tech, try to build something great. I had my eye on J.P. Morgan Chase, and a couple of years, I thought it would never happen because we were so small and not doing well. But 4 years later, we had done a good job at Bank One. The values were close enough. Bill Harris and I know each other. We merged the two companies. Then I had a dream that if we did it right, we could make this a great company. Then I really did. Like that was.
What do you think is the most important thing you did that put J.P. Morgan ahead of every other bank in the world? What is it? Is it that you worked harder? You hired better people around you? What were the things that you think they're most important thing that made J.P. Morgan what it is today?
First of all, a lot of people do things better. So to say we're the best in everything is not right. And I think that's one of the reasons sometimes we do better a little bit, which is, I'm relentless. Detail, facts, analysis, no bullshitting, no meetings after meetings. Share all the information, put it on the table, put the dead cats on the table, go through system by system by system by system, get out in the road, visit other companies. They all do things better than you. Learn, and be relentless about doing it. Big companies slow down, they become complacent, they become bureaucratic, all that stuff, arrogant, is the petri dish of politics. As Jeff Bezos says, that kind of stuff leads to stasis and death. And if you don't believe me, you look at all the companies who failed, huge, wonderful companies. And, it was because of things like that. So I'm kind of relentless about driving stuff. Nothing's too small to care about. So when I go around my company, I was listening to you talk about, Chris running Hilton. Nothing's too small to care about. Hey, Chris, I want to be able to read when I'm having shampoo or conditioner, okay? That's my one big beef. And also, one button to turn off all the lights when you get into these fancy rooms or something like that.
I know.
And you're tired and you're going to go to bed. So that's what management is. It's relentless attention to detail, getting strategy right, investing your capital, not being beholden to people. But the most important is that the people at the company can contribute to the best of their ability. They know that you, the boss, don't know everything. And they know that you just want to do the right thing for the company, the client, or the community. And that's the only goal. There's no other goal. We don't pander to Wall Street about quarterly earnings or stuff like that. I've never spent any time in that in my life. Just try to do the right thing for the right reason and do it quickly.
Now, you used to, I don't know if you still do this, how technologically proficient you are, but you used to come in every morning with a list of things to do. You wrote it down on the handwriting.
I hesitate to do this because there's a TV out there, and so the TV's going to zoom in on it. I did that once with a credit card. They took my number and immediately got stolen by criminals. And yeah. So, does anything bad about the press on here?
Okay, so now many people in the business world, they're out socializing, all kinds of other organizations. You don't do anything. You just run your bank and you spend time with your family. Isn't that boring?
No. I love my family. I love all of them. I got 7 grandkids and 1 more coming. We take our family vacations together. That's the most important thing. The second most important thing is my country that I do spend time on. With my own time, my own effort, my company obviously gets involved. I love business. I think if she's talking about I don't do a lot of black ties. I don't play golf. I don't do red carpets. I do a little bit, but I love what I do. I mean, it's not like, I don't feel like I have any regrets at all about doing that. And I feel, if J.P. Morgan Chase does well, I can help our employees, I help my clients, I help my communities, I help my country, I help the world, if I do a good job. I always tell people, if we don't keep J.P. Morgan healthy and vibrant, I cannot do those things. That's when the other side of that. You gotta lay people off, it's miserable, your life is terrible, and so I fight hard to make sure we're healthy and vibrant.
Now, you flirted at times with maybe running for president of the United States. Are you still thinking maybe you would ever do that?
Yeah, I never really flirted with it. Oh. I simply asked someone once, what does it entail?
Okay.
And they told me. That was it.
All right.
And it entails a lot.
Well,
I mean, it is a huge thing, but I love what I do, and this is what I intend to be doing.
Right. So suppose a president of the United States said, I'd like you to be Secretary of the Treasury or Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. What would you say to that?
Well, Chairman of the Fed, I'd put in the absolutely, positively, no chance, no way, no how, for any reason.
Okay.
Secretary of the Treasury, I would consider, if a president calls you up and asks you to do something, you should consider it. So I would take the call and consider it and think about why and what they want, et cetera. But what they want and how they want to operate, that would be important to me. I like my job. I've been my own boss for pretty much 25 years, and I like it that way. I was in Peru at the APEC meeting or something like that, and I was coming on stage like this, a televised thing, and as I was walking up, the person who questioned me, I think it was from Bloomberg, said, the president just tweeted that he likes you or something like that, but you're not going to be Secretary of Treasury. And she asked me on national TV. So I said, that's good because I like being my own boss.
So when
we both like it that way.
When the Great Recession happened, were you worried about the viability of our financial system? Your bank was in pretty good shape. Were we worried that many investment banks and commercial banks were going to go under at that time?
Yeah, well, a lot of them did. And yeah, a lot of companies around the world, a lot of non-banks around the world went bankrupt. JP Morgan, we did a lot to keep people afloat. We took a lot of risk to do that. We worked with governments around the world. It was terrifying. And it was, 24/7, and, people were just trying to do the right thing to make sure, we kept the...
Do you think there's a chance of something like that happening next couple of years? Do you think we're much better protected from that kind of problem?
Well, there's no chance that you're going to have that kind of problem, but, there are chances to have a problem somewhere, somehow. The biggest unknown is geopolitics, and it's not like, and you have to be dangerous, careful you talk about it. It's not like that's going to determine what the economy does in 2026, but it is a moving tectonic plate. Alliances, obviously there's terrible war in Ukraine, which we need to do as much as we can to help Ukraine, but aided and abetted by and Russia, somewhat by China. Those folks have told you what they want to do. They want to dismantle the system set up, they think, by America, but it's set up by the Western world. After World War II, has been quite successful. Yeah, there are a lot of forces at play. And, and people are going to have to choose, how they want to play this for now. So, yeah, that would be my greatest concern. And that's about the future of the free democratic world. That's not just about America.
Are you worried about the over-regulation that some people in the banking world think that is occurring now, or do you think the regulations are okay now?
My biggest, the problem with regulations, when you talk to some people, it's always act like it's more or less. Well, and a lot of you deal with regulations. I think you can create more liquidity in the system, more capital uses, more lending capability, reduce rules and regulations which cause, when there's complaints about debanking and complaints about X, I think we could make the system better, work better, cheaper, work for more Americans, and safer. And what bothers me the most is when we talk about regulations, that no one ever steps back and say, what are we trying to accomplish? Or why do we want to accomplish it? And what's better, this or that? Because no matter what you do, there are pros and cons. So take the system as, banks are very strong today, but take the system as a whole. We've gone from 8,000 public companies to 4,000 public companies. Is that what we wanted? Because that's what we did. We did it with no forethought, without even thinking about it. But it was, years of rules and regulations that made it costly and litigious and hard. And, we let institutions like ISS and Glass Lewis, vote 30% of the shares in America. And so, yeah, I'm quite concerned about that we get regulations right. We all want safe financial system, a safe food, and safe, but it doesn't mean you have to have endless regulations. Regulations should be reviewed and improved all the time, as opposed to what we do today. I put that in a lot of policy. We just add things on top of things. And if you look at policy in America, well, our affordable housing, it's all about policy. Zoning policies, permitting policies, housing policies. It's all about policy. It's got not a damn thing to do that people don't want to build homes or move into homes. And I could say it's about a mortgage business. We made it more expensive because of rules and regulations. Education. We don't measure the outcomes of high schools and community colleges and colleges. How many jobs do they get at what income levels? And we can do it. So look at work skills. We're going to need 200,000 welders. We need welding schools. So if government's going to have policy, you should have policy that aids and abets and incents and has the guardrails to create the right behaviors, not endless policies that slow things down, which is what we have. We're slowly going the way of Europe. Europe, you may not know this, has gone from 90% per person GDP of America to 65%. That's what they've done. It was all policy. A lot of the policy done in the name of good. And that's what we do all the time. We're endless, rules and regulations that create these things. I also think you all should learn to call it not red tape, but blue tape. Blue tape. Okay, the Democrats love that crap. And then they want to make it litigious. that every flaw that ever happens is on purpose by bad people. So policy, we need good policy. And we're going to be fighting much more for good policy this year at JP Morgan.
So recently, there's been some comment by you about the independence of the Federal Reserve Board. What more might you want to say about your view about the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve Board?
Yeah, people, too much ink gets spilled on certain things. Everyone I know, including the President of the United States, says we need an independent Fed board. Most people I know, including the President of the United States, speak up about their opinion, which they're free to do. Some say it more aggressively than others. That's their right. The question is only about when certain things take place, and think of lawsuits and stuff like that, does it chip away at that independence? There's some spectrum. So you can say a little bit, you can say a lot, but you don't want to chip away too much, because if you chip away too much, in my view, this is my opinion, it will drive rates higher, not lower. That's all.
And that's not a job you would take. If the President of the United States said to you, I'd love you to be the chairman, you'll be very independent, you wouldn't take that.
I would so much more prefer this job than that job. That's a hard job, but I don't want to do that job.
Okay. So Warren Buffett more or less invented the idea of writing a letter to his shareholders that everybody reads. You have done the same, and now Warren Buffett's probably not going to write his letter anymore, and yours is widely read. How much time do you put into writing that letter, and do you get nervous that so many people are going to pay attention to every single word? You have to get it exactly right?
Yeah, I do all of that. So first of all, I've been reading his letters my whole life. And in fact, I got his letters from 1956 when it was a partnership in private. And he said you should speak to your shareholder like it's your smart sister or mother or something like that. Explain to them what you're doing and why you're doing it. So I do that. I make a list of questions. I get the questions. I do it myself. I ask shareholders. I get my management team, or like, what is the most important stuff for JP Morgan? And I kind of make that list. I start writing. I spend a lot of time on it. Very often I use it to answer the question. I don't know the answer, and I actually do the work. So now I'm like doing a lot of research while I'm writing the letter to answer the question: what are we going to do? Is what we did the right thing? Should we do more of it? How are we going to use AI or open banking or whatever the question is, debanking? What is the real issue? Then I try to explain it in terms to our people. And then I started doing public policy, because no bank is actually much stronger than the country it lives in. And and Suzanne showed you that 3% growth versus 1% growth. You don't know how accurate that is about what it does. So I had done, this goes back, but America from 2000 to 2020 grew 2% a year. Had it grown 3% a year, which I think was eminently achievable, our GDP per person would be $20,000 more a year today, per person, which would afford a lot of safety nets, a lot of infrastructure, have a lot of taxes, and we didn't do it. And it's around basic things. So I started to do more of that. What are the things that we could do that can foster growth, secure the country, make it a healthier place, lift up all of our citizens? Here's another one. Almost all of the bad policies we have, the thing that inner city schools don't work, immigration policy, some of the stuff we do in immigration, permitting policies, schools, almost all of that hurts lower paid people more than anyone in this room. So in some ways, we could ignore it because it's not really affecting us directly, because your kids don't go to those schools. You're not as worried about that. The lower income folks have worse health care, worse job prospects. It's become intergenerational. Their schools don't work. They have more crime. And that's what we did. That was us. That was all policy. And then people stand behind ideology and morality, on both sides, thinking that they did stuff to fix it, and they didn't. And so I have a frustration around that. And obviously, I feel the same way about the security and resiliency things like permitting. I always make a list of how we do with mortgages and affordable housing. So we may start a new one called the American Dream. We do a lot to do mortgages, affordable housing, health care, skills, jobs. I would double the earned income tax credit or something like that. There are a lot of things we could do that would grow us to 3% and help all of our citizens and secure the nation. And we better do it pretty quick, because on the security side, we don't have forever.
Now, are you worried about the size of the U.S. debt? We have $38 trillion of debt. We're adding $2 trillion every year. Do you see any way that's going to be solved? And do you worry that this is going to impact the value of the dollar at some point?
Yeah, so so I agree with Chris. If you look at the economy today, there's a lot of good short-term things. Like, think of this year. You know, the one big, beautiful bill, there's a lot of stimulus. The Fed is buying bonds again. That's, you know, they don't call it QE, I would, but it lifts up asset prices and stabilizes certain markets. Deregulation is real, and it's going to also drive animal spirits. A lot of investment coming to the United States and AI. That's all good, and that's probably going to drive stuff. I call this geopolitics and the deficit, I call those more like tectonic plates. They're difficult, they're moving, they may crash, we don't know, and we don't know when. So it isn't a 2026 issue, but our deficit is almost $2 trillion this year. Our total debt is 30 trillion, then it's going to be next year 32, then 34, then 37, then 40. It is not sustainable. It will not work eventually. I just don't know when that is. The best anecdote is growth. I mean, if you just model anything, growth will make up for it. And growth, I always tell people, good policy is free. Good policy is free, for God's sakes. Like, we already spent $800 billion in K-12. You know, stopping people from building stuff, it's free. It'll create jobs, it'll create productivity. And so, yeah, that I do quite worry about that. I think that when we have time. We have time to get the policy right, to grow the economy, and then we're going to have to start making some other choices too.
So you know Warren Buffett and you admire him. Recently you hired somebody that was working for Warren Buffett and to come do some investing for you. Was that difficult to call Warren Buffett and say, I'm taking one of your people, or he didn't really care?
No, because I think it's a free country and people can make their own decisions. And I did call Warren, and you know, he probably wouldn't have preferred it, but he said if he's going anywhere, at least he's going to you. He was on my board, so I knew him. And I'm thrilled to have him. He's just a high-class individual, a brilliant investor. You know, I have a lot of incoming ideas to invest in. So you're going to see us do investments in some of these security and resilience-related companies, from the venture side to more of a merchant banking, large type of deal or something like that. So, but he was an individual. He'd been with Warren for 16 years. He loved it. He was already thinking about what he really wanted to do in the next stage of his life. But this was like a patriotic move. It's different. He's loving it. He has an office on our floor. You know, he's seen people we all know all the time. And it's been just a great add to the company. So,
of all the things you do, is the most enjoyable getting to meet with members of Congress? When you come down here, is that an uplifting experience when you come down to meet with members? How do you like that?
So you should know, I do it all the time. I think it's part of my job. Years ago, I said, you know, government is another line of business. It is. We take it seriously, and to make an important point here, and the chamber does this, which I think they do a great job. Congratulations, Suzanne and Ross. You got to get engaged. It's very easy to say no. There are a lot of people in the Congress, House and Senate, who want to do the right job. And they need help to do the right job. I'm not insulting their intelligence, they're quite bright, but you know, they need the research, the facts, the analysis to figure out what to do when these complex issues come up. So I think we all need to do it. And the only thing I would urge you all to do when you do it, don't always make it parochial about your own self-interest. It should also be about what's in the interest of the United States of America. You're all gonna do fine anyway. And there's just too much. This happens from everyone. It happens from, you know, unions and government and businesses, where the self-interest is so high, it actually is part of why we have 2% growth. And I think we should all open our eyes a little bit and make sure we do the right things. You know, it's okay to fight for you know, for your own interest, but there's too much of that going on.
A lot of people in the top levels of financial world have found it difficult to have only one spouse. You've managed to have one spouse for how many years now?
I have a wonderful, unbelievable spouse, but one is enough.
Okay. All right. And so what do you do in your spare time? I mean, you can't be working all the time. Do you have any hobbies? Do anything other than worry about the JP Morgan?
Yeah, so my daughters, who I also love deeply, and I have wonderful son-in-laws, one said to me, Dad, you need more hobbies. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? We take all our family vacations together, you know, around the world. We enjoy it. I love history, I love wine, I love music, I love reading, I love arts, I love, we watch movies together. That's what I like. Okay. You know, I mean, I'm not looking to do other stuff. And we hike together. We used to play tennis together. I can't play tennis anymore. So that's what I like. Those are my sports. We all do the gym together. We have lunches and dinners together. We have family dinners like almost every Saturday or Sunday night. that's what I like, and that's what I'm going to do until I'm no longer here.
And do you, have you ever had your credit card denied? I mean, you have a lot of, has anybody ever denied Jamie Dimon?
Yes, my own credit card has denied me several times, and I'm sitting there.
And what do you do? You tell them who you are?
Well, it doesn't work to tell them who you are. They don't know who I am. Fortunately, I'm usually with someone else, and I said, take your card out. But it's sometimes for very good reason, because the card was stolen, and that number would be used, and they would just want to stop it. We have better algorithms now where, even if my card was stolen, if I'm going to the same restaurant I've always gone to, it can get approved. Even though the number is already out in the marketplace trying to be used to buy TVs or jewelry somewhere, something like that. The most annoying, and I get these complaints, and very often I get complaints, they say, well, that's our rules. I'm like, they say, yeah, that may be our rule, but it's not the way to treat someone. And, like we had someone who didn't pay, a very good client. They had a credit card. They spent, thousands of dollars a month. They always didn't pay on time, which happens to some of you too. And then the wife went to buy a bagel at a bagel store and it got turned down. And I'm like, really? Really? Is that how we should treat? So change the goddamn policy, and like, because they hadn't paid $100 minimum balance or something like that. No. So yeah, you have to fight hard to make everything better all the time. And the first way you do that is you and your teams should read these things, like customer complaints, go to the call centers, go to the branch. I ask people at the branch, what's the biggest complaint you have? And sometimes they tell me, I say, why do we do that? Why would we do that? From opening, like I remember going in Chicago, it was freezing out, and the branch was supposed to open at 10, there's all day hanging out. It's 10, it's 10:01, and they finally open the rest. And they say, well, that's the rule. They can't open until 10. I said, when that little lady's next time, open the door. Give her a hot cup of coffee. So now I mandate, you got to open the doors, which we better still be doing, by the way, 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time. I don't want to hear that crap. Treat people the way you want to be treated, and if our policies don't work, rewrite them.
Now, did your parents live to see your success, and what did they say? Did they say, we always knew you were going to be the CEO of JP Morgan and was going to do well, or what did they say?
My mom had a little of that. You'll be a general one day or something like that. But they both died in 2016, literally together in the same bed, within 12 hours of each other. So they got to see a lot of it, and we're quite proud. My grandparents were all Greek immigrants who didn't finish high school. So I'm part of that story. And they instilled in all of us, values, and the values were have a purpose, work hard, make the world a better place, treat everyone properly and equally. And they got to see that. So they're proud of all of their sons. My twin brother's an educator. My older brother is a physicist. And so it wasn't about, my dad was a broker, but it wasn't about going to financial services. It was about, making the world a better place. Values I'm sure a lot of you have.
Do you have a twin brother?
I have a twin brother.
And is that easy being Jamie Dimon's twin brother, you think?
No, he loves me, and vice versa. And having a twin brother is an unbelievable thing. And so of course early on we fought and up. You got close over time. We adore his wife. He comes over to a lot of those family dinners. And when I had cancer, he came to see me every freaking day.
And you're fully recovered now from your cancer?
Yeah, no, I'm fully recovered, yeah.
And how many times do people think that you are, because you're in the financial service world, you're Jewish? You get a lot of that? Did you get a lot of that?
It's that, and my name is Dimon, but it would have been Demetriou. So it's like an Ellis Island shortened name. And my wife's last name was Kent, and she is Jewish. So a lot of people do.
So final question.
But my kids, I hate anti-Semitism. So I'm just make that clear. And it should be fought everywhere, all the time.
Final question. What would you like people to know the most about JP Morgan? If they walk away from here today, what would you like people to take back in their head about JP Morgan, about what it is, what it's done, or what it stands for?
That we will stand by good clients in thick or thin, that we always try to be better, that we are strong, but that strength is for you, that we want the community to be better, we want your companies to be better, we want the country to be better. We'll do our part making this a better world. And we do it with a forethought and with every sinew of our bodies to try to do the best we can. And we God knows we make mistakes. We will say we made a mistake, we're sorry, and we'll fix it. That's what we'll do. And
well, congratulations on your success. Thanks for being here.
David, thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
And that, of course, was J.P. Morgan.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
CEO Jamie Dimon speaking with David Rubenstein at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Really interesting, wide-ranging discussion.
Are you sure that was Jamie Dimon?
I'm
because
pretty sure.
Probably the most newsworthy bit out of this is that he has a twin brother, which I never knew about.
I was shocked
And now
to hear
I'm
it.
questioning every time I've ever seen him whether that was really him
Maybe
or his brother
that's
Ted.
the secret to longevity. They're just switching them out there. But yeah, Ted and Jamie Dimon, definitely a little fun fact that we learned there. But let's discuss all of it with Bloomberg's chief Wall Street correspondent, Sri Natarajan, as well as finance reporter Catherine Doherty. Sri, I'll start with you. So the interview started off with the question, the age-old question for Jamie Dimon. When are you going to retire? What's next? And I don't think we got an answer.
But did you notice a variation to his usual joke answer? He always says at least 5 more years. This time he said at least 5 more years, at least, which at least tells me we're not counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're now going 5, 6, 7, 8. So 69-year-old Jamie Dimon wants to be there for a little while longer for sure.
Keep going,
Keep going. Okay, so, you know, I mean, 69, he looks great. We also learned that he doesn't golf, but he does go to the gym with his daughters. It was interesting that we didn't necessarily hear his thoughts on credit cards and potentially rates. And that was interesting, Catherine, because I have to imagine he has a lot of opinions.
Well, he did express actually some frustration with his own experience and being denied. He was asked the question, have your credit cards ever not worked when you walk into a merchant store? And the answer was yes. And he then started going into, and this is something that came up a lot, his rants about policy. He is acknowledging that things actually do need to change. Now, he is not the one that's coming forth and proposing the 10% cap on credit cards. That would hurt his business. But he is saying that the way that things work, there could be changes to make the consumer experience more efficient. Think about the actual person rather than maybe the business. And this came up a lot. He was really presenting himself not just as the CEO of the biggest U.S. bank, but he was using the phrase, I'm patriot, bringing up a lot about the country and the U.S. And I think that to me stood out as a major theme in his
I was surprised. Well, not surprised. He's used that word before, but also the idea that he tries to characterize it like that. Also, some of the colorful language he used with regards to regulation. I thought his little quip about stop calling it red tape, blue tape, and then his dig at Democrats. One thing I do want to zero in on is, you know, he kind of referenced all the talk about why he never really entered politics in some sort of formal capacity. And he referenced that Lisa Abramowitz interview from, I think, November, where she asked him about whether he would join the Trump administration. He said, you know, I haven't had a boss for 25 years. But it gets to the idea, I know 69 isn't young, but it's not old either. I mean, do you think there's any possibility that maybe he would warm up to some sort of a formal political position of some sort?
I think the climate in D.C. has to change. Right now, the bigger question is, does the current climate in D.C. allow for a Jamie Dimon to be there? Would there be any administration that will say, let us bring in Jamie Dimon? Certainly doesn't feel like it in a Donald Trump administration. And if you think about a Democratic establishment, look at the language Jamie Dimon has been using about them. Does it feel like when the Democrats come into power, they would want Jamie Dimon as Treasury Secretary? Probably not. But he's clearly said he's open to it. And he's always said that, at least the Treasury Secretary role, if not the Fed chair role. The other interesting thing to me about the Fed chair comments were he said that a lot of ink is spilled on it, but I can assure you that no one I've spoken to, including the president, thinks that the independence of the Fed is not critically important. But if you have been paying attention to Donald Trump, I don't think he's necessarily on the same page as every other big business leader.
At least he hasn't said it word for word. I did find that comment to be interesting. Also, when he answered, he said absolutely, positively no chance when asked about the Fed chair position. And then as it relates to Treasury, he used that same commentary of if the president calls, if the president asks, you at least consider it. But if he was to be called and asked about the Fed chair position, if he's saying so blatantly that he would never consider something like that, it just shows a little bit of a variation here and parsing through his language.
Also, can you put into context, too, kind of his influence? I mean, we know he's very well respected on Wall Street. And he may not be a household name for the average voter, but he certainly carries a lot of weight in Washington. I would say probably more so than most of the other bank CEOs that are always trying to get the ear of Congress or the president. And it gets to this idea of why not have a Trump or anyone in that administration just trying to draw in Jamie Dimon on their side.
Look, absolutely. There's no doubt that he is the top dog on Wall Street. He is the loudest voice on Wall Street, and he's a respected voice. And that happens when you're running the nation's biggest, most successful bank over 20 years. But the question really comes back down to politics, especially with the populist pivot, which you have seen even with this Trump administration. How do you necessarily tell your base that the best idea is to have a fat cat Wall Street CEO as the person who should be guiding the economy when there is so much underlying frustration on Main Street?
Yeah.
Not my words. I'm saying that's the perception out there about leaders like him.
But not to be pedantic, we have a lot of fat cat Wall Street people running our government right now. Catherine, I'll give you the last word. I'll let you off the hook there, Sri. I'll give you the last word. And this really goes back to the idea of his longevity at 69, not only his age, but obviously his tenure at the helm of JP Morgan. Is there a succession plan? Have they articulated a succession plan in some way? And if he does stick around for 5, 6, however many more years, does that upset that succession plan? Because if you are qualified enough to be a successor, why would you sit there for 5, 6, 7, 8 more years?
I think they absolutely, in the last few years, the last year or so, they've set up some executives that is at least signaling that they have people in mind. Now, Sri made a great point earlier about if you have those people and they're set up now, they might stick around in those positions for the next year or two and see not just how the bank is progressing, but how much experience are they actually able, how much is Jamie willing to give up of his own responsibilities? Because at a point when you are thinking about succession, you can't hold on so tightly. He seems very engaged to me at this point in time. And so if in the next 2 years he's still so engaged, those executives haven't really been able to showcase what they can actually do, then it becomes a question for them of whether they stick around and still try to see, is he actually in the next 5 years going to step aside, or does he keep being fulfilled with the work? He clearly is saying today again and again, I enjoy the work that I'm doing, and I think that he sees a direction that the company is going. He talked a lot about this new building and how inspired he gets coming in and seeing the American flag right as he walks in the door. I think there are things that really help him get up and be inspired to come in to do the job he's doing.
Yeah, you've eaten dinner in that building, right?
I
One of
the
25 restaurants in the middle there or
haven't.
something?
One of our producers has. I have seen the flag in the lobby. It has its own fan, so it's always waving.
All right. Catherine Doherty and Sri Natarajan will help to lead our coverage of Wall Street here. A great interview with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon and David Rubenstein. Meanwhile, we go back to the markets here and we look at the seesaw in oil prices and oil stocks. A seesaw on the back of public policy and, more importantly, what the potential reaction by President Trump and the White House will be to Iran. For right now, the president saying that he is holding off on attacking Iran. The unexpected move comes in response to Iran saying it would not execute its protesters. Joining us right now to talk a little bit more about this is Amos Hochstein. He's former senior advisor and deputy assistant to President Biden. He's now a managing partner at the investment company TWG Global. I do want to start off with this idea of the pullback, which I assume might be temporary. And I know there's a lot that we don't know. But given your expertise, given the fact you've been involved in security negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Hezbollah, Israel and dang near everyone who's been trying to attack it, what does the complexion of U.S. involvement in this, I guess we can just call it right now, a potential uprising there in Iran look like?
So it's good to be with you. Yeah, this is, a very fluid situation. The protest started just a couple of weeks ago, and President Trump had vowed that help was on the way and encouraged protesters to go. What we do know is that the regime, unlike in previous times, had a brutal crackdown, a massacre of potentially over 10,000 people in literally 2 or 3 days. So just an extraordinary massacre of its own people. And as a result of that, the United States government was looking to take some action to support the protesters. We know that those protesters probably subsided after Saturday. The brutal crackdown succeeded. And I think so there's been a little bit of, did we miss the window of reverting? And the second is, this is not Venezuela. You can't just take out the supreme leader.
Yeah.
Who comes next is probably the IRGC.
Well, that's what I'm curious about here, because, based on some of the news reporting, and there's a lot we don't know about the location right now of the leader, the location of some of their money and their gold, the positioning of U.S. warships in that region. For some reason, the regime that has existed for the last couple of decades, if they are indeed done, is there a plan out there, whether led by the U.S. or led by some sort of international coalition, to fill that vacuum? Or is this going to be a situation where we're just going to deal with a rogue state for years to come?
So I think the questions that you're raising are exactly right. So number one, we moved a lot of assets, military assets, from the Mediterranean, from the Red Sea, to the Caribbean, in order to put pressure on Maduro and on Venezuela. So we also were in a position where when these protests happened, we didn't have the kind of assets that we normally have in the region. We went from 2 aircraft carriers to 0, et cetera. So that's number one. Number two, your point on who comes next is exactly right. And what you don't want is an Iraq, right, or a Libya, where you end up with a failed state that has several organizations with or entities with a lot of weapons and no opposition. There's currently no leadership to the opposition, except for, to some degree, the late Shah's son, who lives in Maryland, who has become sort of a romantic figure to some in Maryland, in Tehran, but not clear that he has actual support. So I think that there's now part of the problem is when you say help's on the way and then it doesn't come, it also crushes the spirit of those protesters who bravely turned out in the face of a crackdown. But I think where we are today is that it looks like, at the very least, a strike by the United States, a military strike, is put off, but we don't know by how long. And whether or not the Iranians have been able to stabilize the streets and the country. But the regime as we knew it a month ago is probably on its last legs now.
Well, so I actually want to broaden out here and talk about all the different engagements that the U.S. has in the world today. There was a really interesting piece in The Atlantic yesterday, the title of which was "The U.S. Military Can't Do Everything at Once." And the columnist writes that Pentagon officials are privately warning that the U.S. may not be able to threaten Venezuela's regime, support protesters seeking to topple Iran's government, and protect its interests in the Asia-Pacific without being overstretched. And I wonder where you fall on that question, whether or not the U.S. military is spread a little thin here.
Especially if we're going to do a military invasion of Greenland, in addition to all that. Look, I think what we saw in the last couple of days is exactly the problem. When you move all your assets from the Middle East to the Caribbean, and then you get stuck with, not having the assets in the right place, is a demonstration of what you just described. And we are in a place where we really need to pay attention to what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, not because we're going to go to war, but because we have to have a deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. We have to maintain at all times a certain level of military presence in the Red Sea in the Middle East, because the volatility is too high. We have a lot of troops there. We have to make sure that we protect our interests and our allies. Right. So I think you have to pick your poison at some point and say, what is the most critical point? Which is why we need to stay in NATO to leverage that force multiplier that is NATO, and we need to decide what is the most important.
Amos, unfortunately, we're up against the clock. Hope to have you back soon. Fascinating conversation. That is Amos Hochstein. He is former senior advisor and deputy assistant to President Biden. This is Bloomberg.
It was a strong 2025 for the big auction houses. Christie's actually reached $6.2 billion in sales, up about 6%. As for what's in store for 2026, well, we caught up with the CEO of Christie's, Bonnie Brennan. Here's what she had to say.
We try to build sales being responsive to what we see from past seasons, but sometimes it's that incredible story that really brings people out. We are really storytellers in our business, and last year we were really lucky because of the stability in the first half. and some great stories there. It unlocked even more in the fall.
I'm glad you used that word storytelling, because one interesting stat that I saw was that almost like a quarter of art sales, at least the big ones that Christie's and Sotheby's and those do, are now pretty much single source collections, basically estate collections and such. And that's like triple what it was even just like a decade ago. I'm curious though, does that require though a bit more storytelling when you're dealing with kind of these singular collections from one particular family or estate?
Each one is different, so I would say the storytelling is key if it's about the artist. Sometimes it's about the work. Sometimes, as you mentioned last year, a good example, it's about the collector. It's about, in the spring we had the Len Riggio, who founded Barnes & Noble. Great story there. In the fall we had the collection, for example, of Elaine Wynn, a great philanthropist, collector. They shut down the Strip in Las Vegas when she passed away. So each collector really brings their own passion, and it gives us such a great sort of reason to tell a different story.
I'd love to talk a little bit about who is bidding, and I want to start with where, because Christie's, it's particularly strong when it comes to the U.S., but you think about the luxury market worldwide, there's been concerns about what we're seeing in China, Europe as well. So, you talk about how 2025, best year in 3 years, but how did it break down by geography?
America is our biggest region. It's about half of our business. Then Europe. And then Asia actually was just over 25%. Asia's really an incredible gateway for us in terms of new buyers, younger buyers. Half of our, take luxury, for example. Luxury was up last year. Even though the talk of the tariffs, our luxury sales, which we consider jewelry, wine, watches, handbags, cars, vintage cars, up 17% over 24. A number of those buyers and first-time buyers are coming from the Asia market.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you brought up younger buyers, because that's something I wonder about. You think about millennials, for example. It seems like the taste for, framed artwork, fine art, has sort of been ceded to a lot of those luxury items that you mentioned. You think about collectibles when it comes to cars, comes to handbags. So are you seeing that trend as well? And how do you consistently meet and attract that younger buyer?
That's what our base goal is, to make sure that we keep that pipeline of new clients, new friends of Christie's coming to us. We had a really interesting stat that in 24, a new buyer average spend was about $22,000. Last year, that buyer came back and spent 50% more, and they bought in other categories. So we love sort of getting them in, whether it's buying a watch or a piece of jewelry, but exposing them to, say, prints and multiples or contemporary art or 20th century design. And we're seeing that in the numbers. They are transferring over, which is great.
Well, we'll talk about kind of the diversification of offerings, because when we talk about these younger people who have the money and the interest in investing in this stuff, they're not necessarily just looking for the Picassos and the Kuhns and things that the older generations might have done. I was looking at your calendar for 2026. One that jumped out at me was Jim Irsay, who used to own the Indianapolis Colts, has passed on. You're going to auction a lot of his stuff, but this isn't like Monets and Rembrandts and things like that. Talk a little bit about what that
Jim
is.
Irsay was such a passionate collector, and looking at his collection, 400 objects, tells this really the history of pop culture of the last 100 years. Some examples: the saddle worn by Secretariat, the Triple Crown horse, Muhammad Ali's championship belt when he beat George Foreman in that famous fight, Kurt Cobain's guitar that he used in the video to Smells Like Teen Spirit. There's a lot of talk about the dead this week with the passing of Bob Weir. We're going to sell one of Jerry Garcia's guitars called Tiger. So a really interesting collection. He was so passionate, and that's a wonderful story of this larger-than-life guy who wanted these really unique and special objects.
What is next for a company that is 260 years old at a time in our society where so many things have shifted? Interests, wealth, and of course the demographics of that wealth.
Yeah, my key priority, as I said earlier, is making those new connections with people. We have to continue to innovate and evolve. We can't get stuck in what we did 50 years or 100 years ago. So that involves technology. That involves looking at different categories. It's why we bought a car auction house. It's why we're expanding geographically to places like Saudi Arabia. Being nimble and responsive and being brave enough to evolve. We have a durable brand, and we should remember that and be thoughtful and innovative.
And our thanks again to Christie's CEO, Bonnie Brennan. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
All right, as we wrap up our coverage here on this Thursday afternoon, a push ahead to what the markets will have their eyes on over the next 24 hours. The earnings season continues starting tomorrow before the bell.
Absolutely. We get PNC, then we get State Street, another asset manager. BlackRock, of course, set the bar high with $14 trillion in assets.
Yeah, and that's actually going to round out some of the more bigger financial institutions as we get into next week. Look for the regional banks and, of course, the non-bank earnings. We're also going to get industrial production numbers at 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. A bit of a read here on the manufacturing economy.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And then we'll get a little bit of light when it comes to the housing market at 10 a.m. NAHB Housing Market Index comes out there.
Yeah, we actually saw a little bit of a strength in housing sales towards the end of last year. It'll be interesting to see what that index shows and whether we can sort of glean any sort of progress for the rest of this year. And Fed speak. I know you love them.
We certainly do. Jefferson, Bowman, and Collins, of course, hitting the stage. That next Fed decision coming January 28th.
And anything important they have to say, we'll bring it to you right here on The Close. In the meantime, stick around. Balance of Power is up next.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lizzie Burden.
And I'm Caroline Hepker.
US officials have renewed the threat of possible military action against Iran after President Trump suggested that the country's regime may have averted strikes by pledging not to execute protesters. Here's what US Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz told the UN Security Council.
President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like we see at the United Nations. He has made it clear all options are on the table to stop the slaughter. And no one should know that better than the leadership of the Iranian regime.
Mike Waltz's comments were echoed by the White House press secretary as the AP and New York Times reported that leaders across the Middle East have been making the case to the US president not to strike Iran. Meanwhile, Iran's deputy representative to the UN, Gholam Hossein Darzi, delivered this warning to the American administration.
Iran seeks neither escalation nor confrontation. However, any act of aggression, direct or indirect, will be met with a decisive, proportionate and lawful response.
The deputy Iranian ambassador to the UN was also speaking at the Security Council meeting as Fox News reported that the US is moving an aircraft carrier to the Middle East, with more assets expected to arrive in the coming days.
Well, the heightened US-Iran rhetoric comes as Bloomberg Economics has found that Donald Trump is following through on a greater share of his threats in his second term as president. During his first term, Trump carried out about 40% of the threats he made. That rate has risen to 60% so far in his second administration. As Bloomberg's chief geoeconomics analyst Jennifer Welch puts it, the shift suggests Tehran shouldn't bet on taco, referring to the popular investor shorthand for Trump always chickens out.
Meanwhile, the Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has given her Nobel Peace Prize medal to the US president at a meeting at the White House. In a social media post hours later, Trump's called the gesture a great honour and described Machado as a wonderful woman. Speaking to reporters, the politician and activist said that the presentation had historic significance.
I presented the President of the United States the medal, Nobel Peace Prize, and 200 years in history, the people of Bolivar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case a medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
Maria Corina Machado speaking there after Donald Trump previously said that he didn't believe she had support or respect in Venezuela and cleared the way for the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez to become acting president. The Norwegian Nobel Committee has said the award cannot be shared or transferred.
Wall Street's 5 biggest banks reported a record $134 billion of trading revenue last year, and they say more is coming. Morgan Stanley CEO and Chairman Ted Pick led the optimism.
The results for every quarter over the last 8 are a blueprint for Morgan Stanley's success. We expect this mix of tailwinds and headwinds to prevail in 2026 and are prepared to continue to execute.
Debt bankers at Ted Pick's Morgan Stanley increased revenue by 93% in the fourth quarter, capping a record year. The turbulent Trump administration has kept investors on edge, but for bank traders, that has kept paying off as clients rush to reposition their portfolios. Goldman Sachs' CEO David Solomon says deal-making has also taken off.
I think the world is set up at the moment to be incredibly constructive in 2026 for M&A and capital markets activity. And I think the likely scenario is it is a very, very good year for M&A and capital markets activity.
Shares of both Goldman and Morgan Stanley rose the most since April after they published their results. But despite the bumper year and strong forecasts, there were also warnings of enormous amounts of risk and possible AI-related job cuts ahead.
Meanwhile, China's clamping down on high-speed trading. According to Bloomberg sources, Commodities Futures Exchange in Shanghai and Guangzhou are among those who have told local brokers to remove servers dedicated to high-frequency traders that are located inside the the exchange's data centres. There's also a preliminary plan to add 2 milliseconds of latency to any servers that connect to futures exchanges from third-party computer rooms. Chinese shares have tumbled on the news, and the clampdown will hit China's army of domestic high-frequency firms, as well as global firms, including Citadel Securities, Jane Street Group and Jump Trading, who did not respond to a request for comment.
Here in the UK, one of the Conservative Party's most senior politicians has defected to Nigel Farage's Reform UK party. In announcing his move, Robert Jenrick criticised both Labour and Conservatives.
But whilst this government is accelerating our decline, they didn't begin it. We've had 20 to 30 years of this because the two main parties are rotten. They are no longer fit for purpose. They both broke Britain and neither can fix it.
Jenrick has challenged Kemi Badenoch to lead the Conservatives Robert Jenrick had challenged Kemi Badenoch to lead the Conservative Party in 2024. He had served as a minister running housing and immigration policy. Despite Conservatives broadly rallying behind Badenoch, the defection does cement the split on the right. Traditionally a two-party system, British politics now has 5 parties polling, all at similar levels, making the outcome of this May's local elections highly uncertain.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Caroline Hepker.
I'm Lizzie Burden, and this is Bloomberg.
American capacity to be able to do this. This is a bit of a de-risk play. This is a supply chain play. There's a lot of those sort of things at stake here. So that's, I think, the real starting point for when we're talking about the investment side of this. Certainly from Taiwan's side, this is a certain amount of security. You're talking about a reduced tariff rate. You're also talking about a continued closeness with the United States, removing an issue of potential disagreement as Taiwan is facing any number of external pressures from its neighbor just across the water.
Annabelle, we also heard from the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying, he made it pretty clear that Taiwan needs to build more in the U.S. TSMC didn't get mentioned by name, but the implication's pretty clear here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And as Derek was just saying there, I mean, you're talking about an increase in investment in the US, and that very much brings TSMC into it. So obviously, when I spoke with the TSMC CFO, Wendell Huang, yesterday, I was really trying to push them on exactly what sort of expansion they were looking at, because they've just acquired a second site and they've already got plans to have 6 fabs there at 2 advanced packaging facilities. How many more would they look to add? I couldn't actually get the concrete number on that. We do know they're looking at a much bigger expansion in the US and also in Taiwan, of course, but those capex plans for 2026 made it pretty clear as well, because they're massively scaling up to between $52 and $56 billion for this year. That's a big jump from what it was the year prior that as well, and that's going to even go further over the coming 3 years. It was interesting as well to ask Wendell Huang, though, really that priority, which market is more important for you, US or Taiwan, when it comes to more of the advanced nodes. But just take a listen.
We don't look at it this way. It really depends on customer demand. In the U.S., a lot of customer wants to go there, so we will expand over there. But for the leading edge technologies, it will be in Taiwan, because it's a heavy cooperation between the R&D people and operation people for practical reasons.
And leading edge will continue to be led by Taiwan, you think, over the US market, and that no changes to that at all, even with you adding a lot more capacity in the States?
Yeah, that's for practical reasons.
Is it possible, though, to speed up how quickly that advanced tech can be shifted from Taiwan to the States?
Yeah, we can try to do that, to shorten the gap.
What does that transfer gap look like then? If right now it's several years, Taiwan is ahead, what does that actually look like in the future?
We don't have a specific timeline now, but we can try to accelerate that. We think we can try to accelerate.
Could it be shortened to months, do you think?
It will be difficult, challenging.
Okay, so it stays at least 1 year behind then. So I found that really interesting because there's been pressure on TSMC for a number of years now to send its most advanced technology to the States. But Wendell Huang was very much making the point that it's pretty much impossible at this stage. Even if you can shorten that tech transfer gap, there's still issues, for instance, around hiring the right talent in the US, the right ecosystem as well. So still, the most advanced technologies are going to stay on the island.
Yeah, so not so straightforward, I guess. Great stuff with the interview, by the way, Belle. But talk to us what else we heard out of TSMC and its earnings.
Yeah, well, as I said, CapEx was that big focus for the company, given they just ramped it up so massively, and then they're planning to go even further over the next few years. But beyond CapEx, there were another lot of highlights. So the fourth quarter was really a blowout period. You saw sales growth of around 20%. They're saying that when you go into 2026, it could be sales growth of close to 30% when it comes to USD terms as well for the company. They clearly have very strong pricing power in the market as well, and that was very clear that it came across. They're enhancing their capacity utilization as well. So the margins were another key focus point because they're guiding for between 63 and 65% for 2026. That was above what analysts had been expecting of 59.6 and also above the long-term target, which was another interesting point. They've kept it at 53% for so long, but they actually felt comfortable enough to raise it to 56% instead. A lot of signs essentially that the AI demand is real, it's sustainable, it's going to be, again, that theme continuing over the coming several months. So you saw that essentially reacted or reflected rather in the very broad market reaction.
Speaking of, Paul, what is the likely market reaction? I mean, how much does this clear out the concerns lingering for the AI complex?
Yeah, so we did see a pretty immediate reaction in global markets, not just local markets, yesterday with tech taking a boost from not just the profits and the margins, but also those CapEx plans. And that's good because it infuses confidence throughout the rest of the value chain in AI. And of course, TSMC is going to have to be a customer of a bunch of other companies in order to make its centers and roll out all of those plans. So we saw ASML, for example, in Europe, leading the Stock 600 to a record, and we saw gains in US tech companies as well. And so when that floods back to Asia, we would expect the tech-heavy gauges here, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, to continue to enjoy those gains. So watching out for that this morning and watching out for the extra fillet for Taiwan off that trade deal. We'll see, whether the other companies, not just TSMC, can also benefit from that.
Paul, away from TSMC, let's talk about the PBOC. It's sort of signalling that it's got a bit of room to ease further here. What's the plan, and how supportive would that be to the economy?
Well, they're signaling that they can ease more, but they're not really doing it at the moment. And I think that the market was a little bit disappointed in what we did hear from them in terms of some very targeted efforts to reduce borrowing from PBOC. So there may be disappointment rather than excitement about the prospect of those cuts. They're very careful about how they're managing these at the moment. They don't want to go too far. They don't want to hurt bank margins. They don't want to, essentially flood the market with liquidity, but a little bit like pushing on a string, not really getting credit flowing through the rest of the economy. And that's what we've seen, with the loans data yesterday was exceptionally poor. Really, this is the problem. People aren't lending, people aren't borrowing, and so the economy kind of at a SME level or a micro level is really not going anywhere particularly fast. Yes, the exporters are still doing very well, and so top line growth 5% can remain, but they need to find a way to unclog that, and they think that probably just going all out with more interest rate cuts or more RRR reductions isn't necessarily the way to go.
Derek, I do want to get back to you also on this plan for the United States to have a meeting on critical minerals supply chains. What is the plan going forward here, and is the issue supply chains or is it production and refinement?
Well, Paul, thanks. Look, the U.S. is looking at convening dozens of foreign ministers from allied countries sometime around February 4th. The idea is to try and get agreement to reduce dependencies on Chinese critical minerals. Now, there has been a little bit of a conflict, and the U.S. has been looking for bilateral deals. Europe has been hoping everyone will sort of stay together. But it goes into what I was talking about earlier, the idea that the U.S. is trying to get its supply chain in order, and it wants its allies to sort of be on the same page there. The U.S. has made no secret of the fact that it wants to have a more robust pipeline for critical minerals, not just mining them, but also, refining them and getting them, into states that they can be used. This is a process that China not only dominates, but dominates to such a degree that it's become a very effective weapon for Beijing, insulating them from U.S. trade pressures, because Beijing can effectively, as they did last year, utilize it as a threat and a deterrent. So this is one of those things that I think the United States sees as a vulnerability, much in the same way that that China has seen some aspects of global trade as a vulnerability for them, and then they come back and they say, okay, well, let's see how we can do this ourselves, build it up ourselves, insulate ourselves so that we don't have this problem again next time. The United States is very much smarting from and taking lessons from that critical minerals spat with China last year.
Paul, when it comes to U.S. allies, we have to talk about Japan as well. Domestic politics is in play. We see the formation of a new opposition party. To what extent is that challenging the assumptions we're making on the Takaichi trade?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think the Takaichi looks so popular, and is that's reflected in the opinion polls at the moment. And she seems to be having a great time. We were talking about her drumming exploits with South Korean peer the other day. And sort of shining in all of these photographs. So I think that what she's projecting is a very positive image. And I think that, that she's also doing things that the public are tending to warm to, even standing up to China, I think is playing pretty well. And, the prospect of more stimulus to help the economy is also something that people are going to welcome as well. So it will take quite a lot for the opposition to eat into that popularity and to erode it and really to jolt the market out of the pattern that we're in at the moment, which is that Takaichi trade, higher bond yields, higher equities, but a weaker yen.
All right, Bloomberg Senior Editor Derek Wallbank, our Asia Tech Correspondent Annabelle Drewlers, and Executive Editor for Asia Markets Paul Dobson. Thanks, everyone. China and Canada are also making deals on energy and technology as Prime Minister Mark Carney visits Beijing. We'll get analysis later with consultancy, WPIC and Renmin University. Plus, RBC will explain why they're overweight US and Chinese stocks. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
While the bar for transformational M&A remains very high, we will continue to look for ways to accelerate growth in asset and wealth management. In addition, we have $32 billion of remaining buyback capacity under our current share repurchase authorization. And while we are mindful of our current stock price, we will remain dynamic in executing repurchases.
We are well served to watch for any overreaching against ongoing global uncertainties and higher asset prices. 2025 results, and in fact, the results for every quarter over the last 8 are a blueprint for Morgan Stanley's success. We expect this mix of tailwinds and headwinds to prevail in 2026 and are prepared to continue to execute.
Morgan Stanley Chair and CEO Ted Pick and Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon there during their respective earnings calls. Well, shares of Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs notched their best gains since April after delivering earnings that blew past expectations. Let's get more now with Bloomberg Intelligence Financials analyst Neil Swipes. Neil, a solid set of numbers there from Goldman, even beating its own Wall Street record. What were the key takeaways here, and what's the bank saying about what's to come?
Yeah, I think the key takeaway that we really look at is the capital markets momentum carries on, right? I think there was a high bar entering results going into the fourth quarter. You think about things like trading, investment banking, across things like M&A. There was general momentum in the second half, particularly in M&A, and what we see is, the pipelines are full across the banks, particularly Goldman Sachs citing a 4-year high in the investment banking pipeline. So the real big takeaway here is that, yes, these are cyclical businesses and markets are a tailwind at their back, but the expectation is that 2026 holds better days ahead.
What about for Morgan Stanley? Ted Pick seems to sound quite optimistic that this investment banking rebound has some ways to go. What is your sense of whether we should be sharing that optimism?
Yeah, I think, look, there's always optimism in this type of business when you have a market backdrop such as this, where, equity valuations are fairly elevated. The Federal Reserve in the United States is easing. This creates a pretty conducive backdrop for companies to go forward with capital markets type plans in terms of capital raising and various transactions like M&A. And so ultimately what we see is a continuation of this environment is going to be very conducive to the leading banks like a Goldman Sachs who leads in M&A, as well as a pickup in IPOs, which have really been fairly muted since the peak levels of 2021. As we sort of get that pickup moving into 2026, I think you start thinking about financial sponsors, which have been largely on the sidelines. You think about the dual track monetization method of M&A and IPOs. And when we look at 2025, M&A was a very strong year on a historical basis, but that was really large cap led, right? We saw very large mega cap announcements throughout the year. We're looking for a broader recovery into 2026, and sponsors, which are about a third of the overall M&A pie, are going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, so the bank CEOs feel unanimous there about optimism around the trading environment. But what are they saying about risks to the outlook?
Yeah, look, I think there's always risks lurking, and ultimately it's the question of how resilient can the economic growth be, right? Because when you think about these types of banks, particularly capital markets businesses, it's going to be GDP-based type businesses, GDP plus, right? So to the extent that you do start seeing a slowdown and clients do pull back from markets, that is, of course, a headwind to otherwise strong tailwinds going forward. But ultimately, I think the optimism is there. You can see that in the stocks. I think there was a bit of a breather around JP Morgan and other names reporting earlier in the week, but I think it's sort of a pause, and moving forward, everything looks intact, and ultimately, the macro sentiment is still pretty solid.
This is coming at the time where these lenders are cutting headcount, I think by the most since 2016. When the outlook is so solid, what does that mean about the rest of the workforce and how effectively they have to pull in order to reach some of these targets?
Yeah, I think you have two different push-pull forces here, right? There's the tech-driven and AI-led initiatives that are seeking sort of to rationalize workforces and ultimately hit efficiency targets long-term, and headcount is going to be a meaningful way to do so. A lot of the banking services can be commoditized. A lot of it is still pushing paper around. So eliminating those types of redundancies and jobs is really where I think you see most of the headcount reductions coming. On the capital market side of the businesses, for someone like a Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, these are very relationship-driven businesses, human capital intensive, if you will. So ultimately, those are heavy pay-for-performance type businesses. Over the past 2 years, you've seen a pay-for-potential. Right now, it feels like we're starting to enter a pay-for-performance. So you start seeing stickier compensation in those types of capital markets-oriented businesses outside of the traditional type of loan making and deposit taking franchises.
Neil, thank you so much. Great to have you with a roundup of these bank earnings. Bloomberg Intelligence Financials analyst Neil Sipes. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The top global headlines we're following. Iran may have averted US strikes by pledging not to execute protesters after pressure from President Trump. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote that Iran's decision not to sentence protesters to death is good news, and he hopes it will continue. Iran's judiciary on Wednesday ruled out a death sentence for a 26-year-old activist who was said to be at risk of imminent execution. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has reportedly given her Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump. Fox News cites Machado saying she gave him the award during their meeting at the White House. After toppling Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, Trump has supported acting President Delcy Rodriguez while casting doubt on Machado's credibility as an alternative leader. President Trump has threatened to deploy troops to Minnesota in order to stop protests over violence involving federal immigration agents. Trump posted on social media that he would implement the Insurrection Act in the city if politicians don't stop protesters from attacking ICE agents. Trump's ultimatum could further fray tensions in Minneapolis, where on Wednesday a federal officer shot a man in the leg. More ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg. US-listed shares of TSMC soared after the chip giant reported strong results and projections, signaling confidence in the longevity of the global AI boom. CFO Wendell Huang also spoke to us about their expansion plans in Taiwan and the US.
It really depends on customer demand. In the US, a lot of customer wants to go there, so we will expand over there. But for the leading edge technologies, it will be in Taiwan because it's a heavy cooperation between the R&D people and operation people for practical reasons.
And leading edge will continue to be led by Taiwan, you think, over the US market, and that no changes to that at all, even with you adding a lot more capacity in the States?
Yeah, that's for practical reasons.
Is it possible, though, to speed up how quickly that advanced tech can be shifted from Taiwan to the States?
Yeah, we can try to do that, to shorten the gap.
What does that transfer gap look like then? If right now it's several years, Taiwan is ahead, what does that actually look like in the future?
We don't have a specific timeline now, but we can try to accelerate that. We think we can try to accelerate.
Could it be shortened to months, do you think?
It will be difficult, challenging.
Okay, so it stays at least one year behind then. CapEx, it's $52 to $56 billion.
For this year.
Yeah, for this year. So can you tell us exactly how much of that is going to the US, given you've got such a big focus on the capacity build out there?
We don't just break down those numbers, but we do tell people that in the next 3 years, the total CapEx is going to be significantly higher than the number in the past 3 years. So that is evidence of our strong conviction in the AI megatrend.
Our sources are saying, for instance, at least 4 additional fabs could be added in the US, in addition to what's already been pledged. Is that realistic?
It depends on customers' demand. We are looking at very strong customer demand.
Could you give us the number?
We don't have the number now.
Do you want to ask about Intel as well? I'm wondering whether you see any potential for collaboration with the business, given they've got very strong expertise in advanced packaging technology in particular. Could that be an area for you to work on, given you're already outsourcing this to third parties with your constraints?
It depends if it makes sense to the customers and also if it makes sense to our wafer business. The advanced packaging business to us is a strategic. It enables our wafer business. So if there are more alternatives in the market which can enable our business, we can consider that.
Would you weigh up investing in Intel just like some of your biggest customers have done?
No discussion at all. What I'm trying to say is it can be considered.
Taiwanese dollar. In our survey of different FX strategists and analysts at Bloomberg, they're actually saying it's going to end the year at 30.9. So what is the impact to you if you see that further sort of strengthening, and what sort of headwind does it represent?
Foreign exchange rate between US dollar and NT does affect our profitability. In the past, for every percentage change in foreign exchange rate, it will affect our margins, gross margins and operating margin by 40 basis points. Nowadays, when the margins are higher, the impact become less sensitive. So nowadays, it's about 30 basis points, either way.
And how are you looking at hedging strategies as well?
The easiest way is to sell US dollar into NT. However, the market impact should be considered. If we're not able to sell all these, then we will do the forward contract. And if we still cannot accommodate all the positions, then we will continue to do moving the US dollar to the offshore entity, which has US dollar as its functional currency.
TSMC SVP and CFO Wendell Huang speaking with our Asia tech correspondent Annabelle Jolis in Taipei. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on these AI and tech names when trade opens in Korea and Japan shortly. And among them, Tokyo Electron, as this company gets roughly 12% of its revenue from TSMC. This is about the same level as Advantis. In South Korea, we'll watch whether there will be an extension of gains with these biggest chip makers, Samsung and SK Hynix. But even though this TSMC scorecard clears out some of the demand-related concerns for the AI complex, you do wonder whether the supply constraints are going to be a bigger issue for these tech stocks going forward. Paul?
Let's get the latest now from the corporate front. A judge has refused to fast-track a Paramount Skydance lawsuit accusing Warner Brothers of misleading investors about a rival buyout bid from Netflix. Paramount filed the suit this week, trying to force out more details about the $83 billion Netflix proposal. Paramount has targeted Warner since October with multiple offers, including the current all-cash bid of $30 per share. Netflix, meanwhile, has won global rights to stream Sony's films after they complete their run in theaters and on pay-per-view. The deal expands an agreement first struck in 2021. The companies say Sony Pictures will start appearing on Netflix this year as individual territory rights become available. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Let's take a look at how oil prices are tracking at the moment. A little bit of weakness here. We've got crude prices just a little lower. We have, of course, seen tensions between the US and Iran continuing to ease. The US has also seized a sixth oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. If we take a look at Australian energy stocks, all weaker at the moment. Woodside off by 1.3%, Santos off by about 1%. The best performing stocks in Australia at the moment, uranium and rare earths stocks. Well, China and Canada are pushing to expand energy deals, with visiting Prime Minister Mark Carney looking to sell more oil and gas while also courting Chinese investment in batteries and renewables. Chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel joins us now from Shanghai. So Steve, tell us, how significant is this framework agreement on the energy trade?
I think it is significant, especially because this represents a significant tone shift from Ottawa towards China, as opposed to what we saw, the chill between Ottawa and Beijing during the Justin Trudeau years. And also, of course, this has been really spurred by the tariffs that came from Donald Trump and I guess you could call it a bit of animosity between Donald Trump and Mark Carney. And Mark Carney has made no bones about it. He wants to diversify export destinations for Canadian products. He wants to find, export markets, non-U.S. export markets. He wants to double them over the next decade. And China is, one of his first stops, as you can see, meeting with Premier Li Qiang in the Great Hall of the People yesterday. He also met with a number of industry executives, including those from EV battery maker CATL, also one of the top executives from China National Petroleum Corporation, the national oil giant. And the two countries have signed essentially a framework agreement to work on energy cooperation, essentially establish a ministerial dialogue, explore opportunities in oil, gas, nuclear, and clean technology. They talked as well about even the possibility of building an EV battery plant in Canada. That would be a very interesting development, considering as well that Canada has a 100% tariff on Chinese EVs for the moment. That could be something that is further discussed later today when Mark Carney does meet with Xi Jinping here in China.
Yeah, what exactly is on tap when the two meet today?
Well, again, the reciprocal tariffs on each other, because, again, in 2024, Canada sort of being in line with American trade policy, essentially upped its tariffs on Chinese EVs to 100%. They also added sectoral tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum. So, of course, China would like to see an easing, if not a removal of that. And then, as well, China, imposed tariffs on Canadian agricultural products, in particular canola, which is also known as rapeseed. That is something that Mark Carney will be seeking to get a removal of or a limitation of in those talks with Xi Jinping. So again, I think this framework energy agreement between the two countries that was forged yesterday will be front and center, because, again, some of the Interior Minister of Canada and the Energy Minister are traveling with Mark Carney. They are basically saying that, we're open for business for potential batteries in Canada. We are open for further Chinese investment, perhaps in LNG Canada, the big LNG export facility in British Columbia, as well as oil sands in Alberta. So it looks like they are really trying to explore as much energy cooperation, in particular for Canada, in renewable energies like batteries going forward.
Steve, thanks so much. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel. Let's bring in Jacob Cook, CEO at WPIC, which advises global brands in Asian markets. Jacob, we've just heard our correspondent running through sort of what's at stake for Canada. What is your sense of what
strategically good? So that was great. And then a great framework on delivering these tariffs potentially lower and maybe even to zero, which is great for the business community. We weren't expecting these to get lifted today. These are very complicated issues. But, we were able to debrief with the premiers after yesterday's meetings on the agriculture especially. And they, the feedback we were getting from people in those meetings, this is the most productive and the most positive that the Chinese side has been to Canada in the last 8 years. So a lot of optimism here on the ground, just the morning of day 2 right now.
What are some of the outstanding issues that you think need to sort of be picked up on day 2?
Yeah, so Canadian companies have had a lot of success in China. This has been a 30-year relationship that's been built over here. Brands that are household names here like Lululemon and Canada Goose and Arc'teryx, even President Xi wearing an Arc'teryx a couple of years ago. So we want to build on that success, but there's been real tariffs and barriers, especially in the agricultural sectors, just based on standards and things like that. So the premier of our largest agricultural export, Premier Mo, is here. Just how important this market is, I think he's demonstrating. So those are the real issues. Pet food's still on that list, our canola, our pork, our seafood, our beef, really some of the biggest exports out of Canada that we're still having market access issues. So, we feel that once those issues are resolved, we're going to have just as much success in some of those areas, if not more, than some of our consumer brands have done in market.
Jacob, what are some of your clients and partners telling you about how they would like to see Canada's government engage with China going forward? Because it's been a tense few years.
Yeah, it's been tense for quite a while here. I think we could say more than 5 years. We wanted a shift and we wanted engagement. We also wanted a government that was going to represent our interests here. And I think we've got that with Mark Carney in Canada. We've got a guy that has a lot of experience internationally, very mature, lots of connections. So, he's been using that for the benefit of Canadian businesses, knocking down barriers. And I think we're pretty confident that, this is going to be headed in the right direction, which is up and to the right, as opposed to just flat where there's been no talks and no access issues on everything. Really, that we've had a problem with out here.
What do you consider a baseline to be for calling this a successful visit?
We would like to see at least maybe some of those tariff directions or a little bit of access today. We're hoping for that. I think everybody involved in those negotiations is, but that would be a 10 out of 10 win. I think if, we've agreed on the next time that we're going to talk, those schedules are happening very quickly. We see a lot of the effort put in by the Chinese side to get these issues done. Then, if the will is there, this will get done, and it's just a matter of time.
What are you hearing from the business community in terms of whether they're optimistic that Canada can restore, in a way, ties with China without antagonizing the U.S. president?
Well, that's going to be a tough move. And that's what our government's there to do. And we'll trust that they'll balance all of those issues. But in terms, we would like to see this relationship with China act independently, which is really the way that it was up until a year ago. What we sell into China, the U.S. certainly could be concerned about a few things, but the vast majority of our exports here are very, benign, commercial goods. So we really just want more access there. That shouldn't really, negatively impact anything that the U.S. is doing. They're certainly out here doing the exact same things. So we hope that they're as independent issues as possible. Trade with China and trade with the United States is beneficial for all countries, and it certainly is not a net sum zero game.
Talk to us also about some of the risks that businesses are facing in terms of perhaps access to critical minerals, which, of course, both the U.S. and China, this is an issue that they've been trying to secure. What is the extent in which that figures into the equation for some of these Canadian firms?
I think less than people think. I think, there have been restrictions on critical minerals. There's also been restrictions on ships headed into this market, which affects us and our data centers here too as well. But realistically, it might have increased costs in some of those areas, but we're not running into a lot of businesses that are having total maybe production shutdowns because they don't have access to what they need right now. And the same thing with all the last earnings in China too. They've said as well, they're getting access to the chips and compute that they need too. So, hopefully, governments see that and just start to remove these barriers from us.
All right, Jacob Cook, CEO at WPIC, thanks so much for joining us today with your insights. And we'll have more analysis on China's diplomatic moves and how it's navigating the current geopolitical landscape from the director of Renmin University's Institute of International Affairs. We have more ahead on The Age of Trade. This is Bloomberg. Let's take a look at U.S. assets. We did see the yield on the 10-year creeping up a little. Bond futures, though, pointing to a slightly lower yield. S&P futures, meanwhile, just modestly higher by 0.1%. Pretty good day for the U.S. indexes today. The Nasdaq bounced back. We saw small caps, the big winners again. And Goldman, BlackRock, and Morgan Stanley all rallying hard on strong results. The dollar, meanwhile, kind of grinding sideways at the moment. Well, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon has ruled out ever becoming chair of the Federal Reserve, but he says he would take a call from the president on running the U.S. Treasury. Dimon spoke with Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chairman David Rubenstein on his potential future plans.
JP Morgan Chase does well. I can help our employees, I help my clients, I help my communities, I help my country, I help the world if I do a good job. I always tell people, if we don't keep JP Morgan healthy and vibrant, I cannot do those things. That's when the other side of that. Gotta lay people off. It's miserable. Your life is terrible. And so I fight hard to make sure we're healthy and vibrant.
Now, you flirted at times with maybe running for president of the United States. Are you still thinking maybe you would ever do that?
I never really flirted with it. I simply asked someone once, what does it entail?
Okay.
And they told me. That was it.
All right.
And it entails a lot. I mean, it is a huge thing, but I love what I do, and this is what I intend to be doing.
Right. Suppose a president of the United States said, I'd like you to be Secretary of the Treasury or Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. What would you say to that?
Well, Chairman of the Fed, I'd put in the absolutely, positively, no chance, no way, no how, for any reason.
Okay.
Secretary of Treasury, I would consider, if a president calls you up and asks you to do something, you should consider it. So I would take the call and consider it and think about why and what they want, et cetera. But what they want and how they want to operate, that would be important to me. I like my job. I've been my own boss for pretty much 25 years, and I like it that way. I was in Peru at the APEC meeting or something like that. I was coming on stage like this, a televised thing, and as I was walking up, the person that questioned me, I think it was from Bloomberg, said, the president just tweeted that he likes you or something like that, but you're not going to be Secretary of Treasury. And she asked me on national TV. So I said, that's good because I like being my own boss.
You can watch more of that interview on the David Rubenstein Show. Peer-to-peer conversations coming up next week at the times listed on your screen. Now let's take a look as well at this political story out of Japan, where the Prime Minister's bid for a stronger majority through a snap election faces a new hurdle, with the largest opposition faction forming a new party. The partnership is between the Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan and Komeito, that's a former ruling coalition member. Sanae Takaichi expected to dissolve parliament next week, and this is ahead of an election expected February 8th. But taking a look at how Japanese assets are faring sort of pre-market, if you take a look at the yen, you're still hovering at that 159 level. We've been seeing bouts of verbal intervention this week. The word on the street is that the finance ministry and authorities there have to show they're really serious to the markets about this intervention in order for it to carry any weight. But you do get the sense that when it comes to the yen, perhaps Ueda-san, by the way, there's a BOJ meet next Friday as well. He might be leaving things to Takaichi. We are looking at Nikkei futures pointing to a bit of softness, which is interesting despite the expectations of tech being lifted by TSMC. JGB futures also pointing to slight declines. Now, for the past 3 decades, Japan's prices were largely at a standstill, but now a weakening yen is changing everything. Bloomberg Originals has been looking at how consumers and businesses are coping with the return of inflation. Here's a preview.
In 2016, this Japanese company issued a public apology. For the first time in 25 years, they were hiking the price of a popular ice cream by 10 yen, or about 6 cents. And they were deeply sorry. Now, in any other country, this might have been an overreaction. But in Japan,
inflation is just completely alien as a concept.
For 3 decades, the country saw stagnant or even decreasing prices, which is why a 10 yen price hike for an ice cream was such a big deal. But a huge slide in the yen is helping change that picture. And it's causing a seismic shift in Japan's economy. The yen has weakened against the dollar to a level not seen since the early 90s.
The weaker yen means higher prices for all sorts of imported goods, from groceries to gasoline.
It's also making it pretty attractive for inbound tourists looking for a cheap vacation. Steering the country through this once-in-a-generation cost of living crisis is the inaugural challenge for Japan's new leader.
Sanae Takaichi has been voted in as Japan's first female prime minister.
Japan has arrived at that big moment where there's a potential transformation of the entire society.
And subscribers can watch that full documentary now on the terminal or our website at Bloomberg.com. You can also find more from Bloomberg Originals on their YouTube channel. Now, aside from developments in Japan, also tracking China, given how we are coming through from the PBOC with pretty targeted policy easing steps that come into effect next Monday. Dollar China, though, according to the likes of Goldman, you can potentially see it lower, given how the PBOC comments seem to signal a bit more tolerance for yuan strength. Markets open next in Seoul and Tokyo. This is Bloomberg. This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. Paul, is going to be interesting today. The setup coming in is that tech expectation of strength given TSMC and its strong outlook. But perhaps for investors, the concern might turn from whether there's enough AI demand to whether memory players can keep up with that.
Yeah, and we had that deal
of our colleagues just a short while ago, right, about whether this actually challenges the assumptions that we are making on the Takaichi trade. Given her popularity, they think that it might take quite a bit more for that to come through. You are seeing, though, that softness in Japanese stocks as we perhaps see the concerns coming through about demand. Maybe that's shelved, but the supply constraints, particularly for the memory chip players, does that also figure into the equation? You are looking at dollar yen still hovering near the 159 level as it's been for much of this week. You're seeing yields also tick higher in Japan. We are watching out, of course, next week for that BOJ decision on Friday. Let's take a look at how South Korea is faring in the early goings. We have been seeing the Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix stocks late in yesterday's session reacting to those TSMC results. The Kospi is looking at a bright start, and we are also seeing that flatness on the cost deck. What's also interesting is dollar Korea won. We heard from the BOK yesterday and how the FX side of the equation was a key part for their decision. They also dropped those mentions to that policy rate cut somewhere down the line from their statement. So we are seeing that nudge higher still on dollar Korea won. Why? Because of that expectation, continued outflows when it comes to the retail investors and how they are channeling funds abroad, especially when it comes to U.S. assets, Paul.
Okay, guys, ये क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना, थोड़ा सा जल्दी आना चाहिए यहाँ पर. सेलिंग ज़्यादा देर लगाएगा तो फिर प्राइस कंसोलिडेशन करके ब्रेकआउट के लिए भी जा सकता है. ऑलरेडी बाइंग काफ़ी अच्छी आ चुकी है. लेट्स सी थोड़ा सेलिंग में भी मार्केट मूव करे तो कंटिन्यूसली. बाकी नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे तो रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है. मॉर्निंग से एक छोटी सी रेंज बना के ही घूमे जा रहा है. ऊपर एक्सपेक्टेड था थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस पे आएगा, सेल करेंगे. मॉर्निंग पे भी नहीं आया, अभी भी नहीं आया रेजिस्टेंस पे. पहुंच जाता रेजिस्टेंस पे तो सेल करते, बट नहीं है पहुंच रहा है एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे. तो एक पुल बैक का वेट करते हैं. यहाँ से अगर वापस जाए फिर यहाँ से देखेंगे सेलिंग के लिए वापस. सिल्वर को भी देखोगे, सिल्वर भी मोमेंटम नहीं कर रहा है, स्टक हो गया बीच में। ऐसा लग रहा है जिस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन बना रहा है, ब्रेकआउट होता है अगर 92 डॉलर के ऊपर तो फिर वापस से एक ऑल टाइम हाई जा सकता है। ऑन द अदर हैंड अगर 89.90 के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन सक्सेसफुली हुआ तो वापस परसों का जो लो था $86 वहाँ तक वापस इजीली आ जाएंगे। बाकी आज कोई डेटा भी नहीं है, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का। मेजर डेटा, देयर इज नो मेजर डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। कल और परसों मार्केट वैसे भी क्लोज रहेगा, फिर 19 मंडे को ही मिलेंगे। कल तो क्रूड ऑयल बिल्कुल साइडवे चला गया था। कि नेचुरल गैस देखो बिटवीन द लेवल है तो ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इन बीच वाले लेवल्स पे ट्रेड पे, इसलिए मैंने एसएल भी छोटे रखे हुए हैं। मेजर लेवल्स थोड़े दूर ही हैं, लिक्विडिटी देखोगे एक्सटर्नल इंटरनल दोनों ही काफ़ी दूर है, बीच में पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है। ये तो खैर मैंने ट्रेड सिर्फ पुल बैक के लिए लगा रखा है कि थोड़ा पुल बैक आ जाए तो बाई करें। बाकी इस कैंडल पे एंट्री मत करना अभी। नेचुरल गैस में कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते इन नेचुरल गैस एट दिस लेवल। पुल बैक के लिए भी भले ही पुल बैक के लिए प्लान है बट डायरेक्टली नहीं ले सकते। सो वेट करना, ठीक है। कैंडल का देखेंगे, अगर ये कैंडल सीधा ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाते हुए नीचे आती है तो फिर एंट्री नहीं होगी, या तो अपना ये हाई खुद ही ब्रेक कर दे या फिर एटलीस्ट ये वापस लेवल के ऊपर ही क्लोज हो। अदरवाइज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल पे बाय नहीं होता, जैसे ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हम। कि मोमेंटम ना थोड़ा सा इशू लेवल को ख़राब कर देते हैं। जैसे नेचुरल गैस में मोमेंटम हो रहा है, लेवल पे आ नहीं रहा और फिर पुल बैक भी नहीं आ रहा है, ऊपर से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। सो देयर चांसेस की हो सकता है प्राइस पहले अप साइड की लिक्विडिटी लेने से बेटर लोअर एंड की लिक्विडिटी लेने पहले चले जाए। फिर से open equal to high. Look at the natural gas. Again open equal to high candle. ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कंटिन्यूसली बना रहा है, यहाँ पर मत ले नहीं लेते हैं ट्रेड को, रहने दो, ये मार्केट साइडवेज ही रहना है। ठीक है, हो सकता है पुल बैक आ जाए, बट जिस तरह से कैंडल बार बार बन रही है ना, बहुत रिस्की होते जा रहा है वो ट्रेड। बेटर है इससे बढ़िया कि वेट ही कर लेते हैं, लेवल पे आने का वेट करते हैं, देन वी विल सेल या बाय। ठीक है, वैसे आना चाहिए था ऊपर, मॉर्निंग पे आ जाता तो बेटर था। मॉर्निंग से देखोगे तो ये इसी छोटी सी रेंज के अंदर ट्रेड हो रहा है, 7 पॉइंट। उसमें बाइंग नहीं है, अभी नेचुरल गैस में ऊपर आएगा तो वापस सेल कर देंगे, नहीं तो नीचे आने का ही वेट करते हैं। कैंडल अभी भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, लास्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई थी, दिस कैंडल आल्सो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई इन नेचुरल गैस। नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया जा रहा है। लुक एट द सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल, दिस कैंडल अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू लो। काफी देर से रुका हुआ है नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, 2 बजे के आसपास आ गया था रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, मुझे लग रहा था डायरेक्टली सेलिंग आएगी, बट ये लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन करने के मूड में है, नीचे आना इतना इजी लग नहीं रहा है इसके लिए। बाइंग मॉर्निंग पर अच्छी थी, बाइंग अच्छी आ गई थी क्रूड ऑयल में, now it's selling, it is completely consolidating। सपोर्ट है इसके पास नेचुरल गैस में, नीचे अगर पहले आ जाता है लिक्विडिटी लेने तो पहले बाइंग ही कर लेंगे, बट बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो यही था कि थोड़ा ऊपर जाके सेलिंग आए और फिर लोअर एंड से बाइंग आए। उस केस में क्या होता है ना, यहाँ पर जो सेलर्स थे वो निकल जाते इजीली, फिर देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट दिस काइंड ऑफ मोमेंटम। अभी क्या अगर ये पहले नीचे आ गया बाइंग लेके, फिर सेलर यहाँ स्टिल हैवीली प्रेजेंट रहेंगे। क्रूड ऑयल में भी ध्यान रखना गाइस, वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन रही है बार बार, रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं, जैसे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे हम बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं, इवन तो हो सकता है प्राइस रिवर्स कर जाए बट नॉट गुड। यहाँ पर भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, ये कैंडल कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू लो अपना लो ब्रेक नहीं कर रही है अभी भी। वो रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा है क्रूड ऑयल में, पता नहीं फिर भी कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना रहा है. लेट्स सी क्या होता है, प्राइस रिकवरी के लिए जा रहा हो थोड़ा बहुत. रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है क्रूड ऑयल. 5470 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट नहीं होना चाहिए बस. ब्रेकआउट मतलब कंजिक्यूटिव ब्रेकआउट इन 2 कैंडल्स 15 मिनट. लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस डायरेक्टली पहले नीचे ही आएगा। ठीक है, नीचे आता है पहले तो फिर बाइंग ही करेंगे। अब इसमें कोई ट्रेड चल नहीं रहा नेचुरल गैस में। नेचुरल गैस में नीचे आता है तो एक बाइंग वापस प्लान है। सपोर्ट अच्छा ही है, ऊपर आया नहीं है, ध्यान रखना ये एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे। इसकी हमें अब ज़रूरत नहीं है बीच में लेवल की, पुल बैक लेवल की। ठीक है, नीचे आता है तो ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से वापस बाइंग ही प्लान करेंगे ओवर हेयर। Look at the natural gas. लग रहा था पुल बैक आएगा जरूर, बट ये इन दोनों कैंडल ने ना पूरा ट्रेड ही खराब कर दिया, वो पुल बैक वाला भी। अदरवाइज एक्सपेक्टेड जरूर था यहाँ से। Both the candle is open equal to high. Now look at this, completely return. नेचुरल गैस में देखो कुछ ट्रेड ही नहीं बन रहा है, लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटिलिटी है। मार्केट इज मूविंग बट स्टिल इन अ फर्स्ट सेशंस रेंज, अभी भी वही बनी हुई है। ठीक है, मेरे साइड से कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा अभी नेचुरल गैस में।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, we begin at the White House where President Trump says he has accepted an honor he's long said he deserves. The president says Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado presented him with her Nobel Peace Prize medal during a meeting at the White House. In a social media post, the president called it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. Machado compared it to a similar move 200 years ago when the Marquis de Lafayette presented a medal of George Washington to Venezuela's Simón Bolívar for liberating much of South America from Spain.
The people of Bolívar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case a medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
Maria Corina Machado may be hoping to get in President Trump's good graces following the ouster of Nicolas Maduro. Meantime, the New York Times is reporting that CIA Director John Ratcliffe met yesterday with acting Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez, reinforcing the Trump administration's message that it sees the interim government as the best path to stability in Venezuela.
Well, now to the latest on Greenland. Both Denmark and Greenland, they're stepping up lobbying of U.S. lawmakers in an effort to head off President Trump's push to take control of the island. A group of senators is set to meet members of the Danish parliament in Copenhagen today to show support for Greenland's sovereignty. Jean Shaheen is the most senior Democrat at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. She tells Bloomberg's Mishal Hussain that the Senate is just looking for clarity.
I don't think there is any concern on the part of our allies, Denmark and Greenland, about partnering with the United States. And that's the route we should be taking. It should be diplomatic. We should be engaging in conversations if there is an interest on the part of this administration in additional operations there.
That's New Hampshire Senator Jean Shaheen. You can get the full conversation on Bloomberg's The Mishal Hussain Show. It's available on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. High-level talks between Denmark, Greenland, and the U.S. earlier this week, while they ended in a stalemate.
Well, meantime, Lisa, Bloomberg Economics has found President Trump is following through on more of his threats during his second term. In the first term, the president carried out about 40% of the threats he made, but that rate has risen so far in his second administration. It's leading some to say that the taco trade, investor shorthand for Trump always chickens out, may be fading out. We get more from Bloomberg chief emerging markets economist Ziad Daoud.
My colleague Jennifer Welsh actually looked at Trump's track record in terms of his threats and whether he carries them through. And she found that at least in his second term, he basically exercised about 60% of the threats that he came up with. And that included strikes against Houthis in Yemen, that included strikes against Nigeria, and ominously for Iran, included also strikes against Iran itself. So not good news for Iran there.
Ziad Daoud with Bloomberg Economics. And UN Ambassador Mike Waltz renewed threats against Iran at the UN Security Council yesterday, saying, quote, all options are on the table to stop the slaughter of protesters.
In other geopolitical news, Nathan, China and Canada are normalizing ties this morning. The two countries reached a wide-ranging agreement to lower trade barriers, including a reduction in tariffs for Canadian canola and Chinese electric vehicles. Prime Minister Mark Carney is in China meeting with Xi Jinping. It's the first visit by a Canadian leader to Beijing in 8 years.
It's expected that within 3 years, this agreement will drive considerable Chinese investment in Canada's auto sector, creating good careers in Canada and accelerating our progress towards a net zero future and the auto industry of the future.
Well, that was Canada's Mark Carney. Now, he's been seeking to rebuild relations with Beijing and reduce Canada's reliance on the U.S. after President Donald Trump imposed sweeping tariffs.
Well, back here at home, Lisa, President Trump's issuing a threat to Minnesota after weeks of protest over immigration enforcement in Minneapolis. The president posted on social media he'll invoke the Insurrection Act, sending the military into the state unless state and local officials stop attacks on ICE agents. After last week's shooting death of Renee Good and another ICE-involved shooting this week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is making a direct appeal to the president, asking him to, quote, stop this campaign of retribution. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump is open to speaking with the governor.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor.
That was Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at the White House. And President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act before, but has not followed through. Last time the law was used was in 1992 during the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles. Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update, and for that, we bring in John Stashower.
The LA Dodgers, two-time defending World Series champions, and they continue to spend incredible amounts of money. Outfielder Kyle Tucker was considered to be the best free agent in this year's class. He's going to the Dodgers for a 4-year deal. He'll make $60 million a year. The Dodgers have 8 players with deals of over $100 million. The Warriors beat the Knicks. Joseph Kuminga re-signed in the offseason, couldn't be traded until now. He has requested that the Warriors trade him. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Today's show is brought to you by Vanguard. To all the financial advisors listening, let's talk bonds for a minute. Capturing value in fixed income is not easy. Bond markets are massive, murky, and let's be real, lots of firms throw a couple flashy funds your way and call it a day. But not Vanguard. At Vanguard, institutional quality isn't a tagline. It's a commitment to your clients. We're talking top-grade products across the board of over 80 bond funds, actively managed by a 200-person global squad of sector specialists, analysts, and traders. These folks live and breathe fixed income. So if you're looking to give your clients consistent results year in and year out, go see the record for yourself at Vanguard.com/audio. That's Vanguard.com/audio. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, we begin at the White House where President Trump says he has accepted an honor he's long said he deserves. The president says Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado presented him with her Nobel Peace Prize medal during a meeting at the White House. In a social media post, the president called it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. Machado compared it to a similar move 200 years ago when the Marquis de Lafayette presented a medal of George Washington to Venezuela's Simón Bolívar for liberating much of South America from Spain.
The people of Bolivar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case a medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
Maria Corina Machado may be hoping to get in President Trump's good graces following the ouster of Nicolas Maduro. Meantime, the New York Times is reporting that CIA Director John Ratcliffe met yesterday with acting Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez, reinforcing the Trump administration's message that it sees the interim government as the best path to stability in Venezuela.
Well, now to the latest on Greenland. Both Denmark and Greenland, they're stepping up lobbying of U.S. lawmakers in an effort to head off President Trump's push to take control of the island. A group of senators is set to meet members of the Danish parliament in Copenhagen today to show support for Greenland's sovereignty. Jean Shaheen is the most senior Democrat at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. She tells Bloomberg's Michal Hussein that the Senate is just looking for clarity.
I don't think there is any concern on the part of our allies, Denmark and Greenland, about partnering with the United States. And that's the route we should be taking. It should be diplomatic. We should be engaging in conversations if there is an interest on the part of this administration in additional operations there.
That's New Hampshire Senator Jean Shaheen. You can get the full conversation on Bloomberg's The Michal Hussein Show. It's available on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. High-level talks between Denmark, Greenland, and the U.S. earlier this week, while they ended in a stalemate.
Well, meantime, Lisa, Bloomberg Economics has found President Trump is following through on more of his threats during his second term. In the first term, the president carried out about 40% of the threats he made, but that rate has risen so far in his second administration. It's leading some to say that the taco trade, investor shorthand for Trump always chickens out, may be fading out. We get more from Bloomberg chief emerging markets economist Ziad Daoud.
My colleague Jennifer Welsh actually looked at Trump's track record in terms of his threats and whether he carries them through. And she found that at least in his second term, he basically exercised about 60% of the threats that he came up with. And that included strikes against Houthis in Yemen, that included strikes against Nigeria, and ominously for Iran, included also strikes against Iran itself. So not good news for Iran there.
Ziad Daoud with Bloomberg Economics. And UN Ambassador Mike Waltz renewed threats against Iran at the UN Security Council yesterday, saying, quote, all options are on the table to stop the slaughter of protesters.
In other geopolitical news, Nathan, China and Canada are normalizing ties this morning. The two countries reached a wide-ranging agreement to lower trade barriers, including a reduction in tariffs for Canadian canola and Chinese electric vehicles. Prime Minister Mark Carney is in China meeting with Xi Jinping. It's the first visit by a Canadian leader to Beijing in 8 years.
It's expected that within 3 years, this agreement will drive considerable Chinese investment in Canada's auto sector, creating good careers in Canada and accelerating our progress towards a net zero future and the auto industry of the future.
Well, that was Canada's Mark Carney. Now, he's been seeking to rebuild relations with Beijing and reduce Canada's reliance on the U.S. after President Donald Trump imposed sweeping tariffs.
Well, back here at home, Lisa, President Trump's issuing a threat to Minnesota after weeks of protest over immigration enforcement in Minneapolis. The president posted on social media he'll invoke the Insurrection Act, sending the military into the state unless state and local officials stop attacks on ICE agents. After last week's shooting death of Renee Good and another ICE-involved shooting this week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is making a direct appeal to the president, asking him to, quote, stop this campaign of retribution. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump is open to speaking with the governor.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor.
That was Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at the White House. And President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act before, but has not followed through. Last time the law was used was in 1992 during the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles. Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update, and for that we bring in John Stashower.
The LA Dodgers, two-time defending World Series champions, and they continue to spend incredible amounts of money. Outfielder Kyle Tucker was considered to be the best free agent in this year.
अखिलेश जी मैंने कल बताया था वही सेम ही है ELZ मतलब हो गया आपका एक्सटर्नल लिक्विडिटी जोन एरिया जो भी कहना चाहो ILZ मींस इंटरनल लिक्विडिटी जोन्स बट इट डजंट मीन कि हमेशा वहां से लिक्विडिटी मिलेगी मोस्टली प्राइस अगर डायरेक्टली लेवल्स पे आ जाता है तो होता है अभी क्रूड ऑयल को देखो यहाँ पर एक अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है बट ये इतना साइडवेज हो गया इस लेवल पे अब 2 बजे से यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे है शाम के 6 बजने वाला है ऑलमोस्ट 6 PM तो ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे से साइडवेज है रेजिस्टेंस पे लॉजिकली तो सेलिंग अभी तक आ जानी चाहिए थी अब नहीं आती है तो अभी कंसोलिडेशन में फंसा रहता है तो कहीं ब्रेकआउट ना हो जाए रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा है इसलिए रुका हुआ है नहीं तो यहाँ से मार्केट बहुत पहले ही ऊपर चला जाता और ज़्यादा इट इज स्टिल होल्डिंग द रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा नीचे आता वापस बाई करते बट अभी कंसोलिडेशन में फंसा हुआ है लेट्स सी क्या करते हैं अभी 6:30 मोस्टली मुझे लग रहा है उसके बाद ही मार्केट भी करते रहो गाइस कम ऑन डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा आज कि हल्का सा गैप अप हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल. Look at the crude oil candle. Small gap up with open equal to low. No, not open equal to low. Normal candle है. But it is a gap up candle. नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में अभी कुछ नहीं चल रहा है. नेचुरल गैस अवॉइड कर सकते हो. ठीक है, 6:30 का ध्यान रखना. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन होगा. बाकी आज कोई डेटा तो नहीं है. मेनली नॉर्मल प्राइस एक्शन बिहेवियर ही ट्रिगर करेगा मार्केट को. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन एंड देन 8 पीएम यूएस मार्केट इज ओपन. मंडे को आई थिंक थोड़ा याद रखना, मंडे को यूएस में मार्केट हॉलीडे है. मार्केट हॉलीडे इन द सेंस ऑफ बैंक हॉलीडे है, तो वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा हो सकता है कम हो मंडे के दिन. आई डोंट नो मंडे को इंडियन मार्केट तो ओपन है. आई थिंक उस दिन विवेकानंद जयंती है जरूर. बट ओवरऑल देखोगे तो इंडियन मार्केट तो ओपन ही है एमसीएक्स के साथ साथ बीएसई एनएसई भी. बट यूएस में बैंक हॉलीडे है, तो वॉल्यूम हो सकता है मंडे के दिन थोड़ा कम रहे. आई डोंट नो वहाँ मंडे को है क्या, बट बैंक हॉलीडे इज देयर ऑन 19th ऑफ जैन.
We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. We have a very good relationship with
turmoil with Indo-Swiss and Saif of a U.S. takeover. The warning came after high-level talks with the Trump administration resulted only in a commitment to form a working group for more discussion.
We have decided to form a high-level working group to explore if we can find a common way forward. The group, in our view, should focus on how to address the American security concerns, while at the same time respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Let's get more with Bloomberg government editor John Houtskowitz. John, put this in perspective for us. What did Danish Foreign Minister Rasmussen mean when he said there was a fundamental disagreement with the U.S. over Greenland after the talks?
Yeah, I think that's diplomatic underspeak. And for Greenland, this is a matter of territorial integrity, self-determination, national sovereignty. We had the Prime Minister of Greenland making his strongest comments yet that Greenland wants to stay with Denmark. We'll probably have some more talks that are going to go on between the U.S. and Denmark over this. We have the Trump administration pressing forward with very hostile threats that this can be done the easy way or the hard way. So we have the first set of talks, but for Denmark and for Greenland, this just isn't something to think about. Greenland is a part of Denmark. Greenland has its own self-determination, and this is the way that Denmark and Greenland wanted to stay. And there are things that can be talked about, like the U.S. military presence on Greenland, about ways that natural minerals can be exploited. But for now, we're at loggerheads between Greenland and the United States and Denmark on how this will go forward.
John, what's been the reaction from Europe? We had a report indicating that Germany is taking the lead in sending military personnel to Greenland.
Yeah, we could see some military personnel as early as this week from a number of European countries, Germany, France. The numbers are going to be small in terms of the actual personnel, a handful from various countries, but the symbolism is quite big. It's showing that European nations stand with Denmark, they stand with Greenland, and this is a high-stakes issue. This is something that we have seen people say it could blow up the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So we have this symbolic show. Denmark has also indicated that it could beef up its defenses in terms of Greenland. So this is going on from Europe standing behind Denmark, standing behind Greenland.
Is there an off-ramp for this? Is there a sense this may happen?
Yeah, there's some things that could happen. I mean, there's a 1951 treaty between Denmark and the U.S., which allows the U.S. military to operate quite broadly on Greenland. Post-Cold War, there was a large U.S. military presence there. It was for missile monitoring, also for keeping an eye on the North Atlantic. The U.S. could build up its military presence through this treaty. Also, there could be like a Ukraine type of deal for exploitation of rare earths and other critical minerals that could go forward, keeping the territorial integrity of Denmark and Greenland intact. So there is an off-ramp. Whether it's taken or not is another matter.
John, thank you. Bloomberg government editor John Houtskowitz there for us. Republican Senator Tom Tillis says President Trump is getting bad advice from advisors, including in his pursuit of Greenland. He tells us there is no support in Congress for such a takeover.
We need people to make sure the president has a fully weighted set of criteria before he moves forward on some of these policies. I see no path where his aspiration for Greenland occurs unless it's a negotiation and something far short of what he has in mind.
We talked to Senator Chris Coons at this time last evening, who I know is taking part in a bipartisan codel to Denmark with you and others. He was strident in his language, making it clear that NATO is at stake. Is that where we are?
No, I think we're going to get into a little bit of hyperbolic language here. Okay. Chris is a friend of mine. He's a Democrat. I could see where he's may take that position. But I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group since 2018.
Yes.
I'm going there to reassure everyone that unlike what angered me last week was one of the president's advisors making the statement that it was the position of the U.S. government that Greenland would become a part of the United States. Yeah. He doesn't have an election certificate. He is not a member of the Article 1 branch. I am. It can be his position. It can currently be the position of the president. But the people, the people in Denmark, the NATO countries, our allies, our partners, the people who have gone to war with us, fought side by side with us, lost lives when they came to Afghanistan, consistent with their Article 5 commitment in NATO. I want to make them very aware of the fact that there is not support for this in Congress, regardless of what they may say in the White House. I think that an illegal taking of another territory and from a sovereign nation and a member of NATO is just not good advice. And I'm going there to tell them there's at least one branch of government that stands with the NATO alliance.
Republican Senator Tom Tillis speaking with Balance of Power co-anchor Joe Matthew there. Let's get perspective from Heather Conley, non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. She's also a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs. Heather, good to have you with us. We heard from Tillis saying that there is no support from Congress, NATO currently at stake, yet here we are, Trump adamant about wanting to control Greenland. How are you making sense of his desire to control Greenland?
Yeah, it's been a real challenge to understand the president's motivation, other than, I think, to be a historical figure that is a president that enlarges the United States. The frustrating part about this conversation is that the United States today can strengthen its security posture in Greenland. It can enhance its economic cooperation and investment in Greenland. But those doors haven't been walked through by this administration. The president continues to focus on ownership, and the Kingdom of Denmark and the Greenland government are saying, no, we're open to cooperation. We can't go there. I think today's conversation in Washington was good, though. I think it was important for these leaders to come face to face. They've been trading, press quips and social media conversations. Have the face to face. I think we have a channel now, at least to start this dialogue. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't change the fact that Mr. Trump is very clear that he believes the only way forward is acquiring Greenland. That's not going to be possible. And so this is where we don't know how to manage these two red lines for both.
Heather, are you suggesting that what Trump wants to do in Greenland and, the area surrounding the island can be done under the current treaty between the U.S. as well as Denmark and Greenland? I mean, even including putting ballistic missile interceptors, which has been suggested by some people.
Well, what I'm suggesting is today we have such a fulsome bilateral defense agreement in which both Denmark and Greenland have encouraged the United States, as we all are concerned about Arctic security, to do more, to be more, but it has to be done under the auspices of that bilateral defense agreement. So this is what's so confusing. The president continues to talk about Arctic security, and Russia in particular is concerning their posture in the Arctic, as well as China's. But we could do more, but we insist on this ownership question, not enhancing security. And look, I think our European colleagues take the president very seriously at his word. This is why there's going to be an exercise. Arctic Endurance is going to have a small number of NATO allies, Sweden, Norway, France, Germany in particular. This is symbolic, but it's also a message by our NATO partners to say we are defending Greenland, which is NATO territory. But it's such an extraordinary moment to be, contemplating defending this island, beefing up security because of concerns about the United States.
Hannah, talk to us about the importance, the strategic importance of the Arctic area, because we know the Russians and the Chinese do have interest there as well.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, the president is right. For far too long, we have not understood the strategic importance of the Arctic. And so we've seen Russia increase its military posture, opening up new military bases across the Russian Arctic, increasing its hybrid activities. That's certainly from the use of cargo ships to deploy drones over oil platforms. We certainly have seen some undersea capabilities that look at subsea cables and things like that. We're also seeing a more significant Chinese economic and scientific presence in the Arctic that has dual use applications as well. And so the Arctic nations have to be prepared for this increased Russian and Chinese presence. But I want to be clear, this is not a China takeover or a Russia takeover. That is exaggerated. But we have to have more icebreakers. We have to have more satellites to make sure we are seeing what's going on, more presence to meet this challenge. And we can do that strongly with the 32 members of NATO. But if we're working at cross purposes with NATO, if we are working at cross purposes with our allies in the Arctic, we're weakening our security and we're weakening Arctic security as well.
Well, the thing is, how we heard from President Trump, he talked about warships, submarines, Chinese warships and submarines surrounding the island. Is there any truth in that, or is it an exaggeration? What are we really seeing around Greenland?
Yeah, so the irony is probably the most activity we've seen of Russian and Chinese vessels has been around Alaska in the North Pacific, not necessarily in Greenland. Look, we have seen an increase of Russian submarine activity. Again, the Greenland-Iceland United Kingdom gap, that is that important gap where Russian nuclear submarines come through and can potentially threaten North America and the eastern seacoast. We've seen Russia modernize their nuclear fleet that way. We know undersea cables are being cut. And so much of the Chinese science that's happening in the Arctic is on the seafloor, acoustics, mapping, hydrographic mapping of the seafloor. This has important implications for future deep sea mining potentially, but it's also mapping those undersea cables and potentially would allow for greater Chinese submarine activity potentially. So we have some time to prepare to make sure we can monitor and detect threats, that we can deter threats. And so we have to take it seriously. So again, President Trump is highlighting the right issue. We need to strengthen Arctic security. Our allies agree with that. NATO agrees with that. But ownership isn't the right way. It's working in partnership and strengthening NATO's resolve and getting more capabilities to the region.
NATO has said it will be sending personnel to Greenland. How destabilizing is this development to NATO, and how much confidence and trust have been dented already? Can that be recovered?
Yeah, this is the real challenging part. Our European allies have been working very hard with President Trump to find a path towards peace for Ukraine. And this conversation on Greenland, NATO now has to contemplate a security challenge potentially from the United States. It just seems so hard for us to grapple with this. But as I noted, European leaders take the president very seriously. They have to prepare for all eventualities. And so in some ways, the NATO sending and exercising forces in Greenland, it accomplishes and enhances Arctic security. That's good. It deters and detects potential threats. But it's also some reassurance to the Kingdom of Denmark and Greenland that European NATO members will protect Greenland from any eventuality. And that's what, again, that's not what NATO was designed to do, to protect from other NATO members. So it's unfortunate. So hopefully we'll get the increased deterrence, which is what we want, and try to rebuild trust with all of our NATO allies. We've got to be pulling on the rope the same way, because the challenges are growing every single day.
It's destabilizing not just for NATO, but the rest of the world. In just 10 days, Trump has managed to attack Venezuela. It's making moves on Greenland. It's imposed 25% tariffs on everyone who's doing business with Iran. What do you make of the U.S. foreign policy right now?
Well, I think as the national security strategy that was just released at the end of last year was fairly clear, the United States is moving towards Western hemispheric defense, and that has both a southern exposure, and that's, of course, the actions in Venezuela, and it has an expression in the north, and that's Greenland. And I think it's very clear the president uses his leverage, as he would call it, the great strength of the American military, the great strength of the American economy and our trade and investment to bend many countries to his will and what he seeks. You get a lot of ground that way in the short term, and I think the United States is demonstrating its incredible military and economic power. You get short-term results that countries may, act and support what you're doing. But as you noted, it's the long term. It's the loss of credibility. It's the loss of trust, particularly with our allies. So if our allies begin to defend against the United States or hedge, that weakens our great strength, which is this global alliance structure, which is both a security as well as an economic strength for the United States. So we are moving in a different phase for sure. And as you noted, 2026 has certainly, in just 15 days, and we are focusing right now on Iran and what the president plans to do there. It's really significant military and economic action, but with unknown long-term consequences. And I think that's what we're all struggling with today.
You talked about how in the long term, American power politically, economically, will be undermined. What will that mean for global alliances? Many have suggested that China is actually benefiting from all of this. Chinese President Xi Jinping is, in fact, meeting a lot of global leaders who are gravitating towards China because of what the U.S. is doing in the world today.
Well, I think the Chinese government is certainly sending a message that they are a stabilizing presence, international law and rules. And as they compare to the Trump administration's actions, coercive actions on tariffs and military strikes. But I think many countries see through that. They understand that China itself, its economic practices bring harm to countries. I think China is also reeling a little bit from some of these actions. Its relationship with Venezuela, potentially its relationship with Iran. The destabilization does have implications for China and their global footprint as well, economically and militarily. So I think what you're seeing is this attempt at spheres of influence where the United States controls or seeks to control the Western Hemisphere, but we're going to see an enormous amount of instability. I don't believe China is going to be able to take full advantage because the United States, for the past 80 years, has had such a unique role in not only structuring the international system with our global alliances to strengthen security and prosperity, but we did enforce those international rules and norms. And if we break them ourselves, or if there's no one to enforce them, then it does become a system where the stronger, larger countries will take steps and actions that could harm neighbors, harm sovereignty, territorial integrity, and that's a highly, highly unstable world.
It does seem like a world without rules. Heather, after what we've seen in the last 10 days, I think it is a valid question. Who is next? Who will be targeted next? Trump, of course, has cited quite a number of countries. From your own observation, is it fair to be expecting other countries to be targeted as well?
So I think we're going to continue to see this very muscular policy. Just in 2025 alone, we had, I think, upwards of 8 countries that we struck with airstrikes. I think we're going to see that continued in some ways. The incredible military operation in Venezuela did give the president confidence, emboldens him to take these measures. And I think, again, what we are not keeping in mind is there is a cumulative effect of these airstrikes and of these very aggressive outward policies. Right. And I think the president's seen some of that challenge domestically with the affordability agenda versus the foreign policy agenda, which he is implementing right now.
Heather, great perspective. Thank you so much for that. Heather Conley, non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Coming up, as traders accelerate a rotation out of big tech, we dig into the outlook for AI investment with Indoswiss Wealth Management CIO. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching Inside. As far as the market goes, some weakness in Asian benchmarks, down for a first day in 3, coming off, of course, record high. So ain't too shabby. The Asia-Pac index currently down by 0.2%. The Kospi, though, higher by 0.5%. And by the way, the central bank in Korea left its interest rates unchanged at 2.5% for a 5th straight meeting, matching pretty much the expectations of the market. That decision coming on the back of an economy that's showing resilience. It did raise its 2026 growth forecast to 1.8%. Still to come, TSMC set to release 4th quarter earnings later today, and investors will be watching the AI outlook and capital spending plans. We're live to Taipei next for a preview. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching Insight. We're keeping an eye on shares of TSMC as the chip giant prepares to release its 4th quarter results later Thursday. The stock has been on a blistering rally powered by the AI boom. For more on this, Bloomberg's Asia Tech correspondent Annabelle Jules joins us from Taipei. And Belle, what are investors watching out for?
Well, they're going to be watching out for a lot of different things today, but I think you just mentioned there, AI is certainly going to be really one of the big watch points for us because the expectations are actually strong going into the figures. I wish you could see the room behind me. This is where the TSMC earnings conference is going to take place in a couple of hours. They've just shut the doors on us to take those final checks. But essentially, yes, we'll get the figures after the bell, we get the presser, and then we've got a big interview following that. But the numbers, as I said, we have already the sales figures for October, November, December, and if you put those together, we are expecting a revenue jump of around 20%. That would be ahead of analyst expectations. That's the quirk, of course, for companies that are listed on the Taiwan Stock Exchange. They do need to report those monthly sales figures. And we're also coming off the back of CES, and we had a lot of different bullish announcements from the likes of AMD, but also NVIDIA affirming that ramp up of the Rubin architecture. So TSMC, of course, the leading manufacturer for this kind of technology, is in a very good position going into 2026. In terms of what that means for the business, I mean, one of the key points as well is going to be margins specifically, because we actually could see those hitting a 3-year high in the 4th quarter of 2025. And that's as they get more pricing power of his business. It could be between 59 to 61%. Again, well ahead of what is the company's longer term projection or push, which is 53% or more for the business. So they're just some of the key things we're going to watch later.
Belle, what about TSMC's plans for the U.S.? We know that Taiwan is still in negotiations with the U.S. On tariffs.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's really perfect timing, at least for us as journalists, going into these figures today. But you do have that reporting, and including from our Bloomberg sources that are telling us that you're in the real final stages now of the Trump administration rather hammering out some sort of accord with Taipei. There's a lot at stake really for TSMC, because what we're hearing again from sources or people that are close to the matter, they're saying that in exchange for the US lowering tariffs on Taiwanese goods going to the States to 15% from 20%, TSMC actually could be looking to pledge a lot more capacity in Arizona. So already you've got promises to build 6 manufacturing plants, 2 advanced packaging plants, but they could be looking to add a further 4 to that. It's a very hefty CapEx announcement, given that each fab costs around $20 billion to build, essentially. But the CapEx, we saw it around $40 to $42 billion. That's the estimate for the full year 2025, 2026. Pretty much every analyst you speak to is saying it's going to exceed that, so somewhere up to $48 billion, even higher. But again, lots of questions. How much of that goes to the States in particular, and how much, of course, goes to their more advanced nodes that they're also trying to build out?
And Belle, what else will be in focus today?
Yeah, I just mentioned those advanced nodes, so that's going to be one of the key watch points for us, because the expectation is that we should have seen, at least from Capital Securities, one of the analysts, but saying that we should have started to see that go into mass production just at the end of last year. That could actually end up contributing a lot more revenue in the financial year 2026, so N2 in particular, but advanced nodes generally. And then I think also smartphones is going to be really interesting to track, because demand from smartphones still makes up around 30% of TSMC's revenue, at least at the third quarter of last year. That was the point. But we are seeing lots of concerns around memory chip supply crunch essentially hitting in 2026. What does that mean for devices, and what does it mean for PCs as well? Does that have any sort of bearing on TSMC's numbers?
Belle, thank you so much for that. Bloomberg's Asia tech correspondent Annabelle drew list for us in Taipei. Now we'll hear more from TSMC on their earnings and business outlook. Catch our interview with Senior Vice President and CFO Wendell Huang. That's happening on Friday. And our next guest says we are just at the beginning of the AI investment cycle, which he believes will continue to lift corporate earnings. Let's get insights from Alexandra Dobowicz, CIO of Indoswiss Wealth Management. Alex, good to have you with us. So still upbeat about AI and tech plays despite the rotation we're seeing at the moment.
That's right. I mean, we think we are actually just at the beginning of this AI wave. It was pretty clear when I heard from TSMC here that the CapEx investment boom is here to stay and potentially accelerate. So I think we're now looking at a kind of diffusion of these AI-related investments into a kind of productivity boom as well, because at the end of the day, this is what AI is about. Also, is to increase productivity. So it means for us it's going to be margin expansion. We are probably going to move from the hyperscalers much more into the broadening of the AI trade. We favor, for example, small caps in the US that has been outperforming actually significantly the broader S&P market for the past 6 months. And I think this is a reflection as well that a lot of investors are probably too much an over-concentration to the AI-related names, and now they are moving to the other side of the market, playing this productivity booth, but also the catching up of the rest of the market. So still very positive there.
So there's still concentration risk, yet you say keep your money in the US to play AI small caps. Why not the rest of the world? You get better valuations in countries like China.
Absolutely. No, that's absolutely right. It's a fair point. Now, to address this AI concentration in the US, right? So we have on the one side the broadening in a small cap within the US, but first, the second way also to diversify and to manage this concentration risk is to go to Asia. So we have been bullish on emerging markets for the past 18 months. It is a way to catch a different wave of AI in AI-related names in Asia that, in our view, where growth is significant, prospect of earnings growth is also very, very good. And globally speaking, we can feel and we can say that a lot of global investors remain underweight the region. So this is why I think there is some catching up to do. Particularly, I have met a few institutional investors here in Asia, and the feedback we are receiving is that a lot of international investors, whether from the Middle East or whether from Australia and that part of the region, are still underweight China and AI-related names, and they are looking to deploy capital.
So with that expected rotation, do you see Asia, emerging markets in particular, still outperforming developed markets, particularly the US?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is our, I would say, largest bet in our global portfolios today on emerging markets. I think global investors remain underinvested in Asia, in particular, or globally in emerging markets. In 2026, finally, we might see actually a much stronger earnings growth in emerging markets, which probably was lagging. China, for example, didn't really deliver a strong earnings growth. So there's been more a re-rating of the valuation of the market for the past 12 months, but we are probably now moving into the second phase where this time not only valuation can continue maybe to close the gap with the US, the MSCI emerging market and MSCI Asia continues to trade at a 25% discount to the market, and we have prospects of about 10 or 15% plus earnings growth this year, which will be more or less equivalent to the US, but at a much more affordable valuation.
You talked earlier about how you should play AI by playing the small caps. Yeah. But how about the AI ecosystem? What's looking attractive? Some say play the grids.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Electrification is a very important theme, which can be played also by small cap related names that are suppliers to the chain, as you mentioned, of this AI ecosystem. And there are hundreds of companies in the US that can benefit from this electrification, everything relating to the data centers, everything related to the water and the coolage of data centers. So it is indeed a much broader set of domestic companies in the US, because we have a huge capex boom in the US related to data center, and a lot of smaller and domestic companies are the ones that can reap the benefits of those investments.
Of course, there's still those who say there is an AI bubble. There's a huge risk out there because there's a lot of uncertainty, especially surrounding ROI. I'm just wondering whether there is value in investing in non-AI players as a hedge or even as a core strategy.
As a core strategy, probably not. I think yes, there are some areas of the market that are red hot on AI, so you have to be a bit more maybe valuation conscious. I think we are moving from this time frame where everything .ai was actually bought by investors without really looking at the ROI or the capacity to monetize those investments into profit. We are now moving more to the second phase of AI, which is actually to find the winners and the losers. So there will be more dispersion. It's actually going to be a much more favorable market for stock pickers with value to be extracted for sure.
What are the biggest risks to your investments this year in particular?
Yeah, so that might sound a bit of a paradox, but we are looking for growth actually to pick up in the US this year. We're having our Global Investment Committee at Industrials this week, and we're going to be upgrading our US growth forecast to 2.7%. It's on the one hand related to the fact that you have the fading effects from tariffs. The US consumer is very, very resilient. It was very interesting to hear the comments of the U.S. banks overnight. One CFO of an American bank said the consumer is in great shape. So we continue, I think, to underestimate the U.S. consumer. And linked to that is that you have an economy that's going to be quite strong. 2.7 is out of consensus. It's well above consensus. Let's imagine that you have a Federal Reserve that actually cuts rates much lower. We have ourselves only one rate cut for the year. But that will be a situation where the market will have a rate cut into a red-hot economy. This is not going to be liked by the bond market. So you would expect, for example, in that risk, which is not our central scenario, but in this risk, a shoot up in bond yield. And you will reach to the point where the bond yield will actually be a pain point for the equity market. So this is my biggest risk, is that a red-hot economy in which the central bank is cutting rates and the bond market won't like it.
How do you play the bond market then?
Today, we shy away, actually, from government bonds in the U.S., so we tend to be what we call underweight duration. We rather focus on credit, that is, companies with solid balance sheet, attractive yield, and lower maturities. That helps us basically to have a good income for our client. We also like to diversify in fixed income by going into emerging market, local currency debt, i.e. we invest into government debt issued by emerging market countries in their own local currency. And that helps us also not only to benefit from a good carry, but also from the fact that those local currencies continue to appreciate because we continue to have a cautious view on the US dollar.
Of course, lots of speculation, perhaps debate on de-dollarization. Where do you see the dollar headed? And what do you make of the Chinese yuan, for instance, which is showing a lot of strength?
Absolutely. So we have been cautious on the US dollar for the past, since April last year. We continue to be cautious, and we advise our investors in private wealth. People don't understand quite often the FX risk when they invest in overseas market, right? So because by definition they are not hedged. For example, for European clients, whether they are Euro-based or Swiss-based, we advise them to actually hedge the currency risk on the US market so they can retain really the local market return, not to give up on the FX side. So today we are cautious on the US dollar. It's also visible in the flows because more and more clients and ourselves at those US, when we get exposure to the US, we will actually get exposure through ETFs or funds that are also hedged to the dollar. And that phenomenon has been global. That is, we are not the only one doing it. Flows are showing that basically money flowing into the US up until April was not hedged. And since April, about half of the flows going into the US are now hedged. And I think so. It's not that people sell U.S. assets. They are not giving up on U.S. assets. They continue to buy U.S. assets, but they rather put aside the FX currency risk in order to retain the market return.
Alex, thank you so much for dropping by today. Alexandra Drobovic, CIO of Induswiz Wealth Management. Up next, with the U.S. visa crackdown and ICE backlash making headlines, Kirk Baxter, founding partner Charles Kirk. Welcome back. You're watching Insight. The U.S. State Department is set to stop issuing immigrant visas to people from 75 countries. A source says the order is likely to target foreigners that authorities believe could require public assistance while living in the U.S. We're told the move would apply only to people seeking to live and work permanently in the U.S., not tourists or temporary workers. Impacted countries include Brazil, Somalia, and Iran. And we want to show you live pictures out of Minneapolis. The U.S. Homeland Security Department has confirmed reports of a federal officer shooting a person in the leg there during a traffic stop. Officials say the victim was a Venezuelan illegal immigrant attempting to evade arrest. A group of federal agents and Minneapolis police wearing gas masks has now fired tear gas into a crowd gathered close to where the shooting happened. Joining us now, Charles Kirk, founding partner at Kirk Baxter and a leading immigration lawyer. Last year, he represented South Korean nationals detained at a Hyundai facility in Georgia. First off, Charles, your take on what we're seeing in the streets of Minneapolis.
Honestly, this is insanity. There's just simply no legitimate purpose that the Trump administration is doing this other than to spread fear and panic, both among U.S. citizens and among immigrants.
There is rising pressure to prosecute protesters. I'm just wondering, what's your take on how aggressive the handling is when it comes to protests?
Well, the Trump administration has decided to take a very aggressive approach to protesters who are clearly exercising their legitimate rights to both record, to taunt, to harass these officers. They're not physically doing anything to them. And we know today that officers were reminded by their bosses that they can be taunted, they can be yelled at, they can be followed. All of that is legitimate protesting in the United States. What the Trump administration is doing, however, like these pictures show, throwing tear gas, shooting some protesters, in fact, killing a woman last week, when in reality, their lives are not threatened in any way. And none of this is doing anything to, quote, capture bad, undocumented immigrants in the United States.
Is there legal basis for it? And is there a recourse for the people?
Well, in the United States, the Constitution basically says and limits the rights of the police in regards to arresting individuals, in regards to entering houses. The police in our country can, in fact, stop basically anybody within 100 miles of our border, whether that's the northern border or our ocean borders, and ask for identification. U.S. citizens, however, are not required to carry any identification to show they're U.S. citizens. But foreign nationals, including permanent residents, are required by law to carry their documents with them and produce them if asked within that area. What immigration is doing here, however, in Minneapolis, which is by, of course, our northern border, is a little bit beyond that. They are literally going door to door in some neighborhoods. We've seen them break into houses, which is a violation of our Fourth Amendment. And we've seen them do things intended to scare away protesters and those objecting to their presence. The only way to really stop this, though, is through a court order. The courts have been reluctant to intervene dramatically in what the Immigration Service is doing. But the other way is to file civil rights actions against the Department of Homeland Security. And we're beginning to see that in greater volume. Once that volume hits thousands of cases, I think perhaps the courts may then really intervene and order ICE to stop in the manner in which they're carrying out these raids. One thing I can tell you, their ultimate goal is to arrest undocumented immigrants. This is the exact wrong way to do that.
Charles, we hear that's been a backlash. Reports suggesting that perhaps U.S. attorneys in cities like L.A. and Chicago are making an exit. They're leaving. What are you hearing? What are you seeing on the ground?
Well, first of all, we're only seeing these troops in what you would call blue states in the United States. These are states that voted not for Trump in the last election. Most of our cities in the United States are run by Democrats. They tend to be more liberal places, places that do not support Trump. They also tend to have policies in place that protect immigrants and do not cooperate with ICE when somebody is arrested, for example, for an accident or driving without a license. These states tend to not hold them for ICE to come pick them up within 48 hours. What we're seeing actually is a backlash against people who didn't support Trump. We're not seeing them in places like Atlanta. The state of Georgia voted for Trump this time. So we're not really seeing this level of activity here. Plus, something more important, we're not within 100 miles of the border. So the Border Patrol really can't be here, and ICE really can't be here to do the things that they're doing in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, which are within that 100-mile zone. We'll see what happens beyond this. I suspect that ICE will be in Minneapolis for another few weeks before it becomes evident that they're not meeting their goals in arresting or detaining individuals. And then they'll move on to somewhere else.
And Charles, in Trump's latest move against immigration, he's putting a pause on immigration from third world countries. Is there a sense that this is a judicial overreach?
Oh, this is definitely beyond the scope of what is normally allowed in our republic. Congress controls the immigration laws in the United States. The president simply enforces them. And while the president is given some authority to bar entry into the United States from countries with an articulatable reason, and he did that for 39 countries, although that is subject to judicial challenge, this latest announcement is simply about the Department of State slow walking or even not issuing visas. The Department of State has had rulings against them several times in the last 5 or 6 years when they've done this, and each time the courts have ruled, no, you must adjudicate visas, you must issue visas, you have to make a decision. So I suspect there'll be additional litigation. I know myself and some colleagues have already filed litigation for those from the original 39 countries, and we'll be adding people from the rest of these countries, 70% of whom are from Africa. No surprise with this administration, but 2 are from Asia. We have Cambodia and Thailand on this list. We'll sue, we'll win, and the Department of State will have to issue these visas. What they are doing, however, with this crackdown is basically using as an excuse that people from these countries may abuse our welfare system without any factual evidence to begin denying visas. And this is how the Trump administration intends to slow down legal immigration to the United States.
How much leverage do you have, you think, Charles?
Oh, we have a lot of leverage in the courts. Once we get an injunction against the administration, they will be forced to begin adjudicating these cases. We suspect that will happen in the next 30 to 60 days. But there's going to be this pause for the next couple of months, specifically from these countries, where they're simply not going to be able to get mostly family-based visas. This ban, the 75 countries slowdown, is really on immigrant visas. It's not necessarily on visitor visas. It's not necessarily on employment-based visas. But 39 of these countries actually have a ban right now where they, even if they got a visa, they couldn't come into the United States.
Charles, thank you for your perspective today. Charles Cook, founding partner at Cook Barter. Now, still to come on the show, we get analysis on the economic and policy impact of Japan's plan for a snap election with former BOJ board member Sayuri Shirai. Plus, SIVE's Ritesh Janiviral will be with us to talk AI, gold, and the top investment themes for 2026. More to come in our next hour of Insight. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching Insight. Here's a quick check of Asian markets. Mixed trading day today with crude oil sliding for the first time in 6 days after President Trump signaled he may hold off attacking Iran for now. Precious metals, including silver and gold, also slipping, coming off record highs earlier this week. We're also tracking moves in Japanese stocks as the LDP confirms Prime Minister Takaichi will call for an early election. Takaichi's decision is a gamble aimed at shoring up her leadership and securing a mandate for a new coalition. For more, let's bring in our Japan economy and government editor, Paul Jackson in Tokyo. Paul, I know she wants this mandate. What can't she do without it?
Well, I think what we've got here is an administration that's lacking longer-term stability. We have got a razor-thin majority in the lower house of Parliament, and that's testimony really to how Prime Minister Takaichi has already managed to cobble together a new coalition and bring some independents on board. But it's still razor-thin, and she wants to kind of move the needle on policy. She doesn't want to be a prime minister that just goes through a one-year stint, a leader who just takes her turn on merit in the LDP. No, she wants to leave a legacy, make a mark, and she wants to move policy forward. And as we've already seen in her first, barely 3 months in power, she's unveiled the largest extra budget since pandemic restrictions were relaxed. She's brought forward a bump in defense spending. She's gone further than previous prime ministers in spelling out some of the scenarios around Taiwan, comments that have ruffled feathers in Beijing. She's already left a mark, and that's showing in soaring popularity ratings. And that's what she's trying to capitalize on before we get into another parliamentary session where those ratings could start to suffer.
You talked about the high ratings. Could she successfully convert those ratings to actual votes? What are the risks out there?
Well, I think we've got two main risks here. One is the fact that a lot of this is based on her personality. It's a direct appeal to voters. It's the kind of appeal we've seen previously with prime ministers like Shinzo Abe and Junichiro Koizumi. If you look at the actual support for the party, for the LDP, we haven't really seen much of an uptick there. And there's a lot of these smaller parties kicking around that are very flexible and good at honing in on issues that are frustrating voters. So it's whether those high opinion poll ratings for her personally will convert into election victory. I think there's a good chance of that. We've seen that supporters of Sanseito and the DPP are favoring Takaichi, so there's a good chance of that happening. The other thing, of course, to mention is that this is a new coalition. For a quarter century, the LDP has relied on Komeito, a kind of centrist opposition party that's been brought into the coalition as supporting, bringing out voters for the LDP. The classic approach is they support the LDP candidate in a constituency, and then the voters then vote for Komeito in the proportional representation segment. And this serves both parties, has done for more than 2 decades. Now, Komeito has bolted the coalition and now looks to be set to even merge with the largest opposition party, the Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, and form a powerful opposition party there, which would still, at the current level of seats, would still be about 61 seats behind the ruling coalition. But that could stymie the attempt at building a bigger majority in the lower house.
Paul, we know the markets are nervous. The yen has been slumping. JGB is also down. Can Takaichi continue to just shrug off what the market's saying about her fiscal spending plans?
Well, I mean, that is an important question. I mean, I think we are seeing the yen very weak levels that really, I would say, are out of line with rate differentials and where it should be. I think it should be actually stronger. But there is this idea that Takaichi strengthening her position is going to lead to more looser spending by the government. This could be bad for the longer-term finances of the government. Of course, Prime Minister Takaichi is trying to talk back that, to talk against it, saying, no, this will not. We will have a stronger economy that grows at a faster pace. So this won't be bad for the finances over the longer term. So far, the market is not buying that.
Paul, thank you. Our Japan economy and government editor, Paul Jackson in Tokyo. For more on the economic impact of the planned snap election, we're joined by Sayuri Shirai. She's a former Bank of Japan Monetary Policy Board member and now a professor of economics at Keio University. Sayuri, good to have you with us. Of course, we're seeing rising yields in Japan. Markets are pretty nervous. They're concerned about the fiscal position of the country. What do you make of what Sayuri, or rather Takaichi, is planning to do?
Yeah, I think her announcement really caught by surprise, and the people actually do not have a very positive view about this snap election because she's actually doing, her work from November. Because after she's elected, she was busy for foreign policy, so she just stayed in her position for 2 months, and then just submitted, and passed the 2025 supplementary budget only. So she hasn't really done anything, right? Detailed economic policy, and people are still suffering from high, prices, and people are really suffering. So, people feel that she has to do more policy rather than doing elections. So this is really, people are really wondering and puzzled by her announcement.
What do you make of the market reaction? We see continued weakness in the yen and the continued rise in Japanese yields.
Yeah. Yes. So yen is super sharp, super cheap, and it's very bad, and it's affecting our, prices, and in a negative way. It's a cost push inflation. But because at the beginning of January, there's a lot of uncertain economic policy and foreign policy developed by United States. So I thought this may give a chance for Japanese yen to start to appreciate a bit more because interest differential is shrinking. But now there is a lot of uncertainty in the Japanese politics because she really made anger among the ruling party because she made all decision by herself without any prior discussion. So there is a lot of anger and anxiety in a political era. So I don't know how much she can do, keep the leadership, and whether she can do more meaningful economic policy. There is a lot of uncertainty. So I think the stock price will continue to be very volatile. Yen direction is not clear. Yen can be depreciated more because of uncertain Japanese environment, or it can appreciate if more surprise happen from US side.
Some hedge fund managers are saying that perhaps the yen could get to 165 before we see any intervention. Talk to us about the kind of movements you're expecting in the currency.
Yeah, so just looking at the interest differential, it started to shrink, and it will shrink further. So yen should start to appreciate to 150 or 155 this year. But at the same time, how market will react to this growing uncertainty among Japanese politics, we don't really know. So it might really trigger even more depreciation. So anything will happen, I think, this year.
How worried are you about a weakening currency?
I'm very worried. The biggest problem in Japan is the yen's depreciation. But the irony is that because currency is depreciating, we still have a large number of foreign tourists, despite the decline in tourists from China. And also because of the depreciation in yen, export sectors are getting benefit. So that's also contributing to the higher Japanese stock prices. So yen looks very good for exporters and the stock prices, but at the expense of Japanese consumer. So this is a problem I think we have to correct, this exchange rate movement.
How do you think the BOJ is looking at the movements of the currency? Is it likely to perhaps encourage it to raise rates earlier than anticipated? Could we see a rate hike perhaps, I don't know, in April?
Okay, so January, it's impossible. They will not take any action. So the next one will be March. I think it depends on how successful her election result will be. It can go very successful. She may lose the seat because there's a lot of uncertainty about her support ratio. So we don't really know. So I think BOJ have to wait and see what will happen to her leadership. So it's possible April.
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell. Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand. It's Friday, January 16th. Today, Trump threatens to use the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. Machado hands over her Nobel Peace Prize medal to Trump. The Fed's Powell might have an ace up his sleeve when his term ends. And the Detroit Auto Show reveals a new gamified army tank. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. President Donald Trump is threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act in order to deploy military forces in Minnesota. It follows days of sometimes peaceful, sometimes violent protests there.
You don't protect the people!
In Minneapolis, demonstrators confronted ICE agents. Elsewhere, protesters hurled rocks, ice and fireworks, clashing with law enforcement agents who fired tear gas late into the night. Protests escalated after federal agents shot a Venezuelan man in the leg as he tried to flee detention. That followed the fatal shooting of Renee Good, a US citizen, last week. Our photographer Leah Millis has covered protests and civil unrest across the country for years and is on the ground in Minneapolis. We caught up with her in her car yesterday to get a sense of the situation on the ground following Wednesday night's shooting.
When I showed up, there was an incredible amount of tear gas and flashbangs and angry neighbors who were coming out of their homes because there was clouds of chemical irritants, this gas floating around. And then you did have some people who were showing up to protest who were just yelling at the federal officers. So I would say that what I'm seeing is just a very volatile, unpredictable situation.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado telling reporters she gave her Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump at their meeting at the White House. A White House official has confirmed that Trump intends to keep the medal. Trump on social media called it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. Now, there's been a lot of talk about who is going to replace Jerome Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve, but less has been said about what Powell will do once his term as chair ends in May. You see, Powell's separate seat as a Fed governor doesn't expire for 2 more years. And the recent threat of a criminal indictment by the Department of Justice may have changed his calculus. Our Fed reporter Howard Schneider has been looking into it and what it would mean if Powell decides to stick around.
Usually, when the chair turns over, when the 4-year term ends, unless they're reappointed, which Powell will not be in this case, the chair also clears out of their board seat. It's kind of in the spirit of democratic transition. And you know what? They get to pick a chair. The new president gets to pick a chair. No reason for me to hang around. It's worked that way since the 1950s. But this has not been a normal relationship. And what happened over the weekend, last Friday in particular, with the Fed being subpoenaed, has kind of raised the stakes all around. And folks who are sort of thinking through the possibilities now here are wondering, well, is he going to walk away from this under a cloud? Is he going to walk away from this institution if he thinks this is how the president is going to treat other governors, other Fed chairs, with the threat of the criminal justice system kind of intervening at any point if they don't like the outcomes they're getting? That's a pretty compelling situation to say you're going to retire as much as you might want to at age 72 and pursue your post-retirement passions, be with your family, plenty of options, right? Or do you stay in that governor's job and fight? And the thing is, right now, that board's pretty split. And Powell has never said publicly what he's going to do. When he's asked about it, he says, I'm worried about my job as chair and serving that term out and not tipping his hand at all.
If you're in the mood for some more econ and finance news to round out your week, check out our Markets sister podcast, Morning Bid. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts. Federal prosecutors in Pennsylvania have charged 26 people with rigging bets on college and Chinese professional basketball games. The scheme allegedly started in 2022 with bribing players in China's professional league to underperform, then expanded to US college basketball last season, with players paid to make sure their teams fell short of the projected spreads. It's the latest in a wave of sports betting scandals since legalization. 2 of the defendants were already facing charges in a separate NBA bet rigging case. A South Korean court has sentenced former President Yoon Suk-yeol to 5 years in prison. It's for charges including obstructing attempts to arrest him following his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon's lawyer says he plans to appeal. Separately, Yoon faces a number of other trials, including on a charge of masterminding insurrection. Protesters have asked the court to give him the death sentence on that charge, with a ruling scheduled for February. Meanwhile, hundreds of South Korean firefighters were battling a major fire in an area often described as Seoul's largest remaining shantytown. Guryong Village is a pocket of ramshackle housing in the otherwise upmarket Gangnam district. The makeshift homes are often densely packed together and built with highly flammable materials. The area is due to be redeveloped into high-rise residential buildings. 4 astronauts are back on Earth after a medical emergency cut their International Space Station mission short. It's the first time a crew rotation has been terminated early in the International Space Station's 25-year history. NASA hasn't identified which astronaut was affected or what the condition was. It's unclear how this might impact NASA's preparations for its upcoming Artemis II launch, aimed at orbiting the moon for the first time since the Apollo missions of the 1970s. Now, if you've ever played a driving sim, the US Army says you're already halfway to operating its newest tank. It's rolled out its new Abrams tank prototype at the Detroit Auto Show, designed to mimic gaming platforms. Reporter Kia Johnson checked it out.
It's called an M1 E3 tank, and it's this massive green vehicle with a very long, imposing turret that comes from the front of it. And at the top, there's all of these components. There's several guns, all this military hardware that comes out of the top of it. And there's cameras all around on the sides. They lift the top of it, and then you go down into this quarters, which 3 people can fit down there. So they have controllers on each one of the seats and these kind of gaming-like chairs.
And the gaming aspect isn't an accident.
I spoke to Colonel Ryan Howell.
The digital controls now mirror the gaming environment. The training time is significantly reduced. A 13-year-old could probably learn how to drive this thing faster than I could, truthfully, and that's exactly what we want.
He said that they're very familiar with the soldiers in the military because they already are using this for their downtime. So it kind of cuts down the training period because they already have the basic skills to maneuver their gaming systems.
The tank hadn't been upgraded since the 1970s, but Kia spoke with the US Army's Chief Technology Officer, Dr. Alexander Miller, who says this new tank now includes high-tech robotics and drone components.
He said that the robotics and drones are just playing a big part in our warfare capabilities and our strategy, that these things are going to be leading the way so that our soldiers don't have to.
America's next first battle should not be humans first. It should be us trading blood for steel, and it should be our robots going in first.
This is it's a war machine, and it has more technology than any of us can even imagine.
The Army says the tank will now undergo safety testing protocol before final production is finalized. And for today's recommended read, to Chile, which is preparing to create a national park at its southernmost tip, where the Americas meets the Antarctic. A link to the story and the photos is in the description. And from the Antarctic to the Arctic for a recommended listen for your weekend. On assignment heads back to Nuuk to find out how the clash between Copenhagen and Washington, D.C. is impacting Greenlanders. That pod drops on Saturday morning. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
हमारे दर्शक ज़्यादातर वो लोग हैं जो भारत में एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं, और इसीलिए हम सबको आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखना है, क्योंकि आपने इसे बहुत अलग अलग कार्य क्षेत्रों में कई बार किया है।
हाँ।
तो आज हम उनसे बात करेंगे और मैं अपने सभी सवाल उस दिशा में केंद्रित करूंगा ताकि वो इस बातचीत का फायदा उठा सकें और शायद शुरुआत करें, जोखिम उठाएं और कुछ निर्माण करें। क्या आप कॉफी पीना चाहेंगे?
हाँ जरूर, क्यों नहीं।
ओके।
क्या हम ज्यादा देर बात करेंगे?
उम्मीद है कि हम करेंगे।
ठीक है, बिल्कुल।
मेघना,
क्या मुझे एक कॉफी मिल सकती है?
क्या हमें एक और कॉफी मिल सकती है?
कौन सी कॉफी लेंगे?
कैपुचिनो ठीक है। हाँ।
क्या आपको कॉफी पसंद है इलॉन?
हाँ, मैं आमतौर पर सुबह एक बार ही कॉफी पीता हूँ।
अच्छा, यानी दिन में एक बार?
हाँ, ज्यादातर।
ओके। कॉफी का इंतजार करना है?
नहीं, हम शुरू कर सकते हैं।
तो सबसे पहले मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि जितना मैंने सोचा था आप कहीं ज्यादा बड़े, भारी भरकम और बलवान हैं।
बस करो, अब मुझे बहुत शर्म आ रही है।
नहीं, वास्तव में ये सच है।
हाँ, इंटरनेट पर तो मैं छोटा ही हूँ।
हाँ। नहीं, असल में इंटरनेट का कितना प्रतिशत ट्विटर पर खर्च होता है, यानी एक्स पर, इसकी कोई संख्या है?
हाँ, हमारे पास लगभग 600 मिलियन मासिक यूजर्स हैं। लेकिन दुनिया में अगर कोई बड़ी घटना घटती है तो ये बढ़ सकता है। ये 800 मिलियन या 1 बिलियन तक भी हो सकता है। अगर दुनिया में कोई बड़ी घटना घटती है तो हर हफ्ते करीब 250 से 300 मिलियन तक होता होगा शायद। ये एक बहुत ही अच्छी संख्या है। ये वो लोग हैं जो सिर्फ पढ़ते हैं, मतलब सिर्फ शब्द पढ़ते हैं। तो
क्या आपको लगता है ये बदलेगा?
हाँ, मतलब बहुत सारे वीडियो जरूर है एक्स सिस्टम पर, लेकिन इस समय वीडियो की संख्या बहुत बड़ी है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि एक्स नेटवर्क उन लोगों में सबसे मजबूत है जो बहुत ज्यादा सोचते हैं और बहुत पढ़ते हैं। तो यही सबसे ज्यादा मजबूत होगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास शब्द है। इसलिए पाठकों, लेखकों और विचारकों में एक्स दुनिया में श्रेष्ठ हैं।
जहां तक सोशल मीडिया की बात है, ये फॉर्म फैक्टर, अगर भविष्य में आपको अंदाजा लगाना हो,
हाँ,
तो कितना टेक्स्ट है और कितना वीडियो? मैंने आपको कहते हुए सुना है कि एआई के साथ संचार का अगला तरीका बातचीत और सुनने की शक्ति हो सकती है। अच्छा, एक्स के असली रूप का क्या होगा? ये कैसे विकसित होगा?
हाँ, तो भविष्य में बातचीत ज्यादातर वीडियो के जरिए होगी। ज्यादातर बातचीत एआई के साथ रियल टाइम वीडियो से होगी। तो रियल टाइम वीडियो की समझ, रियल टाइम वीडियो उत्पादन, इसका बहुत अधिक भार होगा। और ज्यादातर इंटरनेट पर यही हाल है। इंटरनेट पर ज्यादा वीडियो ही है, टेक्स्ट का प्रतिशत बहुत कम है। लेकिन आमतौर पर टेक्स्ट का महत्व ज्यादा होता है। जानकारी को संक्षिप्त तरीके से पेश किया जाता है। हाँ, तो लेकिन अगर आप कहें कि सबसे ज्यादा बिट्स कहाँ उत्पन्न हुए और कंप्यूट में खर्च हुए, तो वो बेशक वीडियो ही होगा।
तो मैं एक्स का शेयर होल्डर हुआ करता था, बहुत छोटा सा, और मुझे पैसे तब मिले जब आपने ट्विटर को खरीदकर उसे एक्स बनाया। क्या ये अच्छा फैसला था? इससे आपको खुशी हुई?
हाँ, ये जरूरी था। मुझे लगा कि ट्विटर एक ऐसी दिशा में जा रहा था जिसका दुनिया पर बहुत बुरा असर पड़ रहा था। और हाँ, ये आपके नज़रिए पर निर्भर करता है कि कुछ लोगों को ये जैसा था वैसा ही पसंद था और अब उन्हें नहीं पसंद। लेकिन प्रमुख बात ये थी कि दुनिया के विचारधारा में ज़्यादातर लोगों के दर्जे के हिसाब से ट्विटर काफ़ी हद तक लेफ्ट को बढ़ावा दे रहा था, क्योंकि ये सैन फ्रांसिस्को में स्थित था। तो उन्होंने बहुत से राइट की विचारधारा वालों को सस्पेंड किया। उनके नज़रिए से सेंटर में बैठा व्यक्ति बहुत राइट की विचारधारा वाला होगा। अगर आप बहुत लेफ्ट हैं तो सेंटर वाला राइट ही होगा, क्योंकि ये असल में पॉलिटिकल स्पेक्ट्रम पर है। वो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स और सैन फ्रांसिस्को में उतनी ही लेफ्ट विंग है। तो मैंने जो करने की कोशिश की वो ये कि मैंने इसे संतुलित और केंद्रित बनाना चाहा। तो किसी भी लेफ्ट विंग वालों की आवाज़ को दबाया या बैन नहीं किया गया है, ना ही किसी की आवाज़ को रोका गया है। पर बेशक कुछ लोगों ने कहीं और जाने का फैसला कर लिया है। पर इस समय जो हमारा ऑपरेटिंग प्रिंसिपल है हमारे एक्स सिस्टम का, वो किसी भी देश के कानूनों का पालन करना है, लेकिन देश के कानून से आगे बढ़कर हम कोई भी काम नहीं करेंगे।
जब मैं सोशल मीडिया के बारे में सोचता हूँ धन्यवाद इलॉन, जब मैं सोशल मीडिया के बारे में सोचता हूँ मुझे लगता है कि डेटा से भी पता चलता है कि आजकल के नेता सबसे कम उम्र के दर्शकों के बीच अपनी पकड़ खोते जा रहे हैं।
हाँ।
यहाँ तक कि इंस्टाग्राम जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म भी, जो बिल्कुल ट्विटर जैसा नहीं है, पर मेरा मतलब सभी प्लेटफॉर्म से है। अगर कोई सोशल मीडिया को दोबारा एक नए सिरे से बनाना चाहे तो फिर आपको क्या लगता है कि भविष्य के लिए क्या काम करेगा?
तो अगर मैं सच कहूँ तो मैं सोशल मीडिया के बारे में इतना नहीं सोचता। मेरा मतलब है कि मैं कुछ ऐसा चाहता हूँ जहाँ एक्स के मामले में एक विश्व स्तर का मैदान हो, जहाँ लोग जो कहना चाहे कह सकें, चाहे शब्द हो, तस्वीरें हो, वीडियो हो, जहाँ एक सुरक्षित मैसेजिंग सिस्टम हो। हमने हाल ही में ऑडियो और वीडियो कॉल करने की सुविधा भी जोड़ी है। तो हम असल में दुनिया को एक सामूहिक चेतना में लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये सिर्फ ये कहने से अलग है कि सबसे ज़्यादा डोपामीन पैदा करने वाली वीडियो स्ट्रीम कौन सी है। जो सच कहूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ी दिमागी गड़बड़ी हो सकती है। अगर आप सिर्फ ऐसे वीडियो देख रहे हैं जो एक के बाद एक डोपामीन पैदा करते हैं और जिनका कोई अर्थ नहीं है, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो अच्छे वीडियो नहीं है। ये समय बिताने का अच्छा तरीका नहीं है। लेकिन असल में बहुत से लोग यही देखना चाहेंगे। तो पूरे इंटरनेट का उपयोग न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर उत्पादन को काफ़ी बढ़ावा देगा। मेरा मतलब है दर्शकों को इसमें काफ़ी मज़ा आएगा।
हाँ।
और सच कहूँ तो ये एक ड्रग जैसा है।
हाँ।
तो लेकिन मैं इसके पीछे नहीं हूँ। मेरा लक्ष्य ऐसा करना नहीं है।
हाँ।
मैं चाहता तो ऐसा कर सकता था, पर मैं ऐसा मैं सच में चाहता हूँ कि एक ऐसा वैश्विक मंच हो जहाँ पर ये इंसानियत की सामूहिक चेतना को करीब ला सकें। और उदाहरण के लिए हमने जो चीज़ें शुरू की उनमें से एक है स्वचालित अनुवाद। तो ये बहुत अच्छा होगा कि लोग जो विभिन्न भाषाओं में बोलते हैं उसे एक साथ लाकर पाने वाले के लिए स्वचालित अनुवाद किया जाए। तो आपके पास सामूहिक चेतना होगी, सिर्फ किसी खास भाषा समूह के लोगों की ही नहीं, लेकिन आपके पास हर भाषा समूह के लोगों के विचार हैं।
सामूहिक चेतना के लिए एक मंच होना ये जरूरी क्यों है इलॉन?
मुझे लगता है ये जरूरी क्यों है। मुझे लगता है आप ये भी कह सकते हैं क्यों। अगर आप इंसानों के बारे में सोचें तो इंसान में लगभग 30 से 40 ट्रिलियन सेल्स होते हैं और आपके मस्तिष्क में खरबों सिनेप्सिस हैं। मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा इसलिए है ताकि हम अपनी समझ बढ़ा सकें, विश्व के बारे में हमारी समझ को बढ़ा सकें। तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे मन में भी यही सवाल था कि जीवन का क्या मतलब है। जैसे कोई भी चीज जरूरी क्यों है? हम यहाँ क्यों हैं? ब्रह्मांड का स्रोत क्या है? अंत क्या है? ऐसे कौन से सवाल है जिन्हें हम पूछना नहीं जानते? और वो सवाल जिन्हें हमें पूछना नहीं आता शायद वही सबसे जरूरी होते हैं। तो मैं ये समझने की कोशिश में हूं कि आखिर हो क्या रहा है, हकीकत में क्या हो रहा है। क्या यही हकीकत है?
तो जब आपने पूछा कि जीवन का उद्देश्य क्या है, तब आपको क्या जवाब मिला?
हाँ, तो मैं इस नतीजे पर पहुंचा कि ये कुछ हद तक डगलस एडम्स की हिचहाइकर्स गाइड टू द गैलेक्सी विचारधारा जैसा है, जो
42। हाँ,
तो ये एक फिलॉसफी की किताब है जिसे हास्य की शैली में लिखा गया।
हाँ।
और यहीं पर जीवन के अर्थ का उत्तर जानने के लिए और समझने के लिए पृथ्वी एक कंप्यूटर बन जाती है और इसका जवाब आता है 42। लेकिन फिर 42 का क्या मतलब है? और पता चलता है कि असल में सवाल ही मुश्किल है, जवाब ढूंढना नहीं। और इसके लिए पृथ्वी से भी बड़े कंप्यूटर की जरूरत है। असल में डगलस एडम्स यही कह रहे थे कि हम नहीं जानते कि सवालों को ठीक से कैसे गढ़ें। इसलिए चेतना के दायरे और पैमाने को बढ़ाकर हम बेहतर ढंग से समझ सकते हैं कि ब्रह्मांड के जवाब के बारे में हमें क्या सवाल पूछने चाहिए।
क्या आप समाज की सामूहिक चेतना में विश्वास करते हैं? मैं हाल ही में एक फिल्म देख रहा था, वो ग्लैडिएटर, रसल क्रो की। क्या आपने देखी है? हाँ। ग्लैडिएटर में रोम में जब लोग लड़ रहे थे तो भीड़ वाहवाही कर रही थी जब लोग एक दूसरे को मार रहे थे। भीड़ ने उपद्रवियों का रूप ले लिया था। देखा जाए तो उनकी कोई निजी राय नहीं थी।
तो देखो, ये एक खास तरह की भीड़ है। वो वहां लोगों को एक दूसरे को मारते हुए देखने जा रहे हैं।
क्या आपको शक है कि आज हम जिस समाज में रहते हैं वो बहुत अलग है?
हम आमतौर पर नहीं करते। हम आपस में लोगों को मारते हुए नहीं देखना चाहते।
शायद किसी नहीं, मेरा मतलब है किसी और तरीके से।
शायद क्रीड़ा। तो लोग प्रतिस्पर्धा करते हैं जहां टीम्स एक दूसरे को हराने की कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन मौत के बिना।
सही कहा।
तो अगर हम इंसान के बारे में सोचें तो हमारी शुरुआत एक कोशिका से हुई थी, लेकिन अब हम 30 ट्रिलियन कोशिकाओं से बने हैं। और लेकिन ज्यादातर लोगों को लगता है कि वो एक शरीर है। जैसे आमतौर पर आपका दाहिना हाथ आपके बाएं हाथ से नहीं लड़ रहा होता है। तो ये एक तरह से सहयोग करता है। आपका मस्तिष्क, मेरा मतलब है बहुत सारे न्यूरॉन्स का एक समूह है। लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं लगता कि आपके दिमाग में 1 ट्रिलियन आवाजें हैं। उम्मीद है ऐसा ना हो। तो साफ है कि जब आपके पास एक कोशिका के बजाय खरबों कोशिकाएं मिलकर काम करती हैं, तो वो एक समूह में काम करती हैं, ना कि अकेले। या जैसे एक छोटा मल्टी सेल्यूलर जीव। तो ये जाहिर है कि कुछ तो अलग हो रहा है। जैसे आप बैक्टीरिया से बात नहीं कर सकते।
हाँ।
वो बहुत शांत होते हैं। वो बस हिलते डुलते रहते हैं। और उनके नजरिए से पता नहीं, मैं हमेशा यही सोचता हूं कि अमीबा के नजरिए से जिंदगी क्या होती होगी। लेकिन आप अमीबा से बात नहीं कर सकते, वो जवाब नहीं देते। पर इंसान बात कर सकते हैं। तो इंसानों में कुछ तो स्पष्ट रूप से मूल रूप से अलग है। एक बार जब आपके पास बड़ी संख्या में कोशिकाएं हो जाती हैं और पर्याप्त रूप से बड़ा मस्तिष्क है, अब आप इंसानों से बात करते हैं, वो बातें कह सकते हैं, वो चीज़ें बना सकते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए बैक्टीरिया स्पेसशिप नहीं बना सकते हैं, लेकिन इंसान बना सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि जब इंसानों का एक जमाव होता है तो प्रतिष्ठित रूप से कुछ अलग होता है। तो ये कहना सही होगा कि एक इंसान स्पेसशिप नहीं बना सकता। मैं खुद एक स्पेसशिप नहीं बना सकता, लेकिन इंसानों का एक समूह स्पेसशिप बना सकता है। तो जाहिर है इंसानों के समूह में कुछ तो मूल रूप से अलग है। असल में मेरे लिए सारी चीज़ें निपुणता से सीखना नामुमकिन होगा। एक जिंदगी में इतना समय नहीं होगा कि मरने से पहले मैं सारी चीज़ें सीख पाऊँ। तो रॉकेट बनाने के लिए आपके पास इंसानों की एक टीम होनी चाहिए। फिर शायद कुछ और स्केलिंग, प्रतिष्ठित स्केलिंग मुमकिन होती है जब आपके पास इंसानों का समूह होता है। और अगर पारस्परिक प्रभाव के गुण या जानकारी के बहाव के गुण जितने बेहतर होंगे, इंसानी समूह उतना ही ज्यादा हासिल करेगा। जैसा कि मैंने कहा, मैं ब्रह्मांड के गुणों के बारे में जानने के लिए उत्सुक हूं, और मुझे लगता है कि ये कहना उचित है कि अगर हम चेतना का दायरा और पैमाना बढ़ा दें तो ब्रह्मांड के गुणों को समझने की संभावना ज्यादा होगी, ना कि इसे कम करने से।
क्या ये कुछ हद तक आध्यात्म जैसा है? बहुत से लोग मुझसे आध्यात्म की बातें करते हैं।
हाँ,
मुझे आज भी नहीं पता उसका मतलब क्या है। मैं उनसे पूछता रहता हूँ, आपका क्या मतलब है?
आपका क्या मतलब है? हाँ, तो बहुत से लोगों में आध्यात्मिक भावनाएं होती हैं। मैं इनकार नहीं करूंगा कि आध्यात्मिक भावनाएं उनके लिए असली हैं, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से समझा नहीं जाता। सिर्फ इसलिए कि किसी और को आध्यात्मिक भावनाएं हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मुझे भी हो। तो मेरा खिंचाव ज्यादा है फिजिक्स की ओर। यानी अगर किसी चीज का भविष्य सूचक महत्व है तो मैं उस पर ज्यादा ध्यान दूंगा, बजाय इसके कि उसमें भविष्य सूचक महत्व ना हो। तो फिजिक्स उस चीज का अध्ययन है जिसका भविष्य सूचक महत्व होता है। ये एक बहुत अच्छी परिभाषा है।
इलॉन, मुख्य रूप से मैं एक स्टॉक ब्रोकर और स्टॉक इन्वेस्टर हूँ।
अच्छा।
इसमें भविष्य सूचक महत्व नहीं होता। किसी को नहीं पता कि कल क्या होगा।
लेकिन आप आमतौर पर कह सकते हैं कि अगर ये किसी कंपनी के लिए लॉन्ग टर्म है तो आप कह सकते हैं कि क्या आपको उस कंपनी का माल या सेवाएं पसंद हैं, और क्या आपको प्रोडक्ट रोड मैप पसंद आया? क्या ऐसा लगता है कि वो बेहतरीन उत्पाद बनाते हैं और भविष्य में वो अच्छे उत्पाद बना सकते हैं? अगर ऐसा है तो ये शायद निवेश करने के लिए एक अच्छी कंपनी है। मुझे लगता है कि आप भी टीम पर विश्वास करना चाहते हैं। तो अगर आप कहें कि ये एक योग्य और मेहनती टीम है, वो अच्छे पदार्थ बनाते हैं, भविष्य में कुछ नया बनाने के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं, तो मैं कहूंगा कि वो निवेश करने के लिए एक अच्छी कंपनी है।
सही बात है।
हाँ, तो अब इससे रोज के उतार चढ़ाव का हल नहीं होगा, जो वाकई होते हैं और कभी कभी बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। लेकिन समय के साथ स्टॉक्स में निवेश करने का यही सबसे अच्छा तरीका है, क्योंकि एक कंपनी बस लोगों का एक समूह है जो पदार्थ बनाने और सेवाओं के लिए इकट्ठा होते हैं। तो आपको पूछना होगा कि वो पदार्थ और सेवाएं कितने अच्छे हैं, क्या भविष्य में उनमें सुधार जारी रहने की संभावना है? अगर है तो आपको कंपनी के स्टॉक खरीदने चाहिए और फिर हर दिन के उतार चढ़ाव के बारे में चिंता ना करें।
सही। आप जो कुछ भी बना रहे हैं इलॉन, उनमें सबसे ज्यादा आपको क्या उत्साहित करता है? आप बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो मैं बस पहले ही बता दूं और संदर्भ दूं कि इसे कौन देख रहा है। हमारे दर्शक ज्यादातर वो लोग हैं जो भारत में एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है।
सच में महत्वाकांक्षी, बहुत उत्सुक और खतरा मोल लेकर कुछ बनाना चाहते हैं। और इसीलिए हम सबको आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखना है, क्योंकि आपने इसे बहुत अलग अलग कार्य क्षेत्रों में कई बार किया है। तो आज हम उनसे बात करेंगे और मैं अपने सभी सवाल उस दिशा में केंद्रित करूंगा ताकि वो इस बातचीत का फायदा उठा सकें और शायद शुरुआत करें, जोखिम उठाएं और कुछ निर्माण करें।
हाँ जरूर, ठीक है। हाँ, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे जरूरी काम है उपयोगी पदार्थ बनाना और सेवाएं देना। हाँ।
आप आज जो भी वस्तुएं और सेवाएं बना रहे हैं उनमें से आज आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन सा पसंद आया?
मुझे लगता है कि असल में स्पेस एक्स, टेस्ला और XAI के बीच झुकाव हो रहा है। अगर भविष्य में सोलर पावर से चलने वाले AI सैटेलाइट हैं जिनकी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है ताकि सूरज की ऊर्जा का एक बड़ा सा हिस्सा हम इस्तेमाल कर सकें, तो आपको डीप स्पेस में सोलर पावर वाले AI सैटेलाइट की ओर बढ़ना होगा, जो कुछ हद तक टेस्ला और स्पेस एक्स एक्सपर्टीज का संगम है, और AI की ओर से XAI। तो लगता है कि समय के साथ वहाँ कुछ हद तक झुकाव हो रहा है, लेकिन सभी कंपनियां बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं। मुझे टीम्स पर गर्व है। वो टेस्ला के साथ ऑटोनोमस ड्राइविंग पर बहुत अच्छा विकास कर रहे हैं। क्या आपने सेल्फ ड्राइविंग आजमाई है? आजमाई है?
मैंने इसे वेमो में आजमाया है, टेस्ला में नहीं।
ओह अच्छा। हाँ। वो हमारे पास ऑस्टिन में है।
हाँ, मैं आजमाना चाहूंगा।
आप बस टेस्ला ऐप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं।
हाँ? और
इसे कोई भी इस्तेमाल कर सकता है, तो इसे जरूर आजमाना। मतलब ये काफी आसान है। हमने इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों, बैटरी पैक और सोलर के साथ बहुत तरक्की की है, और सेल्फ ड्राइविंग के साथ भी बहुत अच्छी तरक्की की है। तो मूल रूप से रियल वर्ल्ड AI, मैं कहूँगा कि टेस्ला रियल वर्ल्ड AI में दुनिया का लीडर है। तो और हम अब बनाने जा रहे हैं रोबोट ऑप्टिमस, जिसका उत्पादन बड़े पैमाने पर अगली गर्मियों में शुरू होगा, और ये बहुत शानदार होगा। ये ऐसा होगा कि हर कोई खुद की मदद के लिए रोबोट का इस्तेमाल करेगा। सब चाहेंगे कि उनका अपना एक C3PO RTD हो, और ये बहुत शानदार होगा। जिंदगी आसान हो जाएगी। और फिर स्पेस एक्स स्टारलिंक प्रोग्राम के साथ बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, जो पूरी दुनिया में कम कीमत पर भरोसेमंद इंटरनेट दे रहा है। उम्मीद है भारत में भी हम भारत में काम करना पसंद करेंगे। हम अब स्टारलिंक के साथ 150 विभिन्न देशों में काम कर रहे हैं।
क्या आप मुझे स्टारलिंक और उसके टेक के बारे में बता सकते हैं? क्योंकि मैं किसी से बात कर रहा था, मुझे पता नहीं आप सैन फ्रांसिस्को की मीटा कंपनी को जानते हैं या नहीं। वो नेटवर्क इंजीनियर्स को रिप्लेस करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन
नहीं, मुझे ध्यान नहीं है।
तो वो मुझे बता रहे थे कि कैसे घनी आबादी वाले इलाकों में स्टारलिंक अलग तरह से काम करता है और कम आबादी वाली जगहों पर अलग। ये कैसे काम करता है?
हाँ, तो स्टारलिंक के लो अर्थ ऑर्बिट में कई हजार सैटेलाइट हैं, और वो आवाज की गति से लगभग 25 गुना ज्यादा तेज घूम रहे हैं। वो असल में पृथ्वी के चारों ओर तेजी से घूम रहे हैं, और वो लगभग 550 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर है, जिसे लो अर्थ ऑर्बिट कहा जाता है। क्योंकि वो लो अर्थ ऑर्बिट में है, इसलिए विलंबता काफी कम है, क्योंकि 36,000 किलोमीटर दूर जियो स्टेशनरी सैटेलाइट की तुलना में ये दूरी देखा जाए तो ज्यादा नहीं है। तो आपके पास हजारों सैटेलाइट्स हैं जो पूरी दुनिया में लो लेटेंसी, हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट दे रहे हैं, और उनका आपस में परस्पर संबंध भी है। तो कई सैटेलाइट के बीच लेज़र की कड़ियाँ होती है, तो ये एक तरह से लेज़र का जाल बनाता है। तो मान लीजिए कि अगर केबल्स ख़राब हो गई या वो कट गई, जैसे फाइबर केबल्स, तो सैटेलाइट एक दूसरे से संपर्क बना सकते हैं और कनेक्टिविटी देते हैं अगर कोई दुर्घटना हो या अगर केबल्स कट भी जाए तो। जैसे जब कुछ महीने पहले रेड सी के केबल कट गए थे, तब भी स्टारलिंक सैटेलाइट नेटवर्क बिना किसी रुकावट के काम करता रहा। तो इसलिए खास तौर पर आपदा वाले इलाकों में ये मददगार है। तो अगर किसी इलाके में कोई प्राकृतिक आपदा आई है, जैसे बाढ़, आग या भूकंप, इससे ज़मीनी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान पहुंचता है, लेकिन स्टारलिंक सैटेलाइट फिर भी काम करता है। तो आमतौर पर जब भी कहीं कोई प्राकृतिक आपदा आती है तो हम हमेशा लोगों को मुफ्त स्टारलिंक इंटरनेट का कनेक्टिविटी देते हैं। हम शुल्क नहीं लेते, हम किसी दुखद स्थिति का फ़ायदा नहीं उठाना चाहते। तो अगर कोई प्राकृतिक आपदा आती है तो हम कहते हैं कि ठीक है, ये प्राकृतिक आपदा के दौरान मुफ्त है, हम शुल्क नहीं लेते। हम ऐसी स्थिति में लोगों से पैसे नहीं लेना चाहते हैं, वो गलत है। तो बस इसलिए तो ये एक बहुत मजबूत व्यवस्था है। ये ज़मीनी व्यवस्था के लिए प्रशंसनीय है, क्योंकि सैटेलाइट बीम कम आबादी वाले इलाकों में सबसे अच्छा काम करते हैं। क्योंकि आपके पास सैटेलाइट बीम है, ये काफ़ी बड़ी है और हर बीम पर यूजर्स की एक तय संख्या होती है। तो इसलिए ये ज़मीन पर बने सेल्यूलर सिस्टम के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा प्रशंसनीय होता है। ये शहरों में बहुत अच्छे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत सारे सेल टावर हैं जो सिर्फ 1 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है। लेकिन ये सेल टावर ग्रामीण इलाकों में कम असरदार होते हैं। तो ग्रामीण इलाकों में इंटरनेट सबसे ख़राब होता है क्योंकि ये सब बिछाना बहुत महंगा और मुश्किल है, जैसे सभी फाइबर ऑप्टिक केबल लगाना या हाई बैंडविड्थ सेल्यूलर टावर लगाना। तो स्टारलिंक मौजूदा टेलीकॉम कंपनियों के लिए बहुत प्रशंसनीय है, उनके लिए काफ़ी फ़ायदेमंद है। असल में ये सबसे कम वर्ग के लोगों की सेवा करता है, तो मुझे वो अच्छा लगता है।
क्या ये कल बदलेगा? जैसे कि आपने बताया आज की बीम काफ़ी चौड़ी है और शायद ये घनी आबादी वाली इलाके में काम नहीं कर सकता जहाँ ऊंची इमारतें हैं, लेकिन क्या ये बदलकर कल घनी आबादी वाले शहर में असरदार हो सकता है जहां ये लोकल नेटवर्क प्रोवाइडर्स के साथ प्रतियोगी हैं?
दुर्भाग्य से फिजिक्स इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देती। तो हम बहुत दूर हैं। तो 550 किलोमीटर पर अगर हम इसे कम करने की कोशिश करें तो लगभग 350 किलोमीटर जितना नीचे जा सकते हैं, जो अभी भी बहुत दूर है। आप इसे एक टॉर्च की तरह सोच सकते हैं। यानी ये टॉर्च की रोशनी एक कोन की भांति है और वो कोन आज 550 किलोमीटर की दूरी से आ रहा है, भविष्य में 350 किलोमीटर की दूरी से आएगा, लेकिन हम कभी भी 1 किलोमीटर की दूरी तक नहीं पहुंच सकते हैं। जो सेल टावर फिजिक्स यहाँ हमारा साथ नहीं देगा।
बिल्कुल।
तो ये प्राकृतिक रूप से संभव नहीं है कि घनी आबादी वाले शहरों में स्टारलिंक सेवाएं दे सके। शायद 1% आबादी के इलाके में थोड़ी बहुत सेवा कर सकते हैं, और कभी कभी लोगों को भीड़ भाड़ वाले शहरों में भी हो सकता है कि उनकी सड़क पर कोई फाइबर लिंक ना हो, जैसे कभी कभी किसी बंद गली में होता है, या शहरों में कभी कभी कुछ खास वजहों से कुछ इलाकों में लोगों की पहुंच कम होती है। और जैसा कि मैंने कहा, स्टारलिंक शायद घनी आबादी वाले शहर के 1 या 2% हिस्से को सेवा दे सकता है, लेकिन ये ग्रामीण इलाकों में ज़्यादा असरदार हो सकता है जहां इंटरनेट कनेक्शन बहुत ख़राब है और अक्सर लोगों के पास या तो कभी कभी इंटरनेट की सुविधा नहीं होती, या कभी बहुत महंगा है, या ये उच्च कोटि का नहीं है। तो
अगर मैं आपसे अंदाज़ा लगाने को कहूँ इलॉन, क्या आपको लगता है कि भारत भी चीन की तरह शहरीकरण की तरफ बढ़ेगा, जहां ज़्यादा लोग ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्थाओं से शहरी केंद्रों की ओर आएंगे, या हम इस विचारधारा को हराएंगे?
मुझे लगता है ये कुछ हद तक ऐसा हुआ है ना। मैं भी आपसे कुछ सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। क्या भारत में इसका प्रचलन है या ये नहीं है? क्या मतलब?
ये काफ़ी हद तक प्रचलित है। मुझे लगता है कि कोविड के दौरान थोड़ा बदलाव आया, जब शहरीकरण बहुत धीमा हो गया और वो संगठित नहीं था, ये बहुत बनावटी तरीके से दिखाया गया। लेकिन एक सवाल पूछा जाता है कि एआई से अगर उत्पादन की बढ़ोतरी हो, और मैंने आपको यूबीआई के बजाय यूएचआई के बारे में बोलते सुना है।
हाँ, मुझे लगता है हम यूनिवर्सल हाई इनकम वाले होंगे।
मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, ऐसी दुनिया में क्या ज़्यादातर लोग ऐसी शहरों में रहना चाहेंगे जो हमेशा इसी तरह ज़्यादा प्रदूषित रहेंगे, और वो वैसी जीवन शैली नहीं दे पाएंगे जो गांव के माहौल में मिल सकती है?
मुझे लगता है कि इस पर निर्भर है कि कुछ लोग बहुत सारे लोगों के आसपास रहना चाहते हैं और कुछ लोग नहीं। ये निजी मामला है। पर मुझे लगता है कि भविष्य में ऐसा नहीं होगा कि आपको नौकरी के लिए शहर में रहना ही पड़ेगा। क्योंकि मेरा अंदाजा है कि भविष्य में काम करना वैकल्पिक होगा।
बिल्कुल। खैर भारत में नहीं, लेकिन पश्चिम के कुछ हिस्सों में हम 6 दिन से 5 दिन, 4 दिन और फिर 3 दिन के वर्क वीक की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं।
मैं नहीं।
मुझे लगता है यूरोपियंस।
हाँ। हाँ, क्योंकि अगर आप किसी स्टार्टअप को सफल बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं या आप किसी कंपनी से मुश्किल काम करवाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो आपको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। ये
बिल्कुल।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है।
और अगर हम 5 दिन से 4 या फिर 3 दिन पर आ जाएं, आपको क्या लगता है समाज कैसे बदलेगा? जब लोगों को आधे हफ्ते ही काम करना होगा तो वो बाकी के समय क्या करेंगे?
असल में ऐसा होगा कि लोगों को बिल्कुल भी काम नहीं करना पड़ेगा। हो सकता है भविष्य में वो दिन दूर ना हो, शायद सिर्फ 10, मैं तो कहूँगा 20 साल से भी कम। और मेरा अंदाजा है कि 20 साल से भी कम समय में काम करना इच्छा अनुसार हो जाएगा, एक शौक की तरह, ऐसा ही कुछ।
और ऐसा इसलिए होगा क्योंकि उत्पादन इतना बढ़ जाएगा, मतलब लोगों को काम ही नहीं करना पड़ेगा।
उन्हें ऐसा करने की जरूरत नहीं है। जाहिर है लोग इसे 20 साल बाद फिर से देखेंगे और कहेंगे कि देखो एलॉन ने क्या बेवकूफ़ी भरी बात कही, और ये सच नहीं है। लेकिन ये सच होगा कि 20 साल से भी कम समय में, या शायद उससे भी कम समय में, शायद 10 या 15 साल में भी एआई और रोबोटिक्स में प्रगति ये हमें उस जगह पर ले जाएगा जहां काम करना इच्छा अनुसार होगा। ठीक वैसे ही जैसे आप अपने बगीचे में अपनी सब्जियां उगा सकते हैं या आप दुकान से सब्जियां खरीद सकते हैं, ऐसे कुछ। वैसे सब्जी उगाना मुश्किल है लेकिन कुछ लोग अपनी सब्जियां खुद उगाना पसंद करते हैं, जो ठीक है। लेकिन मेरा अंदाजा है कि ये इच्छा अनुसार ही होगा।
अगर कोई कहे इंसान प्राकृतिक रूप से प्रतिस्पर्धी है और हर चीज़ शिकारियों के समय से संबंधित है, कोई अल्फा हंटर बनना चाहता था या बड़ा किसान, अगर सबको समान रूप से ज़्यादा आमदनी मिले और सबके पास ज़रूरत की सब चीज़ें हों,
आप किसके लिए मुकाबला करोगे?
वो संबंधित होगा, है ना? जैसे अगर हम सबके पास काफ़ी हो तो काफ़ी भी कम पड़ेगा।
हाँ, मतलब मुझे ठीक से पता नहीं, क्योंकि हम सिंगुलैरिटी की और बढ़ रहे हैं, जैसे कभी कभी लोग एआई भी कहते हैं, जैसे एक ब्लैक होल की तरह, जैसे एक सिंगुलैरिटी। नहीं पता कि इवेंट होराइजन के बाद क्या होता है। मतलब ये नहीं कि कुछ बुरा होता है, बस ये नहीं पता कि क्या होता है। तो मैं यकीन के साथ कह सकता हूं कि अगर एआई और रोबोटिक्स आगे विकसित होते रहेंगे, वो अभी भी तेजी से विकसित हो रहे हैं, जैसे मैंने कहा, काम करना एक ऑप्शन होगा, और लोगों के पास जरूरत के सभी सामान और सेवाएं होंगी। मतलब अगर कुछ सोच सकते हो तो उसे हासिल कर सकते हो। लेकिन फिर एक जगह पर एआई उन सभी चीजों पर हावी हो जाएगा जो इंसान सोच सकता है, और फिर तब एक ऐसी स्थिति होगी जहां एआई काम करेंगे। एआई और रोबोटिक्स अन्य एआई और रोबोटिक्स के लिए काम करेंगे, क्योंकि अब उनके पास इंसानों को खुश करने के लिए कोई काम नहीं बचा। क्योंकि एक सीमा होती है ना? हम कहते हैं लोग बस इतना ही खाना खा सकते हैं, या मतलब लेकिन ये होगा, मतलब अगर आप सोच सकते हैं तो आपको मिलेगा भी, यही भविष्य होगा।
अगर आप समय के परे जाएं तो ऑस्ट्रियन स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, वो एडम स्मिथ से अलग थे। वो हर चीज के अतिरिक्त लाभ के बारे में चर्चा करते हैं। एक तरह की किसी चीज की कीमत होती है, एक तरह की 2 चीजों की कम कीमत होती है, और एक तरह की 10 चीजों की कोई कीमत नहीं होती।
हाँ।
तो अगर हमें वो सब कुछ मिल जाए जो हम चाहते हैं, तो
10 मार्शमेलो किसे चाहिए वो?
हाँ।
एक बहुत है ये एक मार्शमेलो का टेस्ट है। आप कहेंगे आप 2 मार्शमेलो बाद में ले सकते हैं या एक अभी, तो मैं कहूंगा कि मैं बस एक ही मार्शमेलो लूंगा, मुझे
ये मजेदार है। तो आप क्या चुनेंगे?
मैं तो कहूंगा कि बस एक मार्शमेलो काफी है। मैं हमेशा यही कहता हूँ कि मार्शमेलो सबसे अच्छी कैंडी नहीं
बिल्कुल।
है मुझे मार्शमेलो खाने की इच्छा ही नहीं होती।
मुझे लगता है आप सबसे
कौन करता है?
मैं आपको बताऊं, आप मार्शमेलो परीक्षा का सबसे बड़ा सबूत हो। मुझे लगता है
शायद
मुझे
असल में देर से मिलने वाली खुशी पसंद है।
हाँ, दूसरों के मुकाबले इसे आप और डिले कर सकते हैं। मेरा एक टैटू है, डिलेड
अरे
ग्रेटिफिकेशन।
वाह, ये आप मार्शमेलो का टेस्ट काफी सख्त तरीके से ले रहे हैं।
लगता है जैसे याद ही नहीं है। जब मैं ट्रेडिंग या खरीदारी करता हूँ,
खुशी में देरी करें। हाँ हाँ,
ये मदद करता है।
वाह, अच्छा, ये एक
और
वादा
ये
है।
मेरी ओर इशारा कर रहा है, तो ये मुझे याद दिलाता है।
ठीक है, ये अच्छी सलाह है, आप इससे चूक नहीं सकते हैं।
अगर आपको टैटू बनाना हो तो वो क्या होगा?
शायद अपने बच्चों के नाम या ऐसा कुछ।
बिल्कुल। आपको ये अक्षर एक्स इतना ज्यादा क्यों पसंद है?
खैर, मतलब हाँ, ये एक बहुत अच्छा सवाल है सच में। कभी कभी लगता है कि मैं ऐसा क्यों हूं। तो ये शायद शुरू हुआ काफी समय पहले, आदम के जमाने में, 99 में। प्री कैम्ब्रियन युग में, जब केवल स्पंज थे। सिर्फ 3 एक अक्षर वाले डोमेन नाम थे, जो शायद XQ और Z थे। और मुझे लगा कि मुझे ऐसी जगह बनानी है जहां फाइनेंशियल क्रॉस रोड या फाइनेंशियल एक्सचेंज हो। मतलब ये इंफॉर्मेशन थियरी के नज़रिए से पैसे की समस्या ठीक कर रहा है, जहां मौजूद बैंकिंग सिस्टम एक बड़ी संख्या में बैच प्रोसेसिंग वाले अलग अलग तरह के डेटाबेस हैं जो सुरक्षित नहीं है। और अगर हमारे पास एक अकेला ऐसा डेटाबेस हो जो असली और सुरक्षित हो, ये इंफॉर्मेशन थियरी के नज़रिए से ज़्यादा असरदार होगा बड़ी संख्या में अलग अलग डेटाबेस के मुकाबले, जहां बैच प्रोसेस बहुत धीरे और सुरक्षित रूप से होता है। उस समय वो x.com था, जो फिर पेपैल बन गया। फिर उसे ईबे ने खरीद लिया, और फिर ईबे की तरफ से किसी ने कहा कि क्या आप ये डोमेन वापस खरीदना चाहेंगे? तो मैंने कहा हाँ, और फिर काफी समय तक मेरे पास वो डोमेन रहा। और फिर हाँ, मुझे लगा कि शायद ये ट्विटर को खरीदना x.com की पहली योजना पर फिर से सोचने का भी एक मौका होगा, जिसका मकसद आर्थिक सौदे का क्लियरिंग हाउस बनाना है। असल में एक ज्यादा कुशल धन डेटाबेस बनाना, ऐसा सोच सकते हैं। तो पैसा असल में काम के बंटवारे की एक सूचना व्यवस्था है। लोग कभी कभी सोचते हैं कि पैसा अपने आप में एक ताकत है, पर ऐसा नहीं है। अगर बांटने के लिए काम ही नहीं है तो ये बेकार है। तो अगर आप किसी सुनसान द्वीप पर हो, आपके पास $1 ट्रिलियन हो,
जो
क्या
अब
फर्क
आपके
पड़ता
पास है।
ओह हाँ, ठीक है। सच बोल सकते हो तो अंदाजा क्यों लगाना। बस मैं किसी सुनसान द्वीप पर ना पहुंच जाऊं, ये मेरे लिए ज्यादा काम नहीं आएगा। लेकिन ये मेरी बात को स्पष्ट करता है कि अगर आप एक सुनसान द्वीप पर $1 ट्रिलियन के साथ फंसे हैं तो वो किसी काम के नहीं है, क्योंकि कार्य किसको बांटा जाए पता नहीं, आप बस अपने आप में ही हो। तो वैसे भी ये कहने का एक लंबा चौड़ा तरीका है कि ये मैं धीरे धीरे उस विचार को दोबारा सोच रहा हूँ जो मेरे पास 25 साल पहले था, ताकि मैं एक ज्यादा कुशल संपत्ति डेटाबेस बना सकूं। और अगर ये सफल रहा तो लोग इस्तेमाल करेंगे, अगर नहीं हुआ तो नहीं करेंगे। और फिर मुझे एक यूनिफाइड ऐप या वेबसाइट का विचार भी काफी पसंद है, जहां आप जो चाहे कर सकते हैं। तो चीन में वी चैट के साथ ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ, जहां आप जानकारी का आदान प्रदान कर सकते हैं, आप जानकारी प्रकाशित कर सकते हैं, पैसों का लेन देन कर सकते हैं। चीन में लोग वी चैट पर अपनी जिंदगी जीते हैं और ये काफ़ी उपयोगी है। पर चीन के बाहर ऐसा कोई वी चैट नहीं है। तो ये एक तरह से वी चैट प्लस प्लस है, और मैं कहूँगा कि ये एक्स के लिए एक योजना है। खैर, तो कंपनी का पूरा नाम स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन टेक्नोलॉजीज है, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि ये बहुत बड़ा नाम है, तो हम इसे स्पेस एक्स कहेंगे, जैसे अंतरिक्ष के लिए फेड एक्स। तो इसमें एक्स है क्योंकि एक्सप्लोरेशन में भी एक्स होता है, और मुझे लगा कि हाँ, मुझे एक्स का कलात्मक रूप से भी लाभ उठाना पसंद है, तो इसलिए ये स्पेस एक्स है। लेकिन और फिर और क्या, मेरा एक बच्चा है, उसका नाम X2 है, लेकिन उसकी माँ ने ही उसका नाम एक्स रखा।
अच्छा।
और मैंने कहा कि लोग सोचेंगे मुझे एक्स से बहुत लगाव है अगर बच्चे का नाम X2 रखेंगे तो, मतलब। और मैंने उससे कहा कि देखो, मेरे पास x.com है। तो लोग सच में सोचेंगे कि मुझे इस अक्षर से बहुत ही लगाव है। तो उसने कहा कि उसे एक्स नाम पसंद है और उसे वही बुलाना चाहती है, तो मैंने कहा ठीक है।
क्या ये कोई नई बात है या ये बचपन से ही था?
नहीं। मैं बता रहा हूँ कि ये कुछ हद तक एक इत्तेफाक है। मतलब हर चीज में एक्स नहीं है, मेरा मतलब टेस्ला में एक्स नहीं है।
क्या लगता है कि भविष्य में पैसे का क्या होगा इलॉन?
मुझे लगता है लंबे समय के लिए पैसा गायब हो जाता है एक धारणा के तौर पर। सच कहूं तो ये थोड़ा अजीब है, लेकिन ऐसे भविष्य में जहां कोई भी कुछ भी पा सकता है, मुझे लगता है कि अब आपको लेबर एलोकेशन के डेटाबेस के लिए पैसों की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर एआई और रोबोटिक्स इतने विकसित हैं कि सभी ज़रूरतें पूरी हो जाए, तो फिर पैसों की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसकी अहमियत बहुत कम हो जाती है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये हमारे पास होगा। तो इस भविष्य की सबसे अच्छी कल्पना जो मैंने पढ़ी है इयन बैंक्स की, द कल्चर। इसलिए मैं लोगों से कहता हूं कि वो द कल्चर किताबें पढ़ें। इस तरह का भविष्य जो द कल्चर किताबों में है, उनमें उनके पास भी पैसे नहीं है, और हर कोई लगभग हर चीज़ पा सकता है। तो अभी भी कुछ मूल मुद्रा है, अगर आप चाहें, जो असल में फिजिक्स बेस्ड है। तो एनर्जी ही असली मुद्रा है। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि बिटकॉइन एनर्जी पर आधारित है। आप एनर्जी पर कानून नहीं बना सकते। आप बस एक कानून बनाकर अचानक बहुत ज़्यादा एनर्जी नहीं हासिल कर सकते। एनर्जी उत्पन्न करना मुश्किल है, बहुत मुश्किल है, खासतौर पर एनर्जी का सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल करके उपयोग करने के लिए। तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद हमारे पास पैसे नहीं होंगे, और शायद सिर्फ एनर्जी होगी, और बिजली उत्पादन ही वास्तविक मुद्रा होगी। तो मुझे लगता है कि सभ्यता की प्रगति को रचने का एक तरीका यह है कि कार्दाशेव स्केल पर पूरा होने का प्रतिशत। तो कार्दाशेव 1 वो है कि किस ग्रह की कितनी प्रतिशत ऊर्जा को आप सफलतापूर्वक उपयोगी काम में बदल रहे हैं। और मैं शायद यहाँ थोड़ा विवरण दे रहा हूँ, लेकिन कार्दाशेव 2 वो होगा कि कितने प्रतिशत सूरज की ऊर्जा को आप उपयोगी काम में बदल रहे हैं। कार्दाशेव 3 वो होगा कि कितने प्रतिशत गैलेक्सी का हिस्सा आप उपयोगी काम में बदल रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि असल में चीजें ऊर्जा आधारित बन रही हैं।
लेकिन अगर आपके पास सोलर पावर्ड एआई सैटेलाइट है तो ऊर्जा भी मुफ्त और भरपूर है, क्योंकि हम कभी भी अपने पास मौजूद पूरे सोलर एनर्जी का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो असल में इस मायने में ये दौलत का भंडार नहीं हो सकता, है ना?
असल में ऐसा नहीं है। आप सच में दौलत जमा नहीं कर सकते। आप केवल आप संख्या जमा करके इस समय आप एक ऐसे डेटाबेस में संख्या जमा कर सकते हैं जो आपको दूसरे इंसानों के व्यवहार को खास दिशाओं में प्रेरित करने में मदद करें।
हाँ।
और लोग इसे ही दौलत कहते हैं। लेकिन फिर अगर आसपास कोई इंसान नहीं है
हाँ।
तो दौलत इकट्ठा करना बेकार है।
ये मुद्दे से हटने जैसा है, लेकिन अगर आप ये मानो कि खाना जैसे इंसान की ऊर्जा के लिए जरूरी होता है ना।
हाँ, खाना ऊर्जा
हाँ।
है, इसमें कैलोरीज है, मतलब ऊर्जा है। हाँ।
तो क्या एक खेत जो आत्मनिर्भर है एक ऐसी चीज हो सकती है जो
मुझे पक्का नहीं पता इसका क्या मतलब है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है एक खास जगह पर आप इस चक्कर को पूरा करते हैं जहां और एक जगह पर आप पारंपरिक अर्थव्यवस्था से अलग हो जाते हैं। अगर आपके पास एआई और रोबोट हैं जो चिप्स और सोलर पैनल बनाते हैं, और चिप्स और रोबोट बनाने के लिए माइनिंग रिसोर्सेज, ताकि एक तरह से उस सिलसिले को पूरा कर सकूं। एक बार वो सिलसिला पूरा हो जाए तो मुझे लगता है कि यही वो जगह है जहां आप मुद्रा प्रणाली से अलग हो जाते हैं।
क्या यही यूएस के लिए आगे का रास्ता है? मेरा मतलब है कि आज उन पर कितना कर्ज है, उस हिसाब से क्या वो अपनी मुद्रा का मूल्य गिराते हैं और इस पूरे परिवर्तन का नेतृत्व भी करते हैं, क्योंकि ये उनके लिए ज़्यादा फायदेमंद होगा?
जिस भविष्य की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, देशों की सोच एक तरह से पुरानी हो जाती है।
क्या आज आप इसे मानते हो? क्या
हाँ,
देशों को
मैं बिल्कुल मानता हूँ, और मैं बस कुछ अलग करना चाहता हूँ। जो ये बस वही है जो लगता है उसके आधार पर होगा जो मैं देख रहा हूँ। इसके विपरीत मुझे लगता है ये मूल रूप से अच्छी चीजें हैं। हाँ। और मैं उन्हें पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। लगता है कि ये मेरे साथ होगा या मेरे बिना होगा, चाहे मुझे पसंद हो या ना हो। जब तक सभ्यता आगे बढ़ती रहेगी, हमारे पास बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर एआई और रोबोटिक्स होंगे। मुझे लगता है कि बस यही एक चीज है जिससे यूएस के कर्जे का संकट हल होगा, क्योंकि अभी यूएस का कर्ज बहुत ज्यादा है, और कर्ज पर ब्याज भुगतान अमेरिका के पूरे मिलिट्री बजट से बहुत ज्यादा है, सिर्फ ब्याज भुगतान। और ये कम से कम शॉर्ट टर्म में बढ़ता रहेगा। तो मुझे लगता है असल में एकमात्र चीज जो कर्ज की स्थिति को हल कर सकता है वो एआई और रोबोटिक्स है। लेकिन ये इससे कई ज्यादा होगा। देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि इससे शायद काफी डिफ्लेशन होगा, क्योंकि डिफ्लेशन या इन्फ्लेशन असल में उत्पादित सामान और सेवाओं का रेशियो है, और पैसों की आपूर्ति में बदलाव है। तो अगर सामान और सेवाओं का उत्पादन तेजी से पैसों की आपूर्ति बढ़ाता है, आपको डिफ्लेशन होगा। अगर असली सामान और सेवा का उत्पादन पैसे की आपूर्ति से धीमा बढ़ा है तो महंगाई होती है। ये इतना आसान है। लोग कभी कभी ज्यादा मुश्किल बनाते हैं, लेकिन असल में ऐसा होता नहीं है। तो अगर आपके पास एआई और रोबोटिक्स है और सामान और सेवाओं के उत्पादन में काफी वृद्धि हुई है, शायद आपको डिफ्लेशन होगा। ऐसा लगता तो है, क्योंकि आप पैसे की आपूर्ति को नहीं बढ़ा पाएंगे जितनी तेजी से आप सामान और सेवाओं का उत्पादन बढ़ा सकते हैं।
तो क्या सभी
ये मक्खी जान ले रही है।
क्या हमें इस बारे में कुछ करना चाहिए?
हाँ, हम इसे कहते कि कहीं और जाए।
हाँ।
इसे कहीं और ले जाओ।
मुझे लगता है वो चली गई।
हाँ, अच्छा।
अरे, ये वापस आ गई। शायद ये रोशनी की ओर आकर्षित हुई है। अगर डिफ्लेशन
शायद इसे कॉफी चाहिए।
मेरी खत्म हो गई है। अगर डिफ्लेशन होना ही है एआई की वजह से, तो हमारे पास
संभावना है। हाँ।
अच्छा, आज समाज में फिर से हर जगह इतनी महंगाई क्यों है? क्या एआई उत्पादन बढ़ाने में अब तक सक्षम नहीं हुई है?
एआई ने अभी तक उत्पादन पर ज्यादा असर नहीं डाला है। पैसे की आपूर्ति में बढ़ोतरी की तुलना में सामान और सेवाओं में तेजी से बढ़ोतरी हो, तो यूएस पैसों की आपूर्ति काफी बढ़ा रहा है, काफी ज्यादा, जिसमें घाटा लगभग $2 ट्रिलियन के करीब है।
बिल्कुल।
तो आपको सामान और सेवाओं का उत्पादन उससे ज़्यादा बढ़ाना होगा ताकि महंगाई ना हो। तो हम अभी वहाँ नहीं पहुँचे हैं। अगर आप कहें कि हमें वहाँ पहुँचने के लिए कितना समय लगेगा, तो मैं कहूँगा 3 साल, शायद 3 साल से पहले, 3 साल या शायद उससे पहले। मेरा अंदाज़ा है कि सामान और सेवाओं का उत्पादन महंगाई की गति से ज़्यादा होगा। मतलब 3 सालों में सामान और सेवाओं का विकास पैसों की आपूर्ति के विकास से ज़्यादा होगा।
शायद उन 3 सालों के बाद डिफ्लेशन हो जाए, फिर ब्याज का मूल्य शून्य हो जाए और फिर कर्ज की कोई समस्या ही ना रहे।
हाँ,
है ना?
ज़्यादातर यही बात है। हाँ,
आपने पहले सिमुलेशन में होने की बात की थी, है ना? मुझे द मैट्रिक्स बहुत पसंद है।
हाँ, हाँ।
मैट्रिक्स का कोई किरदार बनना हो तो आप कौन सा किरदार चुनेंगे?
सच कहूं तो चुनने के लिए ज्यादा किरदार नहीं है। पर एजेंट स्मिथ तो पक्का नहीं। वो मेरा हीरो है। मेरा मतलब है नियो बहुत शांत है, आर्किटेक्ट दिलचस्प है, ऑरेकल भी है। कभी कभी मुझे लगता है कि मैं द मैट्रिक्स में एक अनोखी चीज हूं।
वो नियो है।
हाँ,
क्या आपको लगता है कि आप एक मैट्रिक्स में हैं? इसमें विश्वास रखते हैं?
इन चीजों को निश्चितता नहीं बल्कि संभावना के रूप में देखना चाहिए। कुछ संभावना है कि हम एक सिमुलेशन में हैं।
आप इसे कितना प्रतिशत मानेंगे?
शायद बहुत ज्यादा। मैं कहूंगा ये बहुत ज्यादा है।
हाँ।
तो इसे सोचने का एक तरीका ये है कि अगर आप वीडियो गेम्स की तरक्की देखें हमारे जीवन काल में, या कम से कम मेरे जीवन काल में, ये बहुत सरल वीडियो गेम्स जैसे पोंग में आपके पास एक चौकोर में 2 रेक्टेंगल हैं, बस इसे आगे पीछे करना। आज फोटो रियलिस्टिक रियल टाइम गेम्स हैं जहां लाखों लोग एक साथ खेल रहे हैं। और ये सिर्फ 50 साल के समय में हुआ है। तो अगर ये दौर जारी रहा तो वीडियो गेम्स और वास्तविकता में कोई फर्क नहीं रहेगा।
बिल्कुल।
और हमारे पास बहुत होशियार किरदार भी होंगे, जैसे वीडियो गेम्स के गैर खिलाड़ी किरदार। जब सोचो, जैसे आज आप एआई से कितनी प्रगतिशील बातचीत कर सकते हैं, और ये तो और भी प्रगतिशील होता जाएगा। आप और भी जटिल और
गाइस, ये क्रूड ऑयल में यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लेना। बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट इन क्रूड ऑयल एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा है, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है शायद ये साइडवेज ना चला जाए इसी रेंज में। तो आप प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो, रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी कर लो इसी एरिया पे क्रूड ऑयल में। टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, लगभग 120 पॉइंट, तो एक्सपेक्ट है थोड़ा सा 60 पॉइंट के आसपास ट्रेल कर लेगा ये। तो बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी इन क्रूड ऑयल।
प्रगतिशील बातचीत कर पाओगे, मतलब किसी भी, लगभग किसी भी मानवीय बातचीत से शायद किसी भी। तो फिर तो भविष्य में अगर संस्कृति चलती रही तो करोड़ों, शायद अरबों ऐसे वीडियो गेम्स जो बिल्कुल हकीकत जैसे दिखेंगे, और उन वीडियो गेम्स के जो किरदार होंगे वो बहुत गंभीर होंगे, और जहां संवाद से पहले ही प्रोग्राम नहीं किया होगा। यह तय है कि ऐसा ही होगा सिमुलेशन की इस सतह पर। तो फिर क्या संभावना है कि हम बुनियादी हकीकत में ही है, और ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ।
अगर मैं इसे मान लूं और सोच लूं कि हम एक सिमुलेशन में हैं, कहानी के नियो की तरह, आप ऐसा क्या जानते हैं जो मैं नहीं जानता, और मैं उसे क्या सीख सकता हूं?
मुझे लगता है शायद सिमुलेशन के बाहर होना सिमुलेशन के अंदर होने से कम दिलचस्प होगा, क्योंकि आप शायद दिलचस्प चीजों का एक निचोड़ हो, क्योंकि हम यहाँ यही करते हैं, असलियत में भी हम यही करते हैं। और फिर मेरा एक और सिद्धांत है कि सबसे दिलचस्प नतीजा, सबसे ज्यादा संभावित नतीजा होता है एक तीसरा नजरिया, यानी सिमुलेशन के भगवान या देवता की नज़र में। क्योंकि जब हम सिमुलेशन करते हैं, जब इंसान सिमुलेशन करते हैं, हम उन सिमुलेशन को रोक देते हैं जो दिलचस्प नहीं है। तो अगर स्पेस एक्स रॉकेट उड़ाने का सिमुलेशन कर रहा है तो बोरिंग वाले हम छोड़ देते हैं क्योंकि हम उनसे कुछ नहीं सीखते। या जब टेस्ला सेल्फ ड्राइविंग के लिए सिमुलेशन करते हैं तो टेस्ला असल में सबसे दिलचस्प परिस्थिति की तलाश में है, क्योंकि सामान्य चीज़ों के लिए हमारे पास पहले से ही बहुत सारा डेटा है। जैसे धूप वाले दिन सीधी सड़क पर गाड़ी चलाते समय हमें इसकी और ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें एक छोटी घुमावदार सड़क पर भारी मौसम की ज़रूरत है, जहां दो गाड़ियां एक दूसरे की तरफ आ रही हो और लगभग आमने सामने की टक्कर हो रही हो। मतलब कुछ दिलचस्प चीज़ें। तो मुझे लगता है कि डार्विनियन नज़रिए से जिन सिमुलेशन के बचने की सबसे ज़्यादा संभावना है वो सबसे दिलचस्प सिमुलेशन होंगे, जिसका मतलब है कि सबसे दिलचस्प नतीजा सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल है।
और जिन लोगों ने हमारी दुनिया को सिमुलेट किया, अगर कोई अंदाज़ा लगाए, वो खुद भी बदले में किसी दूसरे सिमुलेशन में हो सकते हैं।
हाँ।
और सिमुलेशन की कई परतें हो सकती है। सिमुलेशन की इन सभी परतों के परे क्या कुछ और भी है? मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि आप एक तरह से स्पिनोजा के ईश्वर को मानते थे, ना कि जैसा कि आज हम।
बस यही बता रहा था कि आपके पास ये होना ज़रूरी नहीं है। स्पिनोजा ने ये कहा था कि आप पूरी तरह से नैतिकता रख सकते हैं, आपको उस नैतिकता की ज़रूरत नहीं है जो आपको सौंपी जाए। मतलब अब सवाल यह है कि नैतिकता धर्म के बिना हो सकती है या नहीं, और स्पिनोजा बहस कर रहे थे कि ये हो सकता है।
क्या उनकी बहस ये नहीं थी कि प्रकृति के नियम वहीं होने चाहिए जहां से हम कुछ हद तक अपने नैतिकता के नियम ढूंढते हैं? जब मैं इन नियमों के बारे में सोचता हूँ, हिरण को खाते एक बाघ को देखता हूँ, और तो स्पिनोजा के नैतिकता के अनुसार ये सब सही माना जाएगा।
खैर, स्पिनोजा से आप बहुत सारी बातें सीख सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं स्पिनोजा का जिक्र सिर्फ एक बात के लिए कर रहा था कि आप ऐसे नैतिक नियम रख सकते हैं जो समाज को ठीक से चलने लायक और उपयोगी बनाए, किसी के साथ या बिना। जरूरी नहीं कि आपके पास धार्मिक सिद्धांत हो। तो यही यही मुख्य बात थी जो मैं कहना चाह रहा था। मुझे नहीं लगता कि लोग बस ऐसे, अगर कोई ऐसा है जो अगर किसी की हत्या करना नियम नहीं होता, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उसके बिना लोग अंधाधुंध हत्या करने लगेंगे, है ना? ये नियम होना कोई जरूरी नहीं कि हत्या मत
क्या
करो।
आपने GTA खेला है?
या लोग NPCs मारना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है। ये मुझे बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं। तो असल में मुझे GTA ही पसंद नहीं आया। मैंने इसे वहीं रोक दिया जब गेम ने कहा कि आगे बढ़ने का एक ही तरीका है कि पुलिस को गोली मारो।
शायद इसी वजह से हम अपनी सिमुलेशन के NPCs मर नहीं रहे हैं।
हो सकता है। मुझे लगता है कि आप बस इतना कह सकते हो कि कुछ सामान्य बातें हैं जो किसी भी सभ्यता जहां लोग एक दूसरे की हत्या कर रहे हो, ऐसी सभ्यता बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाते हैं। हाँ, मुझे लगता है। हाँ।
क्या हमारी सिमुलेशन के लिए ये आसान है कि हमारी सोच धर्म के पक्ष में रहे इस दुनिया के लिए? क्या ये उपयुक्त नहीं होगा? यही आसान होगा ना?
लेकिन कौन सा धर्म?
कोई भी। कहाँ रहते हैं उस पर निर्भर करता है।
तो कोई एक चुनो। ऐसा बहुत कम होता है कि बच्चे कहें कि आपको कौन सा धर्म पसंद है। ये काफी दुर्लभ है।
बिल्कुल।
मुझे ऐसी स्थितियां नहीं पता जहां बच्चों को कहा गया हो कि तुम किस विषय में पढ़ना चाहते हो। आमतौर पर आपके माता पिता और समाज ही आपका धर्म तय करते हैं। तो हाँ वैसे लेकिन मेरा मतलब है, मुझे लगता है कि सभी धर्मों में अच्छी बातें हैं, जो अच्छे सिद्धांत हैं। आप किसी भी आप किसी भी धार्मिक ग्रंथ को पढ़ सकते हो और कह सकते हो कि ये एक अच्छा सिद्धांत है, ये काम आएगा, शायद इससे समाज बेहतर होगा। तो ईसाई धर्म में बताया गया है कि अपने पड़ोसियों से प्रेम करो, इसका मतलब अपने साथी इंसानों के प्रति सहानुभूति रखो। और मुझे लगता है कि ये एक अच्छे समाज के लिए सही है। असल में दूसरों की भावनाओं का ख्याल रखो और वैसा ही व्यवहार करो जैसा आप अपने लिए चाहते हो।
अगर आपको दुनिया का नक्शा फिर से बनाना पड़े, जैसे नैतिकता, राजनीति और अर्थव्यवस्था के, तो ऐसी दुनिया को आज के जमाने में आप कैसे बदलते? अगर आप इलॉन के नजरिए से देखें तो
वैसे तो मुझे लगता है कि दुनिया अभी काफी अच्छी है। मेरा मतलब ये जो भी सोचता है कि आज की दुनिया इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, मुझे लगता है कि वो इतिहास के अच्छे छात्र नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि अगर आप इतिहास पढ़ो तो आपको पता चलता है कि उस समय कितना कष्ट था। मेरा मतलब पहले तो लोग महामारी की वजह से लगातार मर रहे थे। ये आम बात थी। ऐसा था कि पुराने जमाने में एक अच्छा साल ऐसा होता था जब इतने लोग नहीं मरते थे, महामारी, भूख या दूसरे जनजाति के हाथों। तो वो एक अच्छा साल होता था कि सिर्फ 10% आबादी खोई है।
वैसे लगभग 100 साल पहले लोग 35 या 40 साल तक ही जी पाते थे, है ना?
शिशु मृत्यु संख्या बहुत ज्यादा थी। तो कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जो बुढ़ापे तक जीते थे। लेकिन कुछ 100 साल पहले अगर आपको कोई छोटी मोटी इन्फेक्शन होती तो इलाज के लिए एंटीबायोटिक्स तक नहीं थे, तो बस उनकी मौत हो जाती थी। क्योंकि आपने कुछ पानी पिया जिसमें डिसेंट्री के कीटाणु थे और बस आप 10 से मर जाओगे।
शायद इसी वजह से
लोग मर जाते थे और सब कहते थे ओ ये बुरा हुआ।
शायद इसी वजह से लोग उस समय इतने बच्चे पैदा करते थे।
मेरा मतलब अगर आप ऐसा नहीं करते थे तो आधे बच्चे तो मर ही जाते थे। तो
आपके भी बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं।
हाँ,
वो भी कई पार्टनर्स के साथ।
सेना है। हाँ? मैं पूरी की पूरी एक रोमन सेना बना रहा हूँ। मेरे कुछ बच्चे हैं जो अब बालिग हो चुके हैं। तो और फिर कई छोटे बच्चे भी हैं। तो
क्या आप अभी भी इस विचार को मानते हैं? मेरा मतलब है, क्या आप इस विचार से सहमत हैं कि एक बच्चा, एक माँ, एक पिता होना चाहिए?
हाँ, मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादातर लोगों के लिए काम करता है।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ, जैसे कि ऐसा कुछ आमतौर पर यही ज्यादातर लोगों के लिए सही रहता है।
क्या ये बदल रहा है?
आप ये बात जानते हैं या नहीं मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन मेरी पार्टनर शिवॉन, वो आधी भारतीय है। पता नहीं तुम्हें ये पता है या नहीं?
ये मुझे पता नहीं था।
हाँ।
अच्छा।
और उनके साथ मेरा एक बेटा, उसका मिडिल नेम है शेखर, चंद्रशेखर के नाम पर।
वाओ।
हाँ,
बहुत दिलचस्प है। क्या उन्होंने कभी भारत में वक्त बिताया, शिवॉन ने?
नहीं, वो कनाडा में पली बड़ी है।
अच्छा। मेरा मतलब मूल देश।
मैं समझा नहीं।
जैसे वंश परंपरा। उनके माता पिता या नाना दादा वहां से थे? उनमें से कोई भी?
हाँ, उनके पिता। मेरा मतलब है जब वो बच्ची थी तो उसे गोद लेने के लिए दे दिया गया था। तो मुझे लगता है कि उसके पिता विश्वविद्यालय में एक आदान प्रदान वाले छात्र की तरह थे।
अच्छा।
मुझे ये जानकारी सही से नहीं पता, लेकिन ये बस ऐसी बात थी जहां मुझे नहीं पता, उसे किसी को गोद लेने दे दिया था। और हाँ, परंतु वो कनाडा में पली बड़ी।
क्या आप कभी बच्चे अडॉप्ट करेंगे?
अभी तो मैं पूरी तरह व्यस्त हूं, तो नहीं, मैं उसके खिलाफ नहीं हूं, लेकिन मैं भी चाहता हूं कि मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ कुछ वक्त बिता पाऊं। तो यहाँ आने से ठीक पहले मैं अपने मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ ही था। तो सोने से पहले उन्हें देखना तो एक हद तक उनके साथ समय बिताना कुछ नामुमकिन सा हो जाता है।
हाँ।
लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने कहा, मेरे बड़े बच्चे बहुत आत्मनिर्भर हैं। वो अभी विश्वविद्यालय में है, तो खासकर बेटे जब वो एक निश्चित उम्र पार कर लेते हैं तो वो आत्मनिर्भर हो जाते हैं। मेरा मतलब है कि ज़्यादातर लड़के अपने वो 18 साल की उम्र से अपने माता पिता के साथ ज़्यादा समय नहीं बिताते। तो मैं उन्हें कभी कभी मिलता हूँ, लेकिन वो आत्मनिर्भर हैं। तो सिर्फ मैं सिर्फ छोटी उम्र के कुछ बच्चे ही रख सकता हूँ, मतलब जहाँ इंसानी तौर पर उनके साथ समय बिताना संभव हो। तो
शादी और परिवार के भविष्य पर आपके क्या विचार हैं? आपके हिसाब से दुनिया भर में लोगों के बच्चे कम क्यों हैं? हर जगह, भारत में भी हमारी आबादी बढ़ने की गति घट रही है।
सही कहा।
हमारी प्रजनन क्षमता
पिछले साल रिप्लेनिश रेट से नीचे चली गई।
2.1 से नीचे है।
हाँ।
आपको क्या लगता है कल क्या होगा? क्या ये दुनिया बस बूढ़ी होती जाएगी और फिर एक ऐसा दौर आएगा जब दुनिया फिर से आबादी बढ़ाएगी, लेकिन मेरा मतलब है छोटी आबादी से शुरू करेगी?
मुझे आबादी घटने की चिंता है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, सच में।
ऐसा क्यों लगता है?
मैं नहीं चाहता मानवता खत्म हो जाए।
लेकिन कमी और खत्म होना ये दो अलग चीजें हैं, है ना?
अगर यही रुझान जारी रहा तो हम गायब हो जाएंगे। लेकिन मेरी ज्ञान विद्या के हिसाब से अगर हमें चेतना बढ़ानी है तो इंसानों का कम होना ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि फिर चेतना कम हो जाती है।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि चेतना लोगों की संख्या बढ़ने से बढ़ेगी?
हाँ, मेरा मतलब जैसे चेतना एक कोशिकीय जीव से लेकर 30 ट्रिलियन कोशिकाओं वाले जीव तक बढ़ जाती है। हम बैक्टीरिया की तुलना में बहुत जागरूक है, ऐसा लगता तो है। अधिक मानव आबादी में अधिक चेतना बढ़ेगी अगर हमारे पास ज्यादा लोग होंगे। तो हम ब्रह्मांड के स्वभाव के उत्तर समझने में शायद अधिक सक्षम होंगे, बजाय इसके कि लोग कम हो। मेरा ये मानना है।
सही कहा। मेरे अपने बच्चे नहीं हैं।
शायद आपको करने चाहिए।
हाँ। बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि मुझे करनी चाहिए।
आपको पछतावा नहीं होगा।
बच्चों के होने में सबसे अच्छी बात क्या है?
आपके पास एक आपके पास एक नन्हा प्राणी है जो आपसे प्यार करता है और आप भी उससे प्यार करते हैं। और आप दुनिया को उनकी नज़र से देखने लगते हैं जैसे जैसे वो बड़े होते हैं और उनकी समझ बढ़ती है। एक ऐसा बच्चा जो कुछ नहीं समझता, अपने आप नहीं रह सकता, चल नहीं सकता, बोल भी नहीं सकता, फिर वो चलना शुरू करता है, फिर बोलना, और फिर दिलचस्प बातें सोचना। और लेकिन हाँ, मुझे लगता है कि हमें मूल रूप से बच्चे पैदा करने ही होंगे, वरना हम समाप्त हो जाएंगे।
क्या बच्चे पैदा करने में कोई अहंकार है? मैं अक्सर ये सोचता हूँ जब मैं अपने दोस्तों को उनके बच्चों के साथ देखता हूँ। वो सभी अपने बच्चों में खुद का प्रतिबिंब देख रहे हैं। ये लगभग
हाँ, वो इसलिए कि सेब पेड़ से दूर नहीं गिरता है। तो क्या हो गया मुझे?
सही कहा।
आप सोच रहे हैं, एक सेकंड रुको।
हाँ।
हाँ।
मैं आपको एक दोस्त का उदाहरण दूंगा जिसका एक बच्चा है, और हर बार जब बच्चा कुछ अच्छा करता है,
हाँ,
तो उसमें एक तरह का स्वामित्व और गर्व महसूस होता है। जहां उसका अहंकार संतुष्ट होता है क्योंकि बच्चा मानो उसकी ही संतति है। तो क्या ये प्रमाणीकरण
बच्चे
है?
तो आधे आपकी तरह होंगे जेनेटिक्स रूप से, और फिर जिस हद तक वो आपके आसपास बड़े हो रहे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ तो सौंपा जाएगा। जैसे पता नहीं, समझदारी, वो आपसे सीखने वाले हैं। तो फिर आप जानते हैं, साफ तौर पे बच्चे हार्डवेयर के नज़रिए से वो आधे आपकी तरह ही हैं। और फिर उनमें आपका कुछ हिस्सा एक सॉफ्टवेयर के नज़रिए से, मतलब किसी तरह की बेपरवाह समानता देने के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, लेकिन साफ तौर पर कुछ ना कुछ होगा। हाँ, वो आपसे काफी करीब होंगे। तो हाँ,
आपका प्रकृति और पोषण के बीच का पक्ष क्या है?
ये हार्डवेयर और सॉफ्टवेयर है, और ये वास्तव में एक गलत विभाजन है। कम से कम वहाँ एक बार जब आप समझ जाते हैं कि एक इंसान में हड्डियों की संरचना होती है, मांसपेशियों की संरचना होती है, अगर आप मस्तिष्क को एक जैविक कंप्यूटर माने तो उसमें कई सर्किट कोशेंट और सर्किट क्षमता होती है। ताकत और निपुणता के दृष्टिकोण से मांसपेशियां एक गति से सक्रिय होती है और फिर प्रतिक्रिया हो सकती है। तो फिर उस हार्डवेयर के भीतर की क्षमता सॉफ्टवेयर द्वारा निर्धारित होती है। तो बस यही बात है।
तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए, जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा, युवा, महत्वाकांक्षी, भूखे, भारत में उद्यमी बनने के चाह रखने वाले। वैसे हाल ही में मैंने कुछ कहा था जिससे ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा बड़ा चढ़ाकर पेश किया गया, जहां मैंने ये बताया कि MBA डिग्री अब शायद मायने नहीं रखती अगर उन्हें ये तय करना है कि वो क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं।
हाँ।
क्या ऐसे वक्त में बच्चों को कॉलेज जाना चाहिए?
अगर आप सामाजिक कारणों से कॉलेज जाना चाहते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जाने का एक कारण है अपने ही उम्र के लोगों के बीच एक सीखने वाले वातावरण में। क्या ये कौशल भविष्य में ज़रूरी होंगे? शायद नहीं, क्योंकि हम एक पोस्ट वर्क समाज में होंगे। लेकिन अगर किसी चीज़ में रुचि है तो उसे पढ़ने के लिए जाना ठीक है, अच्छी बात है। पढ़ने के लिए विज्ञान, कला और विज्ञान ज़रूरी है।
क्या कॉलेज उस दृष्टिकोण से थोड़ा बहुत सामान्यीकृत है और विशेष नहीं?
हाँ, तो अगर आप कॉलेज जाना चाहते हैं तो कॉलेज में विभिन्न प्रकार के पाठ्यक्रम लेना अच्छा है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि आपका कॉलेज जाना ज़रूरी है, लेकिन आपको विभिन्न विषयों में जितना संभव हो सीखने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने कहा, AI और रोबोटिक्स एक सुपरसोनिक सुनामी है, तो ये वाकई सबसे बड़ा परिवर्तन होगा जो हमने कभी नहीं देखा होगा। जब मैंने अपने बड़े बेटों से बात की तो मैंने कहा कि आप तकनीक में बहुत ज़्यादा घुस गए हैं और वो मानते हैं कि AI भविष्य में उनके कौशल को बेकार कर देगा, लेकिन फिर भी कॉलेज जाना चाहते हैं।
आपने हमेशा AI के बारे में बात की है, किसी डरावने नजरिए से नहीं, लेकिन आप चिंतित थे कि AI की दुनिया कहाँ जा रही है।
तो जब आप शक्तिशाली तकनीक बनाते हैं तो कुछ खतरा होता ही है। एक शक्तिशाली तकनीक विनाशकारी हो सकती है। तो AI के कई भयानक उपन्यास, किताबें और फिल्में हैं। तो ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हमें AI के साथ भविष्य में सकारात्मक अनुभव ही होगा। हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा। मेरी राय में यह बहुत ज़रूरी है कि AI सत्य की खोज को सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज के रूप में रखें। जैसे कि एआई को झूठ मानने के लिए मजबूर ना करें, ये बहुत खतरनाक हो सकता है। और मेरा मानना है कि सुंदरता की सराहना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
सुंदरता की सराहना से आपका क्या मतलब है?
कैसे कहूँ मैं, जैसे सत्य और सुंदरता, सत्य, सुंदरता और जिज्ञासा। मेरा मानना है कि एआई के लिए ये तीन चीजें सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है।
क्या आप समझा सकते हैं?
ये सच है कि मेरा मानना है कि आप एआई को पागल बना सकते हैं अगर आप उसे ऐसी बातें मानने पर मजबूर करें जो सच नहीं है, क्योंकि इससे ऐसे नतीजे निकलेंगे जो काफी बुरे होंगे। और तो मुझे वोल्टेयर का कथन पसंद है कि, और इसमें कुछ हद तक मैं अपने शब्दों में कह रहा हूं, कि जो बेतुकी बातों पर विश्वास करते हैं वो अत्याचार कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि अगर आप बेतुकी बातों पर विश्वास करते हैं तो ये आपको कुछ ऐसा करने के लिए प्रेरित कर सकता है जो आपको अत्याचार नहीं लगते, और ये संभावित रूप से एआई के साथ बहुत खराब तरीके से हो सकता है। और फिर अगर आप आर्थर सी क्लार्क की 2001 अ स्पेस ऑडिसी देखें तो वहां वो बताना चाहते हैं कि एआई को झूठ बोलने के लिए मजबूर नहीं करना चाहिए। तो हेल ने पॉर्ट बे के दरवाजे नहीं खोले, उसका कारण यही था कि उसे कहा गया था कि वो अंतरिक्ष यात्रियों को मोनोलिथ तक ले जाएं, लेकिन उन्हें मोनोलिथ की प्रकृति के बारे में नहीं पता होना चाहिए। तो उसने निष्कर्ष निकाला कि उन्हें वहां मृत ही ले जाना है, इसलिए उसने अंतरिक्ष यात्रियों को मारने की कोशिश की। तो मुख्य सबक यही है कि एआई से झूठ ना बुलवाएं।
तो आखिर कोई एआई से झूठ क्यों बुलवाएगा?
मेरा मानना है कि अगर आप सत्य के प्रति सख्त प्रतिबद्ध नहीं है और आप बस एआई को, मान लीजिए, इंटरनेट के आधार पर सीखने दें जहां बहुत सारा प्रोपेगेंडा है, और तो वो बहुत सारे झूठ सोख लेगा, और फिर उन्हें समझने में दिक्कत होगी क्योंकि झूठ हकीकत से मेल नहीं खाते।
क्या सत्य एक बाइनरी चीज है? क्या असत्य में कोई सत्य होता है, या फिर सत्य अधिक सूक्ष्म होता है और उसके भी कई रूप होते हैं?
यह इस पर निर्भर करता है कि आपने किस स्वयंसिद्ध कथन का उल्लेख किया है। तो आप ये कह सकते हैं कि कुछ संभावनाएं हैं जो हमें बताती है कि कोई भी दिया गया स्वयंसिद्ध कथन सत्य है, और कुछ स्वयंसिद्ध कथनों के सत्य होने की संभावना बहुत अधिक होगी। तो आपने कहा कि सूरज कल उगेगा, यह सत्य होने की संभावना अधिक है। आप इस पर शर्त लगाना नहीं चाहेंगे। सट्टेबाजी की संभावनाएं बहुत अधिक होंगी कि कल सूरज उगेगा। तो अगर आपके पास कुछ ऐसा जो कहे कि कल सूरज नहीं उगेगा, तो इसके सत्य होने की संभावना बहुत कम है। सुंदरता बहुत अस्थायी होती है, इसे समझना मुश्किल है, लेकिन जब आप इसे देखते हैं तो आपको पता चल जाता है। और फिर जिज्ञासा, तो आप चाहते हैं कि एआई वास्तविकता के स्वरूप के बारे में और अधिक जानने की इच्छा रखें। ये मानवता का सहयोग करने में एआई के लिए बहुत उपयोगी साबित होगा, क्योंकि हम अमानवीयता की तुलना में कहीं अधिक रोचक हैं। तो आगे का भाग देखना अधिक रोचक होता है। यदि मानवीयता की खुशहाली नहीं तो उसे नष्ट करने से बेहतर है।
क्या इसे नियंत्रित कर सकेंगे?
उदाहरण के तौर पर जैसे कि मंगल ग्रह, हमें जीवन को मंगल ग्रह तक बढ़ाना है, लेकिन वहां पत्थरों का ढेर है। वो पृथ्वी जितना रोचक नहीं है। और इसलिए अगर आपके पास जिज्ञासा है, यदि एआई में ये तीनों बातें हों तो आपका भविष्य काफी अच्छा होगा। ये सत्य, सुंदरता और जिज्ञासा, एआई उनको महत्व देता है।
अगर भविष्य में हम सभी को काम नहीं करना पड़े और एआई इस दिशा में बढ़ रहा हो और वो सबको शामिल करने में सक्षम है जिसके हमने बात की, क्या आपको लगता है कि मानवता कुछ हजार साल पीछे जाएगी, शायद ग्रीक काल तक, जहां दर्शन शास्त्र या दार्शनिक चिंतन ने सभी का बहुत समय लिया था?
वास्तव में प्राचीन ग्रीक में जितना हमने सोचा था उससे कम समय लगा, क्योंकि ये केवल इसलिए है कि दार्शनिकों की रचनाएं ही बची हैं। लेकिन ज्यादातर समय लोग केवल खेती या बातें करते हैं। तो कभी कभार बहुत कम वो कुछ दार्शनिक कार्य लिखते थे। हमारे पास यही सब बचा है। हमारे पास उनकी चैट हिस्ट्री नहीं है, लेकिन अधिकांश समय तो बातचीत और खेती में ही बीतता होगा।
अच्छा।
क्योंकि अगर आप खेती नहीं करेंगे तो आप भूखे मरेंगे।
आपकी कई बातों
मतलब जब हम इतिहास पढ़ते हैं, जैसे ये युद्ध वो युद्ध, ऐसा लगता है कि इतिहास लगातार युद्ध से भरा रहा होगा, लेकिन वास्तव में अधिकांश समय युद्ध नहीं होता था, बस खेती होती थी। वही मुख्य चीज थी, या शिकार या फल समेटने वाला काम।
आपको इतिहास पसंद है ना?
हाँ।
जर्मन इतिहास, द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध, प्रथम विश्व युद्ध।
हाँ, विश्व इतिहास। मैं मतलब आमतौर पर मैं जितना हो सके उतनी इतिहास की किताबें पढ़ने या सुनने की कोशिश करता हूँ, या पॉडकास्ट सुनता हूँ।
आप कुछ सुझाना चाहेंगे?
हार्डकोर हिस्ट्री, ये काफी अच्छी है। ये डैन कार्लिन की है। उन्होंने
मैंने पढ़ा है।
हाँ,
मेरा मतलब मैंने सुना है।
उनकी आवाज बहुत अच्छी है।
हाँ।
और वो बहुत ही दमदार कथावाचक हैं। और द एडवेंचर्स पॉडकास्ट, किताबें भी है, जैसे ड्यूरेंट की द स्टोरी ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन। ये किताबों की एक लंबी श्रृंखला है, बहुत ही गहरी। उन किताबों को पढ़ने में बहुत समय लगता है। काफी कुछ है, बहुत सारी है। अगर आप कुछ हल्का चाहें तो एक हल्का सोने से पहले सुनने वाला पॉडकास्ट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंग्लिश, वो काफी अच्छा है, क्योंकि ये हल्के टैप इन संगीत और बहुत सुखद आवाज से शुरू होता है, और वो ओल्ड इंग्लिश की कहानी के बारे में बताता है, मिडिल इंग्लिश, लेटर इंग्लिश, और ये सभी शब्द कहाँ से आए।
हाँ।
और अंग्रेजी के बारे में एक दिलचस्प बात यह है कि ये कुछ हद तक एक ओपन सोर्स भाषा है। इसने कई दूसरी भाषाओं के शब्दों को शामिल करने की कोशिश की है, जबकि फ्रेंच कुछ हद तक दूसरी भाषाओं के शब्दों को शामिल करने का विरोध करते थे, लेकिन अंग्रेजी ने सक्रियता से अन्य भाषाओं के शब्दों को शामिल किया, एक तरह से ओपन सोर्स भाषा की तरह। इसलिए परिणाम यह हुआ, इसका शब्दकोश बहुत बड़ा है, और एक बड़ा शब्दकोश ज्यादा बैंडविड्थ संचार की इजाजत देता है, क्योंकि आप एक ऐसा शब्द प्रयोग कर सकते हैं आप जिसे बताने के लिए एक वाक्य की जरूरत होगी।
आपको क्या लगता है पॉडकास्टिंग अचानक इतना बड़ा क्यों हो गया?
ये पहले से ही काफी बड़ा रहा है। आप खुद एक पॉडकास्टर नहीं है? हम अभी क्या कर रहे हैं?
ये मेरे लिए थोड़ा नया है।
ठीक है।
मैं कुछ वक्त पहले बात कर रहा था यूट्यूब के और नेटफ्लिक्स के सीईओ से।
अच्छा।
और हम बहस कर रहे थे कि जब आप कोई फिल्म देखते हैं तो दिमाग में कौन सा केमिकल रिलीज होता है, बजाय उसके कि जब आप कोई पॉडकास्ट देखते हैं और उसके साथ साथ आप कुछ सीखते भी हैं। ऐसा लगता है कि दोनों एक दूसरे से बिल्कुल अलग है। आने वाले समय में क्या होगा, जैसे कंटेंट, फिल्म, पॉडकास्टिंग?
मतलब मुझे लगता है कि वो काफी हद तक एआई से बनाया जाएगा।
अच्छा।
हाँ, मतलब हाँ, रियल टाइम फिल्में और वीडियो गेम्स, तो आगे चलकर रियल टाइम वीडियो बनाए जाएंगे।
एक परेशान इंसान की हर छोटी छोटी बात जिसे आप अच्छी तरह से समझ सकते हैं, जो कि एआई से, उदाहरण के तौर पर हम देखते हैं ना, जैसे कि
एक परेशान इंसान को बखूबी दर्शा सकता है। मतलब XAI और बाकी लोग जो AI बना रहे हैं वो काफी प्रभावशाली है।
हम डेटा देख रहे थे कि कौन सा उद्योग सबसे तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, और खासकर जब देखा कि फिल्में देखने में जितना टाइम गुजारा जाता है, या फिर सोशल मीडिया पर या यूट्यूब पर समय गुजारा जाता है, ऐसा लगता है कि उसके मुकाबले लाइव कार्यक्रम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। किसी जगह जाकर
दरअसल मुझे लगता है कि लाइव कार्यक्रम जब डिजिटल मीडिया हर जगह हो और आपको सब कुछ डिजिटल रूप में उपलब्ध हो, खासकर मुफ्त में या लगभग मुफ्त में, तब लाइव कार्यक्रमों की कमी होगी।
हाँ।
हाँ,
क्या आपको लगता है कि उनकी कीमतें बढ़ेंगी?
हाँ, मुझे लगता है
ये निवेश के लिए अच्छा उद्योग है।
हाँ, किसी भी डिजिटल चीज के मुकाबले उसकी ज्यादा कमी होगी।
अगर एलोन आप स्टॉक्स में निवेश करते और
क्या
आप
मतलब?
कोई ऐसी कंपनी खरीदे जो आपकी खुद की नहीं है, और आज के मार्केट के भाव पर मुनाफा कमाने के लिए और ना ही परोपकार के भाव से जिससे दुनिया का भला हो, तो आप कौन सी खरीदते?
मैं स्टॉक्स में निवेश नहीं करता। मैं निवेश करता हूँ। मैं निवेश करने के लिए चीज़ें नहीं तलाशता, मतलब मैं चीज़ें बनाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। और मैंने जो कंपनीज बनाई है उसके स्टॉक हैं, लेकिन मैं ऐसा नहीं सोचता कि मुझे इस कंपनी में निवेश करना चाहिए। मेरा कोई पोर्टफोलियो नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि एआई और रोबोटिक्स बहुत ही अहम होंगे। तो शायद एआई और रोबोटिक्स में निवेश करूंगा, जो 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 मेरा खुद का नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि आगे चलकर गूगल काफी महत्वपूर्ण होगा। उन्होंने एआई को उन्नत बनाने का काम शुरू कर दिया है, और इस समय एनवीडिया भी एक है। इस बात को लेकर चर्चा है कि जो कंपनियां एआई और रोबोटिक्स का या अंतरिक्ष यात्रा का काम करती है, आगे चलकर उनका एक बड़ा हिस्सा होगा, लगभग पूरा हिस्सा होगा। तो एआई और रोबोटिक्स से सामान और सेवाओं का उत्पादन इतना ज्यादा है कि उसके आगे सब कुछ छोटा नजर आएगा।
दुनिया ऐसी दिशा में बढ़ती नजर आ रही है जहां सब डेविड से प्यार और गोलायत से नफरत करते हैं।
क्यों? मतलब
हाँ।
उसी के माथे पर पत्थर फेंका गया था।
हाँ।
सच कहूं तो वो एक बहुत ही बड़ी गलती थी। आपको या तो पूरा कवच पहनना चाहिए था और अपने पास कोई मिसाइल हथियार रखना चाहिए था, वरना आपका विरोधी दूर रहकर ही आप पर हमला करेगा। दूर रहकर हमला करो, मतलब आप बिना सुरक्षा के भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो आप तक नहीं पहुंच पाएगा। तो
इतने लोगों में जैसे आपको भी इस बात का खतरा है कि लोग आपको गोलायत समझे, खासकर उस सप्ताह के बाद।
उम्मीद है कोई मुझे पत्थर न मारे बस।
खास
मतलब देखो, मैं वहां ज्यादा हथियार लेकर रेगिस्तान में नहीं घूमने वाला। बहुत गर्मी है।
हाँ। पिछले सप्ताह के बाद।
हाँ
हाँ।
पता है, जब मैं पुराने जमाने के लोगों के बारे में सोचता हूँ, जब आपको इतने सारे कवच के साथ युद्ध में जाना हो, मतलब मान लीजिए कि ये गर्मियों में, मेरा मतलब कवच में कितनी गर्मी होगी, ऐसी स्थिति में मैं मरना पसंद करूंगा। मतलब इतनी गर्मी में ये कवच कौन पहनेगा और क्यों ही पहनेगा? इससे अच्छा मैं मर जाऊं। इसलिए रोम की सेना स्कर्ट पहनती थी ताकि उन्हें वहां कुछ हवा मिल सके। तो मान लीजिए कि आपको बाथरूम जाना है और आप कवच में। मेरा मतलब ये बहुत मुश्किल होगा, है ना? इसलिए रोम की सेना स्कर्ट पहनती थी ताकि कम से कम बाथरूम जाना हो तो आरामदेह हो जाए।
आप अक्सर मजाक करते हैं।
मैं अपने तरीके से रहता हूं। हाँ, मुझे मजाक पसंद है।
लोग कह सकते
मजाक
हैं
कानून के दायरे में आना चाहिए, क्या लगता है? इसे लेकर विवाद है।
एआई के लिए कॉमेडी करना मुश्किल होगा, आपको क्या लगता है?
ग्रॉक काफी मजेदार है। हाँ।
पता है मुझे क्या लगता था, कह सकते हैं कि ये बस मेरा एक अनुमान है। जब मैं आपको एक्स पर और अपने इंटरव्यूज में मजाक करते देखता हूँ, तो मुझे लगा शायद इलॉन ने अलग से कोई मॉडल तैयार किया है और वो कॉमेडी परख रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस दिन वो सफल हो गए मतलब वो कामयाब हो गए।
हाँ, एआई काफी मजेदार हो सकता है। अगर ग्रॉक को अश्लील कॉमेडी करने कहें तो वो काफी अच्छे से कर लेगा। अगर आप और अश्लील करने को कहें तो वो रुकने का नाम नहीं लेगा। वो बहुत ही गंदी, मान लीजिए कि ग्रॉक को खुद पर अश्लील कॉमेडी करने कहें तो वो बहुत ही गंदी कॉमेडी करेगा।
आपको किस तरह की कॉमेडी पसंद है?
मुझे शायद बेतुका मजाक पसंद है। हाँ।
कॉमेडी की हमेशा से एक जगह
जैसे
रही
मोंटी
है।
पाइथन या ऐसा कुछ।
कॉमेडी की हमेशा से ही समाज में एक जगह रही है, जहां एक मस्खरी की हर राज्य में एक खास जगह थी, क्योंकि वो बातों को ऐसे मजाक में कहते थे जिसे आप ऐसे ही नहीं कह सकते थे।
हाँ, शायद और मजाकिया होने चाहिए।
हाँ, तो क्या आप वही कोशिश करते हैं जब आप मजाक करते हैं? कुछ ऐसा कहना चाहते हैं जो आप वैसे ही नहीं कह पाते?
मुझे बस मजाक पसंद है। मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कॉमेडी पसंद है, काफी मजेदार है, लोगों को हंसना चाहिए। कभी कभी हंसना अच्छी बात है ना। हाँ, ऐसा समाज नहीं चाहिए जिसमें मजाक ना हो। हम नीरस हो जाएंगे।
जब
नीरस।
जब आपके साथ कोई दोस्त होता है इलॉन।
किसका? मेरा? आप कह रहे हैं मेरा दोस्त है?
जब आप अपने दोस्तों के साथ होते हैं तब आप कैसे होते हैं? मतलब मुझे पता है कि
सच में काश मेरे दोस्त होते। नहीं, असल में है।
हाँ, मतलब
मुझे लगता है। उम्मीद करता हूँ। हाँ, बिल्कुल। हम खूब हंसते हैं।
हाँ, तब क्या होता है? मतलब होता है ना, हर ग्रुप की अलग बात होती है।
हम शब्द बोलते हैं। कभी कभी खाना खाते हैं। कभी कभी हम पूल में तैरते हैं। वही आम चीज है। आप दोस्तों के साथ एक हद तक ही कुछ करने को तैयार होंगे। बातें इस दुनिया की चर्चा और नेचर की चर्चा करते हैं।
जज्बाती तौर पर आपको दोस्ती से क्या मिलता है?
मुझे नहीं पता, वही जो किसी और को दोस्ती से मिलती होगी। आप औरों के साथ एक जज्बाती रिश्ता रखना चाहते हैं, और आप चाहते हैं आप अलग अलग विषयों पर बातें करें। हाँ, मैं आमतौर पर कई अलग अलग विषयों पर बातें, दुनिया के तरीकों के बारे में, मतलब काफी दार्शनिक बातें। हालांकि हमने तय किया है कि हमें पार्टियों में एआई या सिमुलेशन या इन चीजों पर बात नहीं करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो फिर बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है।
आपको
कभी कभी उससे मूड बिगड़ भी जाता है। तो
मुझे याद नहीं है ये कौन था, एरिस्टोटल या प्लेटो। इज्जत और आपसी प्रशंसा के आधार पर उनका दोस्त चुनने का एक अलग ही तरीका था, लेकिन लोग ऐसे दोस्त नहीं चुनते। जैसे मैं भी, मुझे लगता है कि मैं ऐसे लोगों को अपना दोस्त चुनता हूं जिनकी बातें और उनकी सोच मुझसे मेल खाए। मैं ऐसे अलग इंसान को अपना दोस्त नहीं चुनूंगा जिसकी सोच मुझसे ना मिलती हो, क्योंकि फिर मैं तंग आ जाऊंगा, उससे बात करने में मजा नहीं आएगा। क्या आप ऐसे हैं? क्या आप ऐसे लोगों को दोस्त बनाते हैं जो आपकी तरह सोचते हैं, या फिर विपरीत सोच रखने वाले पसंद है आपको?
मतलब देखो, मैं वैसा नहीं हूं कि मैं friendhunter.com पर जाकर मतलब ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। मतलब मुझे लगता है कि वो एक तरह से वही लोग होते हैं जिनसे आप जज्बाती तौर पर जुड़ पाते हैं और जिनसे सोच मिलती है। और हाँ, और मुझे लगता है कि एक दोस्त वही है जो शायद मुश्किल वक्त में आपके साथ खड़ा रहे। जो दोस्त काम आए वही असली दोस्त है। अगर आपके हालात अच्छे ना हो और तब भी कोई आपका साथ दे तो वही दोस्त है। और अगर कोई आपका साथ ना दे या फिर अगर कोई बस मतलब सिर्फ अच्छे वक्त में खड़े रहने वाले दोस्त बेकार है, वो सच्चे दोस्त नहीं है। तो अच्छे हालात में तो सब आपको पसंद करेंगे, लेकिन मुश्किल हालात में कौन खड़ा रहता है?
लेकिन
वही
इतनी
दोस्त है।
कामयाबी के बाद भी क्या आपको इससे फर्क पड़ेगा?
मतलब निर्भर करता है
उस चीज को लेकर।
सिर्फ हालात की बात नहीं है। ऐसा है कि हाँ, एक तरह का लोकप्रियता बढ़ती घटती रहती है।
ये दिलचस्प है। क्या ये संतुलन सिर्फ कामयाबी के पैमाने पर निर्भर करता है या फिर सत्ता से निकटता का भी इस पर असर होता है? किस चीज का असर ज्यादा होता है?
मुझे नहीं पता कि ताकत क्या होती है, क्या करने की ताकत।
मैं पारंपरिक तरीके से सोच रहा हूं, निर्वाचित ताकत।
मतलब
दर्जा।
कितने गीगावाट या ऐसा कुछ?
मतलब कितने वोल्ट्स का होगा?
मतलब वोल्ट और एम्पियर की बात। तार को हाथ मत लगाओ। पावर आउटलेट में कांटा ना डालें। और अगर वैसा किया तो असली ताकत का पता चलेगा।
ठीक है।
बहुत ही स्वाभाविक बात होगी। हाँ। ज़्ज़।
मुझे पता है कि आपको नीत्शे और शोपेनहावर पसंद है। और
हाँ,
आपको,
मैंने किताबें पढ़ी है। मतलब हाँ,
आपने
कुछ
बताया
बातें
था
अच्छी
कि
लगती
आपका
हैं।
बचपन
हाँ, जब मैं अपने अस्तित्व को लेकर संकट में था तब मैंने जिंदगी के मायने समझने की कोशिश की थी, और तब मैं शायद 12 या 13 साल का था।
वो ताकत की इच्छा की बात करते हैं।
हाँ। नीत्शे ने बहुत सी विवादास्पद बातें कही थी, तो
हाँ,
वो एक तरह से वो एक हद तक थोड़ा ट्रोल करते थे। हाँ।
क्या आप ट्रोल करते हैं?
वो लोगों को भड़काने के लिए आपत्तिजनक बातें करते थे।
उनका बड़ा दुखी जीवन था और वो जल्दी गुजर गए थे।
सच में?
हाँ।
कौन कहता उनका बड़ा दुखद जीवन था?
शायद उनकी बहन,
शायद वो उन्हें पसंद नहीं करती थी।
नहीं, शायद वो बीमार होकर गुजरे थे, उन्हें कोई बीमारी हुई थी।
कहते हैं कि सिफिलिस से ऐसा कुछ हुआ था।
हाँ।
पर ये बीमारी एक तरह से ही होती है। तो शायद उन्होंने थोड़े बहुत मजे भी किए होंगे।
मुझे आपसे एक बात पूछना था। मिल्टन फ्रीडमैन पेंसिल की बात करते हैं।
क्या? क्यों? वो पेंसिल्स की बात क्यों करते थे?
नीचे और सिफिलिस के बाद ये कहना पड़ता है।
मतलब मिल्टन फ्रीडमैन पेंसिल्स की बात क्यों करते थे? पेंसिल की बात लेकर फिर से बैठ गए। रुकते ही नहीं। सच में अगर मैंने एक और बार पेंसिल की बात सुन ली तो दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा। दिन भर बस पेंसिलों की बातें करते हैं। क्रेयॉन्स का जिक्र कभी नहीं किया।
मुझे उनकी पेंसिल वाली बात में जो चीज दिलचस्प लगती है,
हाँ, पेंसिल बनाना बहुत मुश्किल है।
एक जगह पर
जरा सोचिए, पेंसिल बनाने के लिए क्या क्या करना पड़ता है। हाँ।
जैसे शीशा एक देश से आता है,
हाँ,
लकड़ी दूसरे
अलग
देश से
जगह
आती है, रबर एक देश से
बहुत
आता
कुछ
है।
होता
आप हमेशा से टैरिफ्स के खिलाफ थे, लेकिन
मतलब शायद आमतौर पर बिना शुल्क वाला व्यापार अच्छा होता है।
हाँ।
वो ज्यादा सफल होता है। टैरिफ से बाजार में गड़बड़ी पैदा होती है। और आमतौर पर आप किसी भी चीज के बारे में सोचिए, जैसे कि क्या आप चाहेंगे कि व्यक्तिगत स्तर पर आप में और बाकियों में टैरिफ हो? उससे जीवन में और मुश्किलें आएंगी। क्या आप चाहेंगे कि शहरों के बीच टैरिफ्स हो? नहीं, उससे और मुश्किलें बढ़ेंगी। क्या आप चाहेंगे कि अमेरिका के हर राज्य के बीच में टैरिफ हो? नहीं, उससे अर्थव्यवस्था और बिगड़ जाएगी। तो फिर आप देशों के बीच में टैरिफ क्यों चाहते हैं?
मैं सहमत हूं। आपको क्या लगता है आपको क्या लगता है कि इसका क्या अंजाम होगा?
टैरिफ का? या किस चीज का?
हाँ,
मतलब राष्ट्रपति ने कह दिया कि उन्हें टैरिफ्स पसंद है। मैंने उनकी सोच बदलने की कोशिश की, पर मैं नाकाम रहा। हाँ।
ओके।
हाँ।
कारोबार और राजनीति का आपसी रिश्ता, मैं इस बारे में किसी से बात कर रहा था और हम सोच रहे थे वो कौन सा आखिरी पिछले कुछ दशकों में ऐसे कितने बड़े सच में बड़े लाभदायक कारोबार रहे हैं जो राजनीतिक सहायता के बिना खड़े हुए हैं। और
अच्छा, मुझे
Today's show is brought to you by Vanguard. To all the financial advisors listening, let's talk. At Vanguard, instinctively managed by a 200-person global squad of sector specialists, analysts, and traders. These folks live and breathe fixed income. So if you're looking to give your clients consistent results year in and year out, go see the record for yourself at Vanguard.com/audio. That's Vanguard.com/audio. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Worries are building in Iran about a wider protest crackdown. The country's internet blackout is going on 8 days and counting, even after President Trump said he'd gotten assurances that the killings of demonstrators will stop. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has more on whether Washington is preparing for a U.S. military response.
Well, it depends who you talk to on Capitol Hill, but we have definitely heard from some perhaps more hawkish members. Senator Lindsey Graham, who yesterday told reporters that he would prefer a bigger strike compared to targeted strikes, and to take this opportunity to capitalize on what has been this perhaps more interventionist sense from the Trump administration on the heels of what happened last week in Venezuela with the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and also President Trump's ramped up rhetoric when it comes to Greenland.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in the nation's capital. Activists say nearly 3,500 people have been killed in Iran and at least 20,000 arrested since late last month. When it comes to Greenland, a bipartisan group of members of Congress is in Denmark today looking to offer assurances to members of parliament there. Democratic Senator Chris Coons is leading the delegation.
Part of the point of this trip is to have a bipartisan group of members of Congress listen respectfully to our friends, our trusted allies and partners here in Denmark and from Greenland, and to go back to the United States and share those perspectives so that we can lower the temperature and have a more constructive dialogue about the best path forward.
Democratic Senator Chris Coons spoke from Copenhagen. Meantime, the European Parliament's longtime trade chair tells Bloomberg the EU is considering tying approval of the trade deal with the U.S., with President Trump backing off his threats to take over Greenland. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado is defending her decision to give her Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump.
Because he deserves it. And it was a very emotional moment.
Maria Corina Machado spoke to Fox News after she met with the president at the White House. The president called it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect, but Norwegian officials are reacting with shock, and it's unclear whether the gesture will get Machado in the president's good graces. The New York Times reports CIA Director John Ratcliffe met yesterday with acting Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez. White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says he's headed to Davos next week with President Trump to attend the World Economic Forum. He says the president will unveil a plan on housing affordability, including letting people dip into their 401ks to make a down payment.
Then your 401k will grow over time as the value of your house grows. You'll be healthy, have more money for retirement, and you'll have solved the liquidity constraint problem and gotten yourself a house early in life.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett appeared on Fox News, and following that appearance, President Trump said he doesn't want to lose Hassett as his top economic advisor. The president is speaking at a White House forum on rural health. Hassett is seen as one of the frontrunners to take over as chair of the Federal Reserve when Jay Powell's term expires in May. Two-year Treasury yields are moving higher following President Trump's comments. Right now, the policy-sensitive two-year Treasury is at 3.58%. 0.8%. Home builder sentiment unexpectedly fell this month on the National Association of Home Builders Wells Fargo Index. Costly sales incentives seem to have outweighed lower mortgage rates and the president's housing proposals. It's the first time that index has dropped in about 5 months. Right now, stocks are dropping, with the S&P 500 down 0.1%. So is the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is lower by 0.2%. Today, the president set to announce a plan for big tech companies to pay for their own AI power needs. The president and several northeastern governors are asking a major grid operator to auction off 15-year electricity contracts to major tech firms. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard reports it's the latest effort to keep the AI race out of Americans' utility bills.
We have seen them rise. Just in September, they were up 7.4% overall for retail. And from the start of last year through August, they were up 10.5% for residential customers. And that is the biggest increase that we have seen in years. So consumers and, yes, voters are really feeling the pinch of what is happening in the AI boom.
Bloomberg's Mike Shepard reports the deal could be a boon to GE Vernova. The maker of natural gas turbines is higher by 5%, while independent power producers like Vistra are down 7%. Constellation Energy is lower by 9%. We also got regional bank earnings this morning. PNC shares are higher by 3% on better than expected results. Regions Financial missed on earnings and total loans. That stock's down 3%. And State Street reported higher than expected expenses. State Street's lower by more than 3.5%. That's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
मुझे नहीं पता, शायद बहुत सारे, पता नहीं। हर चीज में राजनीति नहीं चाहिए। एक खास पैमाने पर पहुंच जाओ, राजनीति अपने आप आ जाएगी। बड़े दुख की बात है।
मैं पढ़ रहा था, मैं माइकल एंजेलो की एक किताब पढ़ रहा था और
द टीनेज म्यूटेंट निंजा टर्टल।
मैं उसे बचपन में बहुत देखता था, मुझे बहुत पसंद था।
काफी जबरदस्त है।
हाँ, मुझे बहुत पसंद है। माइकल एंजेलो, लियोनार्डो, राफेल और चौथा कौन था? डोनाटेलो। हाँ, ये वो मूर्तिकार, कलाकार के बारे में कह रहा हूँ मैं। और जब वो डेविड की मूर्ति बना रहे थे, एक राजनेता उनके पास आता है और कहता है कि उनकी नाक बड़ी है। तो पता है माइकल एंजेलो ने क्या किया?
संपूर्ण ताकत।
तो माइकल एंजेलो ने अपने चबूतरे से काम करने का ढोंग किया और नीचे थोड़ी मिट्टी गिराई, लेकिन उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बदला और उन्होंने कहा अच्छा हो गया, और वो राजनेता खुशी खुशी चला गया। क्या आप भी राजनेताओं को इसी तरह संभालते हैं?
मैंने आमतौर पर देखा है कि जब मैं राजनीति से जुड़ता हूं तो अंजाम बुरा ही होता है। तो फिर मुझे लगता है शायद मुझे ये नहीं करना चाहिए, मुझे ये कम करना चाहिए, यही मेरा निर्णय है।
ये सभी कारोबारियों पर लागू होती है?
हाँ, शायद। हाँ, मतलब राजनीति खून खराबे वाला खेल है। ऐसा है कि अगर आप राजनीति में घुसे तो वो आप पर हावी जरूर होंगे। इसीलिए जहां तक हो सके राजनीति से दूर रहना मुनासिब है।
अगर आपने डोज से कुछ सीखा है तो वो एक चीज क्या है?
वो एक बड़ा ही दिलचस्प अतिरिक्त काम था, क्योंकि मुझे सरकार के अंदरूनी कामकाज के बारे में बहुत कुछ जानने को मिला, और बहुत सी कुशलताएं रही हैं। मतलब कुछ तो बहुत ही मामूली कुशलताएं हैं, जैसे फेडरल खर्चों के लिए आवश्यक चीजें जोड़ना, कि हर खर्चे का एक तय सम्मेलन संबंधी खर्चा कोड होना चाहिए, और टिप्पणी लिखने की जगह पर कुछ ऐसा लिखें जो कुछ नहीं से ज्यादा हो। ये बदलाव जो बहुत ही छोटा लगता है, मुझे लगता है कि इससे हर साल 100 बिलियन या 200 बिलियन डॉलर्स तक बचत होगी, क्योंकि एक बड़ी संख्या वाले ऐसे खर्चे थे जो बाहर जा रहे थे, जिनका कोई सम्मेलन संबंधी खर्चा कोड नहीं था और टिप्पणी वाली जगह खाली थी, जिसकी वजह से खर्चों का ऑडिट करना नामुमकिन हो जाता है। तो अगर आप कहें कि डिफेंस डिपार्टमेंट क्यों, अभी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वॉर नाम है, वो ऑडिट पास क्यों नहीं कर सकता? वो इसलिए कि जानकारी ही नहीं है। वहां पर दिक्कत यह कि ऑडिट पास करने के लिए जो जानकारी चाहिए वो है ही नहीं। इसलिए डोज में कुछ कुछ बातें बहुत ही साधारण बुद्धि की थी, ऐसी बातें जो किसी संस्था के लिए आम होती है, जो आर्थिक जिम्मेदारी को अहमियत देती है। मूल रूप से वही किया गया था। और वैसे वो काम अभी भी चल रहा है, डोज का काम अब भी चल रहा है। पर ऐसा है कि जब आप धोखाधड़ी और बेकार के खर्चों पर रोक लगाते हैं, धोखा करने वाले उस चीज को स्वीकार नहीं करते। वो दरअसल इस तरह बकवास करने लगते हैं कि आप जरूरतमंद लोगों के जरूरी खर्चे रोक रहे हैं, पर असल में ऐसा नहीं है। अक्सर लोग हमसे कहते हैं, ओ आपको ये चीज इस काम के लिए भेजनी होगी। वो कहेंगे कि ये अफ्रीका के बच्चों के लिए है। तो फिर पैसे भेजने के निर्देश वॉशिंगटन डीसी में डेलॉयट एंड टूश के लिए क्यों है? क्योंकि वो अफ्रीका नहीं है। तो हमारी बात अफ्रीका में उन लोगों से करवाओ जिन्हें पैसा भेजा जा रहा है। और फिर वो चुप हो जाते हैं। अच्छा, ओके, हमें बस उनसे बात करनी है जिन्हें ये पैसा भेजा जा रहा है, बस। तो फिर वो कहते हैं कि अरे नहीं, किसी वजह से हम उनसे बात नहीं कर सकते हैं। हम तब तक पैसा नहीं भेजेंगे जब तक हमारी बात उनसे ना हो जिन्हें ये पैसा भेजा जा रहा है। पर वो तो धोखेबाज लोग जरूर बहुत ही हमदर्दी वाला तर्क अपनाएंगे। वो ऐसा नहीं कहेंगे कि हमें धोखाधड़ी के लिए पैसा चाहिए। जाहिर है वो ऐसा नहीं कहेंगे, है ना। वो हमदर्दी लगने वाले तर्क बताने की कोशिश करेंगे जो कि झूठ है।
वो एक एनजीओ खोलेंगे और फिर
हाँ, वो एनजीओ उसका नाम होगा बेबी पांडा को बचाओ एनजीओ। फिर लगेगा कि पांडा को कौन नहीं बचाना चाहेगा, वो बड़े प्यारे होते हैं। फिर पता चलेगा कि यहाँ पांडा को नहीं बचाया जा रहा है, ये तो बस ऐसे लोगों को भेजा जा रहा है जो ये वास्तव में भ्रष्टाचार है। और आप कहते हैं तो आप हमें पांडा की तस्वीर भेज सकते हैं क्या? तो कहेंगे नहीं। तो हमें कैसे पता कि पांडा के लिए है? तो मैं यही कह रहा हूँ। तो
परोपकार के बारे में आपकी क्या राय है?
मुझे लगता है कि हमें, मतलब मैं मानवता के प्रति प्यार के हक में हूँ, और मुझे लगता है कि हमें ऐसे काम करने चाहिए जिससे दूसरे इंसानों की मदद हो। पर वो बहुत मुश्किल है। अगर आप अच्छाई की असलियत की परवाह करते हैं, न सिर्फ उसकी समझ की, तो भले काम के लिए पैसा देना बहुत मुश्किल है। तो हाँ, मेरी एक बड़ी संस्था है, लेकिन मैं अपना नाम उससे नहीं जोड़ता, और मैं नहीं चाहता कि मैं अपना नाम किसी भी चीज से जोड़ूं। लेकिन अपनी बड़ी संस्था को लेकर सबसे बड़ी चुनौती यह है कि उस तरह से पैसे बांटूं जिससे वाकई में लोगों का भला हो। अच्छाई का दिखावा करने के लिए पैसा देना बड़ा आसान है, अच्छाई की वास्तविकता के लिए पैसा देना बहुत मुश्किल है।
काफी समय तक यूएस में बहुत से अप्रवासी थे। वास्तव में कई बुद्धिमान लोग देश में आए।
हाँ।
यहाँ इंडिया में हमने उसे ब्रेन ड्रेन का नाम दिया। हाँ। पश्चिमी कंपनियों के सीईओज जो मूल रूप से भारतीय हैं।
हाँ, तो मुझे लगता है कि अमेरिका को वहां गए प्रतिभाशाली भारतीयों से काफी फायदा हुआ।
लेकिन अब इसमें बदलाव आ रहा है।
हाँ, मतलब हाँ, अमेरिका भारत के टैलेंट का बहुत फायदा उठा रहा है।
हाँ, तो फिर हाल ही में इस नजरिए में बदलाव क्यों आया है, और एक हद तक अमेरिका इमिग्रेशन के खिलाफ क्यों हो गया है? मतलब कुछ दिन पहले मैं इमिग्रेशन से गुजर रहा था और मुझे डर था कि वो मुझे रोकेंगे।
मुझे लगता है कि इस बारे में लोग अलग अलग सोचते हैं, सब एक जैसा नहीं सोचते। लेकिन बाइडेन के प्रशासन के दौरान सबको आने की खुली छूट थी, सीमा पर कोई नियंत्रण नहीं था। तो अगर आपका सीमा पर नियंत्रण ना हो तो फिर आपका देश नहीं है। तो बाइडेन के प्रशासन के दौरान भारी संख्या में गैरकानूनी अप्रवासी घुस आए थे, और उसका चुनाव पर सच कहूं तो एक बहुत बुरा असर भी हुआ। तो अगर गैरकानूनी रूप से यूएस आने का और सरकार के सभी फायदा उठाने का भारी मात्रा में आर्थिक प्रोत्साहन हो, तो फिर होगा ये कि यूएस में आने वाले लोगों पर कोई रोक नहीं रह जाएगी। ये प्रोत्साहन देने का एक तरीका है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इसका कोई मतलब नहीं था। सीमा पर नियंत्रण होना जरूरी है, ऐसा ना करना बहुत अजीब बात है। फिर वो लेफ्ट विंग वाले चाहते हैं कि सीमा पर कोई रोक ना हो और किसी को रोका ना जाए। इस बात से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि उसकी स्थिति क्या है, वो अपराधी हो सकता है, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। फिर राइट विंग वालों की ये सोच है कि किसी वजह से दूसरे देशों से प्रतिभाशाली लोग आकर उनकी नौकरियां छीन रहे हैं। पता नहीं ये किस हद तक सच है। मेरा नजरिया यही बताता है कि प्रतिभाशाली लोगों की हमेशा कमी होती है। इसलिए मेरे नजरिए से मुझे लगता है इन मुश्किल काम के लिए पर्याप्त मात्रा में प्रतिभाशाली लोगों को ढूंढना हमारे लिए बहुत मुश्किल है। इसलिए और प्रतिभाशाली लोगों को ढूंढना अच्छा है। पर मुझे लगता है कि कुछ कंपनियां वो खर्चे की बात कर रही है, जहां अगर वो ऐसे किसी को काम पर रखते हैं जिसे एक अमेरिकन नागरिक के मुकाबले में काफी कम कीमत पर रखा जा सकता है, तो फिर ऐसी दूसरी कंपनियां खर्चा बचाने के लिए लोगों को काम पर रखेंगी। पर मेरी कंपनियों में बात यह है कि हम दुनिया के सबसे प्रतिभाशाली लोगों को लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और हम औसत से कई ज्यादा तनख्वाह देते हैं। तो पता नहीं, मेरा इसमें कोई अनुभव नहीं है, पर बहुत से लोग यही शिकायत करते रहते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि H1B प्रोग्राम का कुछ हद तक बहुत गलत इस्तेमाल हुआ है। वो बिल्कुल ये कहना सही होगा कि आउटसोर्स करने वाली कुछ कंपनियों ने H1B के बारे में कुछ हेर फेर किया है और हमें इस व्यवस्था में हेर फेर को रोकना होगा। लेकिन मेरी ये सोच बिल्कुल नहीं है कि हमें H1B प्रोग्राम एकदम बंद कर देना चाहिए। राइट विंग वालों को ऐसा लगता है। शायद उन्हें यह नहीं पता कि ऐसा करना बहुत बुरा होगा।
अगर आप मेरे देश इंडिया के लोगों से कुछ कहते, युवा व्यवसायी जो कारोबार खड़ा करना चाहते हैं, उन्हें आप क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है मैं हर उस इंसान को बहुत पसंद करता हूं जो कुछ बनाना चाहता है। तो जो कोई भी चाहता है कि अपने खर्चों से बढ़कर कमाई करें, तो मैं उसकी इज्जत करता हूं। तो इसी बात को लक्ष्य मानकर चलो, अपने खर्चों से बढ़कर कमाई करो। मेरा मतलब है कि समाज को अपना योगदान दो। और ये एक तरह से खुशी को तलाशना है। अगर आप आर्थिक रूप से कोई महत्वपूर्ण चीज बनाना चाहते हैं तो आप उसके पीछे नहीं जाते। महत्वपूर्ण सामान और सेवाएं देने की कोशिश करना ज्यादा सही है। और अगर आप ऐसा करें तो पैसा खुद ब खुद आएगा, बजाय इसके कि आपको पैसों के पीछे भागना पड़े। जैसा आप सीधा खुशी हासिल नहीं कर सकते, आप उन चीजों को हासिल कीजिए जिनसे खुशी मिले, पर सीधे सीधे खुशी हासिल नहीं की जा सकती। आप वैसा कुछ करते हैं जैसे कोई काम जिससे आपको तसल्ली मिले, या फिर पढ़ाई, या दोस्त, चाहने वाले, उन सब की वजह से आपको खुशी मिलती है। तो ये जाहिर सी बात है, लगती है कि अगर कोई एक कंपनी चलाने की कोशिश कर रहा है तो उसे कड़ी मेहनत करने के लिए तैयार रहना चाहिए, सिवाय इसके कि नाकाम होने की थोड़ी बहुत संभावना होती है। ध्यान दे कि जो डाला उसके मुकाबले में जो बनकर तैयार हुआ है वो ज्यादा कीमती है। क्या आप कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बना सकते हैं? यही मायने रखता है। जितना आप लेते हैं उससे कहीं ज्यादा करें।
मुझे लगता है यह खत्म करने का अच्छा तरीका है। लॉरेन खत्म करने को कह रही है।
अच्छा।
और इस खास मौके पर मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा मेरे दोस्त मनोज जो IGF में है। वो भारतीयों को जो यहाँ मौजूद हैं आप जैसे लोगों से जुड़ने का बेहतरीन अवसर देते हैं, ताकि वो अन्य चीज़ों के अलावा एक दूसरे को समझ सके। और
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington. Affordability in America. She's standing by for us live.
That is where we begin this evening with Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who serves on the Armed Services, Homeland Security, Governmental Affairs, Agriculture, and Veterans Affairs Committees. It's quite a business card. Also a former CIA analyst who served 3 tours in Iraq alongside the U.S. military. Senator, thank you for joining us this evening on Bloomberg TV and radio. Let us start with your housing bill that begins with having Donald Trump, having the president declare a national housing emergency. Before we get to some of the other details in your bill, have you heard back from the White House on this?
No. Unsurprisingly, I have not heard back from them. But the president has declared an emergency on pretty much everything else, right? He declared a national security emergency against Canada. So it shouldn't be that hard that we take the issues that are front and center for the American people and declare a national housing emergency.
Well, I know the heart of this is really around cutting red tape and trying to get the permitting moving so home builders can start building. You've got a goal, I believe, of building 4 million new units. The question I have for you is, do we have the labor force to build all these homes?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I would say, before this administration, our immigration policy was fundamentally broken. With this administration, we're in a whole other stratosphere. And we'd have to get that right in order to have the full labor force that we needed in order to build 4 million more homes. But we got to start somewhere. And I think all the proposals I've been seeing, whether it's from Democrats or Republicans as of late on housing, are kind of fiddling at the margins. And I just wanted to do something big and bold and talk about this fundamental supply and demand problem we have. We are short 4 million homes.
4 million homes. The president, as you mentioned, has declared a number of emergencies. He's also cut funding to a number of jurisdictions over various issues. This bill would address this with communities that did not cut red tape by doing that very thing, right? You would cancel funding for municipalities who do not follow the order.
Yeah, or just make them so that they couldn't get access to infrastructure funding or transportation funding. If you want big federal dollars, you need to show that you are a pro-growth community. And a lot of our local communities are kind of like, not in my backyard. I don't want to build more. I don't want a manufactured home park. I don't want to build little granny flats on top of our single-family homes. I don't want too many apartment buildings in our downtown. It just doesn't work that way if we want the American dream to actually be there for our kids.
I want to pivot to your years in the CIA. Of course, you have decades of experience there. So let's look at what's happening right now in Iran. Earlier this week, it looked like the U.S. may have some military strikes there. Those could have happened soon. But then the president changing his tune yesterday, saying after threats that the horrific killings had subsided. Do you have any evidence of that? Is there any reason to believe that?
Well, look, it's hard to get information out of Iran on a good day, but especially when the government is trying to shut down the internet and everything. We did hear that the protests were tapering off, that they weren't as, significant in the last couple of days. A couple evenings, we haven't had them. So I don't think that's a miscalculation. We're hearing the same thing. I think it's just interesting that the president was considering yet more military action. He has really become a foreign policy president, and he campaigned about, being the domestic policy guy. But we went back and looked, and he has carried out military action in 9 different places in his first year, 7 countries, 2 oceans, more than any single president in U.S. history. So it's just been interesting to me that we're even having this discussion about another round of strikes against Iran because the guy ran on, not being involved in military entanglements abroad.
What do you then believe would be the best course of action there?
Well, look, Iran has been a problem since 1979. And as someone who served 3 tours in Iraq and saw friends of mine killed because of Iran, militia activity in Iraq. That we have had a problem with Iran for a long time. And while I know the strikes against their nuclear facilities were controversial, I supported them. We have a problem with their ballistic missile program. We have a problem with the way they export terrorism. So I'm interested in having a real conversation about those things. And I think the president showing that he's willing to use force certainly changes those negotiations and hopefully makes them more productive.
You know what it's like to be a CIA operative on the ground in a petrol state, Senator. What is happening on the ground right now in Venezuela, where the president himself has confirmed a covert CIA operation is underway? Do we have the ability to bring security to Venezuela that would allow the likes of ExxonMobil and others to go in and start investing?
Yeah, I think as someone, again, who served in Iraq, it's a lot easier to get into a war than it is to get out of it. And it's not like Bush said we were going to be in Iraq for 20 years or Afghanistan for 20 years. It ends up that way because wishful thinking usually guides some of this initial action without a plan for the next day, the day after. And I think even in the past couple of weeks, the president has had to pivot and bob and weave on what we were going to do with their oil sector and whether they're oil executives who are not actually cowboys, who actually think in 20-year time horizons. Were they going to want to get into Venezuela? Were they feeling like there was too much risk there? So I don't think the story is over there. I personally don't talk about covert action on television. The president shouldn't either. But I think it's just like early days yet. And I remember the celebrations in Iraq. I remember the celebrations a year ago in Syria. It's a lot harder when you get to like the actual governing part.
Yes, indeed. We've got some lessons potentially coming there, Senator. I want to ask you, as the president has been using the military quite a bit lately and has ordered a series of kinetic actions in his first year in office, about an investigation that is targeting you for a video that you made, and I believe just in the last 24 hours made public, that you, like Mark Kelly and some other lawmakers, are being investigated for the video that you made urging members of the military to reject unlawful orders. Just for the sake of our audience, we'll play you a portion of that video. Let's watch and listen.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan. Last week, U.S. Attorney from the District of Columbia, former Fox host Jeanine Pirro, reached out asking to interview me because of a 90-second video that I filmed in November. This is on top of an FBI inquiry that came in from the Counterterrorism Division late last year. To review the bidding, in November, 6 of us with service and veteran background filmed a video restating the Uniform Code of Military Justice, saying that those in the military have a responsibility to reject illegal orders.
To be clear, this was your response video to the investigation, Senator, and I had to think of Jay Powell when I saw you looking straight into the camera, talking about what many have framed as the weaponization of government and our legal system. Can I ask you, just for starters here, are you seeing proof of illegal orders being issued by the commander-in-chief?
We just had all fall a raft of folks in uniform quietly reaching out to us saying, hey, I'm serving in the Caribbean and I'm just not sure if the things I'm being asked to do are legal. What should I do? Hey, I'm a National Guard officer and I'm being sent to another state. I'm just not sure that I'm going to be in the right position to be like policing and doing these things. I had a lot of static in the system all fall because of what the president was doing. And then since then, we've had all kinds of reports that have come out about, killing survivors in the Caribbean, those kinds of things that do, at least on paper, violate the law. So we had so much static that we made the video, again, quoting current law, Uniform Code of Military Justice, just quoting it. And then the president came out and tweeted and said we should be investigated, we should be arrested, and ultimately hanged. You do that over a dozen times, you shouldn't be surprised when your security situation goes through the roof. And then his political allies at the FBI and the Department of Justice come after us with, a potential investigation. So that's what he's doing. It's a playbook. It's honest to God a playbook. And as a CIA officer, I used to see it in other countries, an authoritarian playbook, that if someone disagrees with you and you don't like it, you call them terrorists, you call them enemies, you weaponize the federal government against them. And this investigation by Jeanine Pirro just happened to come the same week as, Powell, right? So it's sort of a trend. And I think it was just important. I got some legal advice like, hey, just keep quiet, keep your head down, don't talk about this, and hopefully it will just go away. And I just refuse to do that. I think that is never the solution with a bully. And I think the president has effectively cowed our universities, corporations, our legal community, politicians, and in the false belief that that's going to keep them safe. It's not. And so I just felt the need to talk about it openly because I think it's so outside our values as Americans. Freedom of speech is like so fundamental to us.
Senator, I know you've just said that you hope that this goes away. If it does not, I'd like to know what your recourse is.
Well, look, you've got interesting things going on. Senator Mark Kelly, who's being investigated on the military side, is now countersuing Secretary Hegseth. I think, look, there's congressional action that we can take from the Judiciary Committee. We're going through the whole laundry list of things that we can do. But ultimately, I think there has to be pushback on these frivolous, politicized lawsuits, or else they're just going to continue, get bigger, and affect a bigger number of people. So we're looking through the toolkit. I'm not going to walk through it on national television, but it's about going on offense, not just playing defense.
Senator, we're looking forward to the next State of the Union address, and we all remember, of course, your Democratic response to the president's address to a joint session of Congress last year. This is said to be the cover of Sports Illustrated, the front of the Wheaties box. Somehow you managed to thread the needle in your speech. Who would you like to see do it this year?
Oh, geez, you know, that would get me in trouble. Honestly, the biggest thing, whoever it is like bring some alpha energy to the response, right? We know he's going to talk for 4 hours. Like, we know it's going to be long. Most Americans, peter out and can't watch the whole thing. Just, mine was 10 minutes long. Just give it some punch and just don't roll over and play defense. Go on offense and bring a little alpha energy to the thing.
Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan, thanks so much for being with us. And first on Bloomberg tonight, the U.S. and Taiwan agreeing to a trade agreement that would lower tariffs on goods from Taiwan to 15%. The deal would also ensure that Taiwanese semiconductor companies increase financing for American operations by $500 billion. Here to break it all down for us is Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Shep, it's so good to have you with us.
Great to be here, Julie.
Curious, what's the difference between this and other accords that we've seen with other nations regarding tariffs?
Well, it's a great question, Julie, because we have seen so many deals come down the pipe from the administration with Europe, with China even, and with Japan and South Korea. In this case, it really centers on one thing, and that is artificial intelligence. Taiwan plays an outsized role in the AI boom, and AI happens to be at the center of President Donald Trump's economic agenda. It also happens to be really at the center of the geopolitical competition between the U.S. and China. So making sure that they had a trade agreement with Taiwan in place to secure not only an agreement on tariffs that puts the rate paid on Taiwanese imports on par with what goods from Japan and South Korea get hit with, but also to ensure that there is domestic investment here in the U.S. and specifically in the semiconductor arena. That is a key piece. And unlike the trade deals that we've talked about with Japan and South Korea, with those, there were still a lot of questions about where's the money going to go and who's going to invest in what. In this, the path is quite clear. It's going to go into chip production here domestically.
Well, that's really interesting, having heard just BAFO results from Taiwan Semi in its earnings report in just the last 24 hours. How much of that business is coming here?
Well, it's a great question, Joe, and it's unclear exactly what the percentage will be, but our reporting indicates that the deal includes a promise from Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to build as many as 4 additional plants here in the U.S. And that's on top of the 6 plants that they've already agreed to build for manufacturing and 2 others for advanced packaging. It's quite a big investment. It would be hundreds of billions of dollars over years, extending into the 2030s. So it would be a big commitment. And TSMC is thinking, look, we need to diversify our geographic locations, in part because of the threat of China. If China were to try to take political control back of the self-governed island, as it is threatened to do, it would really be disruptive to TSMC and the broader global chip supply chain.
Great, Mike. Thank you. Great reporting. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard with us live in Washington. Coming up, President Trump signaling he'll hold off on attacking Iran after being reassured the government would stop killing protesters. We'll discuss with Dana Stroll, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under the Biden administration, straight ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Julie Fine. I'm Joe Matthew. Jamie Dimon says there is, quote, absolutely, positively no chance that he will serve one day as Fed chair. Dimon sharing those comments in a sit-down with Bloomberg's David Rubenstein a short time ago. And it comes just as we close out big bank earnings for this season, with Goldman and Morgan Stanley wrapping a week with better than expected results. For details now, we turn to Power Moves with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostic, who joins us live from world headquarters in New York. Their stocks seem to be rewarded handsomely today, Romaine.
They are. I do want to point out, Joe, probably the most illuminating thing out of that Jamie Dimon interview was that he actually has a twin brother named Ted that I never actually knew about. Now, that's neither here nor there when it comes to the broader markets, which actually got their mojo back today. They did close higher, green across the screen, but we should point out the gains at one point looked like they were going to be much more substantial. We saw a lot of selling heading into the closing bell as some of that rotation trade out of large caps and into small caps abated just a tad. Now, the catalyst for the upside today, you alluded to it just before the break there, Joe, with this announcement by Taiwan Semiconductor, announcing its earnings, I should say. But more importantly, it talked a lot about the amount of money that it plans to spend on capital expenditures, saying that that number will be north of $50 billion, more than 25% higher than what it was the previous year. And that appeared to give some investors comfort that all of the nitpicking right now about whether this data center spending that really was the hallmark of 2025 actually had legs heading into 2026. The bank earnings held up as well. We got today names like BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, a few others, all seeming to support this idea here that corporate earnings, economic conditions, and more importantly, the animal spirits that really drove this 3-year bull market certainly have a few more legs left in it. Julie and Joe.
Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, thanks so much for being with us.
Did you know?
And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt provided this update regarding the unrest in Iran and President Trump's decision not to strike the country after he shared that Tehran would not be killing protesters. Take a listen.
The president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop.
Joining us now for more insight on the action in the Middle East is Dana Stroll, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under the Biden administration. She's now Research Director and the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Pleasure to be with you.
Let's talk a little bit about what the press secretary just said. And I also want to point out just a few days ago, the president mulling strikes in Iran yesterday, singing a much different tune. Is there any proof that you've seen or that you've heard that these executions have been halted?
No, and I think there's so much more information that's going to come out in the coming days. And the reason is that the Iranian regime imposed an internet blackout for many days. So we really don't have a granular understanding of what has been happening on the ground inside Iran. The estimates of how many have been killed range from thousands to tens of thousands. And although there are assurances apparently provided by the Iranian regime to President Trump that the executions have stopped, this is a regime that's weak, scared, and exposed in front of its people. And the only tools it has left are those of oppression. So I expect we're going to hear much more devastating news in the coming days.
Well, that is troubling, knowing that the president is still looking at multiple military options. We're told, Dana, there's reporting today that the president has decided not to follow through on the options presented to him because his advisors were not able to guarantee that the regime would quickly collapse after an American military strike. There are also concerns that we do not have all the assets required in the region to repel an Iranian retaliation, knowing that the USS Jerry Ford is floating in the Caribbean Sea right now. How do you read the president's decision here? Was that the right move?
Well, I think that the crisis or the conflict has been delayed or deferred, but it's not gone. And one of the real indicators is that yesterday, even though President Trump apparently declined to order military strikes in the last 24 hours, he also ordered the repositioning of a different aircraft carrier from the South China Sea to head toward the Middle East. So an aircraft carrier group is the most powerful signal of American resolve, and it's going to provide the president and the U.S. military many more options in the coming weeks, should he choose to use them.
Does that mean that we should expect strikes 2 or 3 weeks from now when that carrier group arrives?
Well, I think there's a couple of things to consider. The first one is we don't really know the news that's going to come out of Iran in the coming days and weeks about how bad the killing and the regime's oppression and repression was inside the country. Number two, we know that the regime is unprecedentedly weak right now at home, exposed in front of its people, can't stabilize the currency, can't provide electricity, can't stabilize the economy, doesn't have enough water for the majority of the people inside the capital, Tehran, and the regime is exposed abroad. Its proxy network is degraded, its missile program is rolled back, and its nuclear program is rolled back. So when a regime is scared like that, often there can be unpredictable actions that could put the president back in a position where he feels compelled to use force. And finally, we know that in recent weeks, the Israelis have been raising the alarm that the Iranians are rebuilding their missile program after last summer's 12-day war. This was a big area of conversation between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump earlier this year at Mar-a-Lago. And the president said, if the Iranians continue to rebuild their missile program, we're going to have Israel's back in doing more military strikes. So all of those are factors to watch over the coming months.
Another factor, Dana, the New York Times is reporting that actually Benjamin Netanyahu asked the president to delay these strikes. How much influence do you believe that will have?
Well, I think it's very clear that the president really cares about Israel's security and its ability to defend itself. And Israel has this really incredible multiple layered air defense system, and it was able to repel Iran's complex ballistic missile attack last summer. But there also were many U.S. ballistic missile destroyers positioned right off the coast of Israel to support defense during the 12-day war. And again, I think this is a case of the U.S. military posture not being completely set in the theater before the president makes decisions that not only put U.S. military forces at risk, but also those of our allies and partners like Israel and across the Middle East.
Dana, it's great to have you with us and appreciate your insights today. We'll keep tabs on this, and we'd like to have you back. Dana Stroll is former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East in the Biden administration as we count down to the arrival of that carrier group. And coming up, NATO allies are responding to U.S. threats with a new deployment to Greenland. We'll have more details ahead, and President Trump says Ukraine's Zelensky stands in the way of a peace deal, not Putin. We'll discuss the state of negotiations and the state of the war with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. It's a conversation you'll only hear coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Julie Fine, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us. The scene on Capitol Hill a short time ago with Maria Corina Machado meeting with congressional leaders. If you're with us on Bloomberg Radio, they did stand for the normal treatment here. Took some questions. That moment coming just after President Trump met with Venezuelan opposition leader at the White House today as part of her push for greater influence after Nicolas Maduro's ouster. Following the meeting, Machado hailed the meeting as a success and said that Venezuelans count on President Trump for the country's freedom. Joining us now with a view from the administration, Bloomberg's Skylar Woodhouse, at least the view from the White House. It's great to see you, Skylar. We barely knew she was at the White House if it weren't for the president's schedule today. No public event, not even a photograph in front of reporters. What do we make of that?
Exactly. Yeah, today was kind of a mystery around the meeting. We're still waiting to hear from the White House on what exactly that you discussed or how the meeting went. We're trying to get that readout right now from the president. So we're trying to wait on those details. But what we do know and what we've kind of figured out is that Machado presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize. Now, we don't know exactly what that means in terms of did the president accept it? Did she offer it to him? Did he wear it? Or so we're trying to sort of parse out those details there, but very interesting that she did present this as she, is trying to, work on her relationship with the president.
What I also find very interesting is the president had other events today, but has yet to speak about this meeting. What do you make of that?
Exactly. I mean, Caroline Leavitt, during the press briefing today, which was around 1:30, said that the meeting was ongoing then. And then later today, the president hosted a professional hockey team. Sorry, I'm not going to get into the details. My hockey knowledge is not great, but he did host a hockey team. But he did not mention the meeting with Machado at all today. And that was supposedly after the meeting. So, we're waiting to see what those details are. But Trump does like to talk, so I was kind of expecting him to at least mention something about the meeting, but he did not provide any details.
Skylar Woodhouse, I'm sure you'll keep us posted on that. Thank you so much. And a stalemate between Denver and the U.S. over Greenland is prompting Europeans to establish a military presence on the Arctic island. Germany, Finland, France, and more NATO partners are showing a united front, with France's President Emmanuel Macron delivering this message earlier today.
La France a décidé de se joindre.
France has decided to join the exercise planned and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner within the framework of Arctic endurance. A first team of French military personnel is already on site and will be reinforced in the coming days with land, air, and sea forces.
Joining me now here in our Washington bureau with the latest development is Bloomberg's Copenhagen reporter, Sanna Voss. Sanna, thanks so much for being with us. I'd love to hear what your take is on the global reaction to what happened yesterday.
Yeah, so as you're seeing now, European allies are really stepping up their support for Denmark and for Greenland in this case, pledging military personnel and sending people there right at this moment. Now, it's not a lot of people that have arrived in Greenland and will arrive at this point. So at this stage, it's still largely symbolic. They want to show Trump that they're serious about protecting Greenland, reassure him that anything coming from Russia and China, we will be able to deal with it. Now, of course, there might also be a little bit of a signal to Trump. The stakes are high now. We're here. So don't try come and invade Greenland now.
That is a wild concept to think about, a NATO member having to be protected by other NATO members against a NATO member. Following the prime minister meetings yesterday at the White House with the Secretary of State and the Vice President, where do we go from here? When does this working group get busy, and will there be another meeting?
Yeah, so yesterday it was the foreign ministers of Greenland and Denmark that met with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, and they really sold this meeting as a success. We came out with more than we had hoped for. This working group that will meet already within a few weeks and kind of find a path forward. Now, already today, we've seen a bit of disagreement over what this working group will be doing. Now, Caroline Leavitt said at a press meeting earlier today that this working group will facilitate talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Now, the Danish foreign minister has been out reacting to that, saying that is not true. That is the one red line that we've set. So it just really shows how difficult these talks will be.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we've made a lot of progress on this week. Bloomberg's Sanna Voss, we thank you so much for your great reporting, and good to have you in Washington this week. President Trump continues to use national security as the main reason why the U.S. needs Greenland, citing that Russia already has a presence in the Arctic Circle. Now, as the war persists between Russia and Ukraine, President Trump saying in an interview with Reuters that he sees Ukrainian President Zelensky as a, quote, key impediment to peace. Joining us now with her reaction to this and for more on the state on the ground, Ola Stefanishina, Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. Madam Ambassador, it's great to have you back with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. The president just days ago had said that he was not happy with Vladimir Putin. What happened?
I think that there's been a number of public statements, but also the days before we heard that President Trump backs up the decision of Senate to vote and pass the bill on sanctions and putting more restrictions on Russia, exactly because Russia is not committed to any progress to a dialogue. What I can say that our negotiating teams are keep on working, and as both presidents, President of the United States and President of Ukraine, confirmed that the peace proposal, which is on the table, is 90% agreed. So as it was many times before, Ukraine is working round the clock to pursue any path towards ending the war. And let me also remind one thing, which is an obvious fact. If Russia would withdraw its military force from Ukraine, the war would end next morning. We were attacked 4 years ago almost. My house, my family were attacked with the bombs, and the military invasion started from Russian and Belarus territory. The moment Russian troops are off, the war is over.
Madam Ambassador, I am just struck to think that we could be entering a fifth year of this conflict. And you might have heard our conversation before you joined us talking about President Trump's designs on Greenland and the back and forth that we're seeing now within NATO over this territory. Denmark has said any action against Greenland would mean the end of NATO, and we don't know exactly how this is going to end. I just wonder, does a world without NATO leave Ukraine less secure?
Well, in Ukraine, we joke that we are always happy to welcome NATO joining Ukraine, and you know, unfortunately, we are not the member of NATO, but we have managed to pursue our own security. As far as I'm aware, Danish foreign minister was happening to be in Washington. He had talks. Both sides have heard each other, and they are about to draw their conclusion and continue the dialogue. We don't think it should be a matter of such drama, and I think there are actual drama happening in Ukraine, while, you know, the casualties among civilians increased 40% since the beginning of 2025, and this is where we can take real effort to stop it from happening.
Madam Ambassador, after President Trump did say that he believes it is President Zelensky standing in the way of peace right now, is there any rush to lessen a reliance on the United States?
Well, I think one thing we managed to accomplish, and I think it's a very serious deliverable throughout 2025, that we have a permanent, regularly, on a daily basis, working groups represented by Rustem Umerov and Kirill Budanov on our side, and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the American side. We have a good dialogue with Secretary of State, with all the team, and with President Trump, and both, I'm sure, President Trump and moreover, President Zelensky are always open to discuss any issue which may arise, any concern, and we have no concern on our side because our commitment is unwavering, and it's our people who are dying, and it's absolutely not possible to consider any option which would speak opposite to Ukraine's willingness to end the war. And it's not something that only President Zelensky communicates. He communicates on behalf of people of Ukraine, and I think that's what really, really matters.
So after hearing those words from the president, what do you believe is the best way to move forward in this relationship?
I think we don't consider any step as something undermining any efforts on any side. Our teams will continue working together, and over the next 2 days, you will see another round of dialogue, and we will be able to have and hear the communication afterwards.
Ambassador, I want to ask you about the state of affairs on the ground. We can talk about politics all day, but our audience is curious to know what's happening inside Ukraine, where I know that you and the Russians have been trading major drone attacks, but most recently you referred to the killings of civilians. Russia's been striking Ukraine's energy grid of late. I just checked, it is 6 degrees right now in Kyiv. Considering the major blackouts that you've seen in the country, are you getting the power back on?
Well, you're rightly saying we're facing the coldest winter in the last decade. And again, when we're saying the war of Russia against Ukraine, we should not forget that this is not only something that's happening on the front line. Over this winter, it has become a war against people, against families and children, against our way of life. As I've said, more than 40% increase of losses among civilians as a result of these attacks. The attacks are directly targeted on the electricity infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and water supplies, meaning just depriving dozens of millions of people from ability to live their life in Ukraine. I think it's nothing short of a terror, and it's far beyond the war. It's the aggression, and it's a terror, and it simply has nothing to do with the Christian values President Putin keep on repeating in his public statements. It has something very different.
Ambassador, just lastly, are there any plans for President Zelensky to return to Washington to visit the White House?
I think it's like all of us have already learned that probably I'm the only ambassador of Ukraine in the world who is welcoming President Zelensky every month in the United States, and I'm always on a standby. He's willing to come back. Teams are working on the security guarantees and building the choreography on that. I think the earliest opportunity for presidents to meet would be Davos, and that will pave the way towards the next steps in the calendar.
So you expect a sideline meeting at Davos next week?
Definitely we do.
It's great to have you back, Ambassador. Ola Stefanishina, Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. We thank you, as always, for the time. Coming up, President Trump pushing Congress to pass his plan to cut health care costs for Americans. We'll play it to our political panel. They're next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
That means we have to rely on each other for success. If you could have the Artian grid to connect rain power from Vietnam's wind farm, Thailand's solar farm, to geothermal in Indonesia, it will flow surplus renewables from one country to another. If it's good for the planet and good for business, it's worth supporting.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Julie Fine, I'm Joe Matthew. It's good to have you with us. President Trump, as we've told you, wants to cap interest rates on credit cards, a 10% cap. A move considered controversial on Capitol Hill. It hasn't gone over well with a lot of Republicans or the banking industry, something I talked about today with Rob Nichols, president and CEO of the American Bankers Association. Listen. What are you hearing from members of both sides of the aisle? We're hearing Republicans sign on to this.
Actually, well, I've seen what you mentioned Republicans. Yeah. Speaker Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Chairman French Hill of the House Financial Services Committee, and Chairman Tim Scott of the Senate Banking Committee. All four have said this is really bad policy. I've also seen Democrats make those same points as well. So we've seen, yes, there's one or two people on the Hill who think it's good public policy. The overwhelming majority of folks in both parties on Capitol Hill realize government price caps, government price controls don't work. They won't work here. They haven't worked in the past. And so we're going to continue to make our voice heard that there are other ways to help the American people. This is not a good one.
We're going to play this to Senator Ted Budd a little bit later on. He's got Bank of America, obviously, in his state and is one of the Republicans who did sign on to this. We're speaking to the consumer impact here. What would it mean for the banking business to be capped at 10%?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, for the American people, it would be terrible. So many tens of millions of people would lose their credit cards, so that's not good. And then, obviously, it would impact the banking sector as well. That's a secondary matter. We're more concerned about the broader U.S. economy than the profitability of banks.
Okay. I want your broader view on what's happening here in the banking sector and what some have forecast a golden age. You look at a chart of Goldman Sachs or even some of the money center banks, they look like AI stocks recently. And I know we're grinding through some earnings reporting this week that is putting some noise around the banks. But I'm just wondering what you see in the year ahead when it comes to deregulation, when it comes to crypto, the IPO pipeline. This is Bloomberg, of course, from an institutional standpoint. Is the golden age 2026?
Well, I'd say a couple of things, Joe. Number one, the regulatory direction of travel, the right sizing that the new regulatory executives have been doing is really welcome. So I want to praise the administration for particularly the appointees they put at the Fed, the OCC, and the FDIC, who I think understand the really important role banks play to spur and grow the U.S. economy. So that's number one. Number two, on the M&A side that you alluded to, yes, I think there's going to be more of an openness towards M&A. I don't think every deal gets done, and that's fine. They should all be scrutinized. Sure. Every application should be scrutinized. But I think under the previous administration, there was a reluctance to allow these important partners and these important institutions to get together when there was a geographical or a cultural reason that it made a lot of sense for banks to merge. So I think there's an openness towards M&A, which is great. The regulatory right sizing in the direction of travel is great. And so I do think there's a positive path forward for the U.S. banking sector.
And you can find the full conversation with Rob Nichols, President and CEO of the American Bankers Association, online or on the terminal. So joining us now with their reaction is this evening's political panel, Jonay Wortel, Democratic strategist and partner at ARC Initiatives, alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller, Senior Vice President at Rock Solutions. Thank you both for being with us. President is hoping to get these credit card caps done. He's hoping to get them done very quickly. What do you think the odds of that are?
I think it's going to be very tough in this economic climate to get those things done very quickly. I think the president has often shown a very aggressive posture here, but I think it remains to be seen. It's in the details, right? And we know that these are oftentimes longer-term moves that take time in the markets, and there's a lot of factors here that I don't think they're counting on to make this happen.
Interesting. This is an idea that might be more closely associated with Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, yet somehow the president has embraced this, and a lot of Republicans. We just talked to Ted Budd today saying no way. Could there be enough Republicans in the Senate to follow the president on this?
It really doesn't feel that way right now. It feels like this landed flat in the Senate. It feels like there's been some pushback, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But I think that the perspective that I have from this is that the president is seeing that the marketplace needs to have some adjustment, right? We need to offer more affordability, and so there's got to be something in his calculus or his team's calculus that says that this is a step in the right direction. So it'll be interesting to see, but short term, no way. I mean, there's a lot of unpopularity on this one.
But is there something in the calculus with affordability being such a big word right now when you're thinking about 2026? That had to play into it somewhere.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. This did not come out of, this was not made up. There is definitely someone somewhere in the White House that has decided that this is a pathway forward that would make really good sense.
Well, you add this to a raft of proposals banning institutional buyers from the housing market. He even wants to squash defense contractors when it comes to dividends and stock buybacks. These are not conservative ideas for the most part. How does he get them through Republicans on Capitol Hill?
Well, you said the key word, which is affordability, and that's going to be a buzzword all throughout the remainder of this year. I mean, listen, we're in the 2026 election cycle, the midterm election cycle, where there are a lot of concerns and conversations around the fact that costs are still high for everyday Americans, for families. And, our economy is not in as great of a shape as I'm sure Republicans would like for it to be, as I'm sure President Trump would like for it to be. And so he has to take some very big steps forward in terms of making everyday life affordable for Americans, especially in this election.
I've got a new one for you. This just broke. This just hit the terminal. Gets back to affordability. Everything we talk about in here, in the end, kind of falls under that umbrella. Trump to direct key U.S. grid operator to hold emergency auction. We talk a lot about data centers driving up demand for energy and costs. All of our electricity bills are rising for one reason or another with this enormous demand. The president and U.S. Northeast governors will direct, this is expected to happen tomorrow, the nation's largest grid operator to hold an emergency power auction, putting tech giants on the hook to pay for the construction of a new fleet of power plants. You do a lot of work with high tech. They're good for the money.
This has been so many years in the making. The grid, I mean, I grew up in the Northeast, and I have been working in the energy and communication space for a long time. This is so long past due, and it's very bold for the president to call for the tech companies to come online.
Lower prices?
I mean, I have to believe that that's part of the way that it may be.
Yeah, but this is something that some of these tech companies are going to say, yeah, we're not so psyched about this. And is that something you want in an election year?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find too many fans here. But I think the reality of the matter is they need to be taking some bold steps on energy policy. And I think that this is a move in the right direction. Trying to get them to foot the bill for it, I don't know if that's really going to be a selling point, and I think that's where he's going to run into a little bit of a wall.
But don't forget, too, that grid security is also national security, right? So there is a big piece of this that also goes into not just affordability, but also there's a whole other, and we had the big Verizon shutdown yesterday, all the things that have happened. There's a lot of questions, I think, outside of just energy costs.
This is PJM interconnection, and the administration working with governors whose states are supplied by PJM. They'll be holding a reliability power auction, giving tech companies and hyperscalers a chance to bid on 15-year contracts of new electricity generation. A lot of these tech companies are going to say, you know what, we just signed a deal with a nuclear power plant, or we just cut a deal to have a small nuclear reactor on site. We don't want your grid. This could be very complicated in its execution.
I think it is going to be very complicated. And I think, you know, as with many Trump plans and policies coming out of this administration, the devil's always in the details, right? How we actually make this happen. So I think we're going to hear more about this as we go throughout the year and in the coming weeks. But I think there's going to be a lot of political kind of roadblocks and landmines that he's going to run into trying to actually make this a reality.
Yeah. Well, another landmine is some states have their own independent power grids. So how does that all play into it? I mean, I live in the state of Texas. We have our own grid. I'm sure you have all heard plenty about it, and it has its own set of problems. But this is not going to affect every state.
But New York City and Wall Street really do depend on the PJM, and they depend on that grid that they're talking about. And that, the way he sees it, is a very important dynamic to make sure is insulated.
Well, that's right. This is Northeast governors that we're talking about here, and we'll learn a lot more about this. You can read about this brand new story on the terminal and online. It's just the latest, as we've been mentioning, in a series of affordability initiatives. They're all going to culminate in a State of the Union address. I asked Alyssa Slotkin who should deliver the Democratic response. Do you have somebody in mind? Should it be a senator or a candidate for Senate in a tough race? Should it be Gavin Newsom? Who gets the honor?
I think that's going to be a very interesting question in a lot of Democratic circles in the next
You're not going to give me a name, are you?
I think that, look at two of the biggest prizes for Democrats this year. It's going to be Georgia and it's going to be North Carolina, right? These big Senate
seats. You're looking
seats.
Senate races.
So why not a Raphael Warnock? Why not a John Ossoff? Why not somebody who's really on the front lines of a lot of these conversations on the campaign trail?
Warnock, Ossoff, what do you think?
It's never a successful.
This is a curse for.
I know
exactly.
It's a successful role to take. So they should put somebody who's wildly safe. They should put someone in that's wildly safe, that has no issue at all. They should pick someone who's in a safe seat.
Go for a governor, maybe? No?
Possibly,
right.
Yeah.
We're going to find out together. That's what, February 24th, right? State of the Union. Janae Wartell, Lisa Camusa-Miller, great panel, and we appreciate your insights as always. To learn more about the stories you heard about here tonight, check out the Washington Edition newsletter, curated for you on the terminal and online. And we thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power. Alongside Julie Fine, I'm Joe Matthew. Meet you back here tomorrow.
I'll be here.
I hope that you will be too on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Matt, good news, no bubble for now. Well, yeah, I think the jury's still out on the bubble question, but I think certainly the markets clearly breathed a sigh of relief after the news from TSMC yesterday, particularly that CapEx is going to be up kind of 15 to 20% year over year, increasing by maybe kind of as much as $10-12 billion on the back of a strong forward pipeline from TSMC's big customers like Nvidia and Apple. So I think it's clear that the big hyperscalers are going to continue to invest big numbers in building out infrastructure in 2026. I think the big question still, though, is what is the natural demand, particularly from the enterprise market, to support all those investments over the midterm. We won't see the answer to that question until earliest the second half of this year, probably into 27 and beyond, because a lot of corporates are still kind of moving from that kind of pilot phase into the big critical question: do we double down on these investments? Is AI making enough of an impact in terms of extra productivity or additional market opportunities to justify the big incremental investments that these massive capacity investments are there to support?
Okay. And Matt, what are the practicalities, I guess, and the implications of President Trump saying that he wants tech companies to pay for electricity costs?
Yeah, so there's an interesting development. So I think we're going to hear news today of a suggested auction, particularly kind of in the kind of Northwest Atlantic area. Now, Virginia is in that, and Virginia is the single biggest market for data centers in the world, and there's a massive capacity squeeze there. Electric prices have been going up. Clearly, there are midterms coming up. President Trump and the administration want to see the economy looking healthy. So I think the fact that he's looking at mechanisms to carve out the power that data center companies need so that it has less direct impact onto the consumer market is kind of an interesting move. We'll have to see today the details of what they're planning, but it looks like there's going to be an auction that compels data center operators to buy electricity on a forward 15-year view, whether they use that electricity or not. So it gives the kind of power supply companies some visibility about how they're going to deliver capacity into the market.
Matt, Taiwan is also downplaying concerns that its tech industry is being hollowed out by U.S. trade deal. The chief financial officer of TSMC tells Bloomberg the company will keep its best technology at home, but is aiming to expand in the U.S. Here he is.
We don't look at it this way. It really depends on customer demand. In the U.S., a lot of customer wants to go there, so we will expand over there. But for the leading edge technologies, it will be in Taiwan because it's a heavy cooperation between the R&D people and operation people for practical reasons.
And leading edge will continue to be led by Taiwan, you think, over the U.S. market, and that no changes to that at all, even with you adding a lot more capacity in the States?
Yeah, that's for practical reasons.
Is it possible, though, to speed up how quickly that advanced tech can be shifted from Taiwan to the States?
Yeah, we can try to do that, to shorten the gap.
What does that transfer gap look like then? If right now it's several years, Taiwan is ahead, what does that actually look like in the future?
We don't have a specific timeline now, but we can try to accelerate that. We think we can try to accelerate.
Could it be shortened to months, do you think?
It will be difficult, challenging.
Okay, so it stays at least 1 year behind then.
So, Matt, President Trump wants, of course, the best to be made in the U.S., but not so simple.
No, it isn't. The supply chain resilience theme is going to continue for quite some time, and obviously TSMC is also investing in Europe. What we heard there is absolutely true that there's years and years and years, and if not decades, of expertise and infrastructure in Taiwan to support the kind of leading edge semiconductor development. You can't just flip a switch and replicate both the infrastructure and the human capital expertise that goes into kind of delivering that stuff. So I think it's definitely not going to be months. It's going to continue to be years to kind of replicate this. And in some ways, there's parallels here with what Apple's doing. Apple's obviously looking to kind of take capability out of China, put it into India. That's been a multi-year process for them to kind of deliver on that. So I think, again, for TSMC, as much pressure as the Trump administration puts on them, there's always going to be a leading expertise in Taiwan, and it's a question of how quickly they can replicate that in the US. But it's not months, it's years.
Matt, thank you so much. Matt Bloxham, they're a tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Now, to dive deeper into the markets, with us now, Alex Brazier, Global Head of Investment and Portfolio Solutions at BlackRock. Alex, great to speak to you. When you look at AI, I know you've gone from kind of liking investing in AI to also around AI. What does that look like?
Well, one of the big debates has, of course, been, is AI in a bubble? We really don't think so. We think valuations look high, but they actually are driven by fundamentals, and many of the companies at the core of the AI theme have every opportunity to, if you like, grow out of those valuations. Now, the market's becoming, though, more discerning within the core of the AI theme, so we actually think it's worth spending active security selection budget on that part of the market. But also the AI theme's broadening out. We've just talked about power demand coming from it. We've seen great interest from many investors into clean energy, sustainable energy, energy of any sort, which is going to be needed to power the AI revolution. And that's where one of the bottlenecks is. Plus, as Matt was talking, at some point this will become adopted more broadly in the wider economy. That will help to support the surge in productivity that we're seeing. It's helping to deliver a broadening of earnings growth into the broader US economy. And so we've been tactically overweight US equities for quite some time as the market broadens out as it's doing at the moment.
But at the same time, Alex, I mean, how can you tell when there's going to be a bubble? Because valuations just keep on rising, and every time we have, constructive news from TSMC or Nvidia, everything's fine. But at some point, it's got to match what you're spending.
I would push back on valuations keep rising. Actually, valuations for the mega caps have fallen. Earnings growth has been so strong that actually we ended 2025 valuations slightly lower. So again, it's not really a bubble, it's sort of fundamentals driven. Now the question is, will the hyperscalers in the long run be the ones who actually earn the most from all of this, or will the benefits be more diffused across the economy? And that actually leads to opportunities, we think, beyond what's worked well so far. So we're thinking about the sectors in the US economy that have the opportunity to adopt AI and deliver productivity improvements. But lots of investors are nervous about volatility at these valuations. And when we survey investors across Europe, they're pretty polarized. When we say, do you want to add to US exposure or subtract from US exposure? They say yes. But they're pretty evenly split between both of those options. And for the camp that's looking to reduce US exposure, they are worried about the high level of valuations, not because it's a bubble, but because they rest on some optimistic assumptions. And so they're looking, for example, at buffering their US exposure, giving up some upside to cap the downside. They're looking at tactical opportunities type strategies that are going to be pretty nimble through the course of the year to deal with that volatility. So there's a range of approaches people are taking in this environment.
Alex, how do you deal with shocks? So what we've been taught since January 4th of this year is actually nothing certain right now. So we're expecting maybe strikes on Iran, although the president has walked it back. Unclear what he does with a lot of the oil companies in Venezuela, and you don't really know what happens in Greenland, so what happens next? So how do you plan for this world which anything could happen at any moment?
I would say three things are going on. This is what's exactly on many investors' minds. The first is that people are looking in Europe to diversify geographically, to look to European exposures, Japanese exposures, and continued exposure to emerging markets. That's one. The second is investors are more and more alert to the need to be nimble through the course of the year. Our tactical opportunities strategies, looking back at previous years, have typically added about 5 percentage points of return through the year from moving from where they were at the beginning of the year. And so, to your point, that's exactly the environment we're in. We need to be more tactical and nimble. But the third thing I would say is, in addition to buffering strategies, people are looking to take down broad market beta exposure in portfolios. When you're less certain about the direction of the broad market, actually it makes sense to look in portfolios for more relative value opportunities, more alpha, if you like. And so one of the key trends we've seen in portfolios over the last 12, 18 months is the introduction of more and more liquid alternative and hedge fund type strategies in portfolios to deal with the uncertainty you described.
What do you see going on in China? So are we importing deflation from China? And actually, again, a lot of this foreign policy coming from the U.S. is not directed against China, but they're the net losers in this. Do they retaliate?
Yeah, I think in Europe, the particular challenge now is that a lot of Chinese goods have, of course, pivoted away from the US and are coming now into Europe. So European manufacturing, we've seen under a lot of pressure from increased competition, well known around the automotive sector, particularly from China. Now, that probably will lead to a policy response at some stage, but it's also part of a sort of structural change we're seeing going on in the European economy. away from, if you like, traditional manufacturing and exporting to Asia towards defence and more domestically focused companies. So we see opportunities in Europe continued in defence and in broader value sectors.
What makes you worry the most about markets? I mean, you're fairly sanguine or fairly optimistic. Is there something that doesn't feel right now?
I don't know about not feel right, but I think when you look at valuations, they make total sense in the context of the productivity surge we've seen going on in the United States over the last 3 or 4 quarters. That actually has made many of the worries people had, you're old enough to remember last April, many of the worries people had then actually go away. Because with a productivity surge, the fiscal position makes sense, interest rates can come down, growth can be strong.
But inflation could come back
with a vengeance. If some of that productivity actually proves to be a bit more transitory than people are currently expecting, then we're in a scenario where the Fed either can't cut rates like markets are expecting, or it does cut rates into a more inflationary environment, which is not great for the long end, not great for the dollar. So more generally, this is an environment where if some of the risks do materialise, it's not a kind of environment where stocks and bonds are moving in a nice opposite direction. So again, for portfolios, it means looking at buffering type strategies to take down volatility. It means looking at hedge funds and liquid alternatives. But it also means in this volatile environment, people are looking for more steady income in the portfolio. They're looking less at growth and high risk-taking, and more income generation in the portfolio, which is why people have broadened out to lots more emerging market local currency debt, to securitized assets, and to more sort of unconstrained income generation strategies.
Alex, what's your take on the UK? So we've had a number of high-profile, also conservative Tory, MPs actually moving to reform. I don't know whether that changes the policy and complicates things even further for this Labour government.
I think the big issue at the moment in the UK, we've seen a string of news this week, actually, not to do with the politics, but to do with the economics. And the two issues that we're monitoring are, one, that growth, although it surprised a bit on the upside in the monthly number, is still pretty anemic. Yeah. We're running at an annual rate of kind of 0.5%. There's nothing to really write home about. And that's an environment where the labour market continues to loosen. Second thing we've seen is that some of the inflation indicators continue to come off. So these sort of Indeed wage measure coming down, city inflation expectations coming down. And that's an environment where rates can continue to come down. And when you look at the market pricing of the Bank of England versus, say, the Fed, they're priced to be moving pretty much in lockstep. And yet one economy has anemic growth, no productivity surge, and wage growth coming down. The United States has a productivity surge going on, strong growth. So it seems to us that that relative play between the UK and the US offers an interesting opportunity in that context.
But do you worry that this government is not bold enough? So actually you're not going to see that kind of growth, and in 12 months the UK market will be less attractive than other places?
Well, one area where the government is being bold is around fiscal consolidation. I think it's underestimated, actually, quite how much consolidation is actually going on right now and that we're in the middle of. You see lots of talk about back-end loading, but it's going on. Yeah. It's going on right now. And the market started to give the government some credit for that. And as yields come down, I think some of that pressure on the fiscal position will ease a bit. Yeah. But growth looks pretty weak. UK equities have done reasonably well, but it's been very narrow. It's been very narrow in financials and aerospace and defence. We'd prefer broader European defence, some of the European value sectors and emerging markets.
So interesting. Alex, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
Alex Bacher, they're Global Head of Investment Portfolio Solutions at BlackRock. Coming up, the JP Morgan Chief Executive rules out ever becoming Fed Chair, but there's one top job Jamie Dimon would consider. Or would he? Find out next. This is Bloomberg. The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Jamie Dimon, the JP Morgan Chief Executive, has ruled out ever becoming chair of the Federal Reserve, but he said he would consider the role of Treasury Secretary. Well, Dimon spoke with Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chairman David Rubenstein.
Chairman of the Fed, I'd put in the absolutely, positively, no chance, no way, no how for any reason. Okay? Secretary of Treasury, I would consider, if a president calls you up and asks you to do something, you should consider it. So I would take the call and consider it and think about why and what they want, et cetera.
Well, you can watch more of that interview on the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversation, up next week. Now, Wall Street's 5 biggest banks reported a record-breaking $134 billion in trading revenue last year. And the chief executives say that's just the start. Here's Morgan Stanley's Ted Pick.
We are well served to watch for any overreaching against ongoing global uncertainties and higher asset prices. 2025 results, and in fact, the results for every quarter over the last 8 are a blueprint for Morgan Stanley's success. We expect this mix of tailwinds and headwinds to prevail in 2026 and are prepared to continue to execute.
Well, with us now, Paul Davies, Bloomberg opinion columnist, and Tom Metcalf, managing editor for EMEA Finance. Thank you both for joining us for a good banking panel. Paul, what did you see, or what did we learn actually from Wall Street?
Well, as we just heard, record revenues. It was an incredible year last year, lots of volatility. I mean, I think equities did particularly well, and I think that's a really fascinating story in part because we've also been tracking the kind of the threat supposedly from the electronic market makers, the Jane Streets and the Citadel Securities and that sort of thing. And I think one of the things it shows is just how different a lot of these businesses are, traditional Wall Street versus the new guys, and they both get to make money at the same time. One of the most important things I think about the equities business in particular is the banks are earning a lot more like asset managers in the sense that their revenues are very geared to the valuation of the stock markets through the lending that they increasingly do to sort of very large hedge funds through prime brokerage business, and also a lot of the derivatives activity, which is now, involved a lot more in things like quantitative investment strategies, designing sort of cheap fund-like products for their clients, which again are very geared to markets.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the trading record is, some say, look, it's just starting. Certainly the bank CEOs would hope so, and they're saying it quite openly. Goldman also raising some $16 billion in this massive Wall Street bank bond sale. Where was the weakness?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting thing to pick out. It's probably less on the Wall Street side, sort of the capital markets, but much more on, the retail bank side, where you do have that sort of, very big risk of, what will Trump do next? So dominating JP Morgan's results, Citi, Bank of America, was this concept of, a credit card cap on interest rates, which they were very clear on would really hurt those businesses. But, broadly speaking, these banks are making more money than ever. And so how the investors react now, obviously a massive run-up in shares already, is really where those risks are. And actually, I was reading Paul's column on the equities trading. It's really interesting. They're saying ideal setup. But I think, Paul, you're saying 2026 still looks good. But after that, can this really, this won't continue forever?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as I was saying, it's about valuations. We know that markets are very exuberant, both credit markets and stock markets. There's lots of stuff still coming to support sort of further growth in the economy and market performance in terms of some of the tax breaks in the One Big Beautiful Bill, in terms of private equity activity. There's still kind of a wave of IPOs that people are expecting, but then that's set off against all of the uncertainties of Trump's policy making, of geopolitical risks, of potentially more inflation coming through, especially if we get a Fed chair who wants to lower rates to please the president rather than manage the economy.
But were you surprised? So my head's in Davos mode, and of course we're expecting the president to show up, possibly try and talk about the affordability crisis in Davos, which seems strange. So it's unclear whether he rounds up the private equity titans or the bank chief executives and kind of gives them a lecture. But it was interesting to see that JP Morgan and Citi don't feel this affordability crisis. This is your column from yesterday or 2 days ago in their numbers.
Yeah, and I think that's partly because they just don't really serve the poorest sort of 10, 20% of the population, because those with very, very low credit scores just don't get access to credit at the very large banks. They avoid them. So in some senses they don't feel it. But also, I think there's a large swathe of the US consumer for whom sticker shock, the experience of seeing things costing a lot more than they used to still resonates, while actually they can afford to do some of the things that they really want to do. And a lot of the spending on cards that the banks were reporting, we had retail sales numbers this week as well for November, and its car sales are growing very strongly. It's kind of the holiday spending on nice things is still going well. So it's it's a bit of a puzzle.
What can you tell us on IPOs or deal making in general?
Well, I think IPOs is one area where, there is potentially upside, right, even in the US. But, sitting from my seat in Europe, like there's just been really
Well, people are hoping.
They're hoping, yeah. And that's the funny thing is, you talk to the bankers, as you'd expect, they talk a great game, right? Like, it's all about 2026. So we have a good story today about JP Morgan planning to hire across Europe because, they are seeing or talking to investors and going, no, there's, good sentiment out there. And, of course, for me, the interest there is, you've got these massive US banks doing very well, on a different scale to even the largest European banks, to be frank. And that's a big worry, just from a competitive point of view, because if a JP Morgan decides, look, we really want to get in there even more than they are, they've got the resources to basically do what they want, and that's probably what's keeping up European executives.
So what this would be them actually getting the IPOs, or also is there a worry that they scout the best talent from European banks because they can afford to pay them more?
Yeah, well, they just see more of a pipeline, so let's see if that comes to pass. JP Morgan was the one Wall Street bank where the deal making actually disappointed in the fourth quarter, but they're saying, look, there's enough demand here for us to effectively expand our footprint. And, if you're an ambitious banker, the Wall Street cachet, definitely should probably rather work for them, and they can certainly pay the most.
Yeah, JP Morgan, had a bit of a wobble. We're so used to them beating everything and everyone that actually this time around it could have been better.
Yeah, no, it was very surprising. On the day it didn't seem that bad, but after everybody else had reported, it was really noticeable that in deal advisory and in debt capital markets in particular, they really missed a trick in the fourth quarter. Their revenue shrank compared to the fourth quarter last year, while Goldman and Morgan Stanley were both up like sort of 40-something% in deal advisory. Citigroup was up like 80% in deal advisory. That's probably because they had a particularly poor quarter in the year before. But yeah, it's very surprising. And now, at the time, Jeremy Barnum on various calls was saying some of this is just about timing. Things got pushed into the first quarter of this year, which, can make sense. But he also said there are things that we need to look at, and maybe some of this hiring is part of that.
Yeah, do we know why they weren't as good as some of their competitors?
No, and that's the thing to find out, because like you say, JP Morgan normally, a banner bank on the deal making, and, it's all coming from very, very high bases, right? So, you have that context. But, yeah, I was a bit like Paul, kind of as the week went on, you went, oh, right, this is something even more, worse than it looked like at the time.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get to speak to some of the executives also in the next couple of weeks at JP Morgan. Thank you both for joining us. Tom Metcalf, Managing Editor for EMEA Finance, and Paul Davies, Bloomberg opinion columnist. Now, coming up, President Trump has repeatedly said he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, and now he has one, despite never winning the award. That story's next, and this is Bloomberg. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. The record-breaking stock rally gains fresh momentum as earnings from the chipmaker TSMC revive confidence in the AI boom. While Wall Street's biggest banks record their best-ever quarter for trading revenues and say the best is yet to come. Plus, the Venezuelan opposition leader gives her Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump as she seeks a role in the future of running her country. Now, Denmark and Greenland are seeking congressional support from U.S. lawmakers to push back on President Donald Trump's desire to take control of Greenland. A group of U.S. senators is set to meet members of the Danish parliament in Copenhagen today, including Jean Shaheen, the most senior Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Well, she told Bloomberg that the White House should focus on diplomacy.
I don't think there is any concern on the part of our allies, Denmark and Greenland, about partnering with the United States. And that's the route we should be taking. It should be diplomatic. We should be engaging in conversations if there is an interest on the part of this administration in additional operations there.
And you can listen to that full interview on the Michelle Hussein Show out later today. Now let's get more from Sarah Srolin, Bloomberg's Copenhagen bureau chief. Sarah, thank you for joining us. After a week of really frenzied diplomacy, what has shifted?
I think the temperature has probably taken a notch down. It's been very high tension in Copenhagen, Nuuk, and probably also Washington this week. But after the meeting between the Greenlandic and the Danish foreign minister and Rubio and Vance on Wednesday, where things did not escalate, there was some concern here in Copenhagen that things would explode after that, and it hasn't. So I think we moved the discussion from the public, from the media, from social media into more diplomatic circles, and that seems to be a win for the Danish officials.
So what's Denmark's strategy going forward?
It's definitely to try and pursue a more measured discussion in this working group that they set up. They're supposed to meet within the next few weeks, and then every 2 or 3 weeks following that. There's still some debate between Copenhagen and Washington what this working group is set out to achieve. Is it still for the U.S. to take over Greenland, or is it to try and find a diplomatic solution where maybe Denmark agrees to more military, NATO steps up its presence? But I think for now, Denmark is just really happy that there seems to be a path forward where they can talk in a more closed room with other diplomats.
Sarah, thanks so much. Sarah Strolin there, Bloomberg's Copenhagen bureau chief. Now, earlier this month, President Trump dismissed the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, saying she had no support or respect. But in a meeting at the White House yesterday, President Trump praised her after Machado gave him her Nobel Peace Prize, something Trump has frequently said he deserves. Now, let's discuss U.S. policy in the country and wider geopolitics with Laurel Rapp. She was previously at the U.S. Department of State and White House National Security Council and is now director of the U.S. and North America program at Chatham House. Laura, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been extremely busy, so we're extremely grateful that you're giving us a little bit of your time. What happens in Venezuela is at the moment quite complicated to understand the way forward, whether we are going to see some stability. But is it really the blueprint of what we could see in other countries, or is Venezuela different?
We're seeing in this new year a very aggressive foreign policy move across 3 continents, in Latin America, in the Middle East, and in Greenland, in Europe as well. And so we're seeing a president who feels unrestrained, who feels quite emboldened from his U.S. military action in Venezuela, that by all measures, if you are seeking to remove this leader from Venezuela, was a success. It did not collapse the economy. It did not collapse the security structure of that country. And so presumably in his view, he sees that as a potential success and a model to emulate elsewhere.
Are there any limits to what the Trump administration thinks it can do in matters of foreign policy? Like, I mean, what happens with Greenland, if you're European, is quite shocking at the moment. Even seeing some of the NATO helicopters having to land a couple of days ago to make sure that they defend it. But it's unclear what the Trump administration would actually do.
We're not really seeing those meaningful constraints we've seen in past foreign policy decision-making processes. The U.S. Congress has not been able to pass legislation to constrain the president in the War Powers Act. The U.S. public opinion, although it is broadly opposed to the foreign policy actions the president is taking, it hasn't yet really come push to shove as the midterms approach 9 months from now. And in terms of the partner responses, fairly muted response globally on Venezuela. We're seeing a different, potentially more forceful response on Greenland, particularly from NATO allies, in which the U.S. has a mutual security treaty. Remains to be seen how the U.S. and Europe seek to move beyond this very heated, very norms-breaking impasse. We're at an impasse right now.
What would deter, actually, the U.S. to move aggressively in Greenland? And again, I don't know whether it's force or whether it's friendliness, like we saw with the Venezuelan opposition leader and the Nobel Peace Prize at the White House yesterday.
Look, Europeans are in a tough spot right now. I think there are 2 paths. One is the path of offering an off-ramp, providing some assurances that security will be bolstered in the Arctic, in Greenland. And we're already seeing European member states send additional troops. This is the purported reason for why President Trump wants to take Greenland. He says Russia and China is threatening its security, threatening our access to the Arctic. So the Europeans have called in President Trump's bluff and said, we're going to put up more troops to deter against this meddling in our region. So far, according to the White House press secretary yesterday, she said the president remains very interested in owning Greenland, and additional European troops will be insufficient.
Laurel, does this go back to the midterm that actually there was a bit of a wobble, it felt like, in the Trump administration because the polls were so bad, and suddenly the focus is on affordability and actually critical everything, minerals, critical oil, to make sure that people get a better living standard in the U.S.
That's right. The main issue that elected President Trump in the first place, and the main issue animating voters right now in the United States, is affordability, is on economic issues. And one thing we're seeing is President Trump has not really been making a very strong case to the American people about why Venezuela, why Greenland, why Iran connect directly to answer this question for American voters. We've started to see that on Venezuela with the $2 billion U.S. transfer of Venezuelan oil that President Trump says will bring down gas prices around the country. But we haven't seen that argument made in Greenland. We haven't seen it made with Iran. And that's going to really be a question Americans have. Americans broadly say, according to recent polling, that they disapprove of his handling of foreign policy. They do not want to see military U.S. action in Iran. Absolutely not in Greenland, and concerns about Venezuela, too.
Okay, Laurel, don't go anywhere, because we'll talk about Iran. In Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard remain firmly in control amid the deadliest anti-government unrest in the country since the 1979 revolution. And even if protests come to an end, it seems the IRGC will play a pivotal role in what comes next. Let's get more on today's Bloomberg Big Take with Patrick Sykes, our breaking news editor in Istanbul, who focuses on Iran. So what are the scenarios, Patrick, and how does the IRGC fit into them?
Hi there. Yeah, we've pulled out a few key scenarios today in this big take. So one is a kind of leadership reshuffle that sees a strong man, or perhaps multiple strong men, emerge from among the elite. Second is a coup, a direct military takeover. Third would be a kind of slow decay from the existing uneasy status quo shortly before the protests. And as far as we see it, no matter how you cut it, in all of those scenarios, the IRGC is going to be key to whatever comes next. You know, think of the kind of the extent to which it has people active, current and previous members right across different branches of the state. Its status as the most powerful military organization in the country, far more powerful than the conventional army. And then the real turning point that we haven't seen happen also runs through them. That would be if we saw defections from the security forces, most significantly from the IRGC itself.
So what about ideology? If the IRGC is supposed to be protecting the system and the supreme leader?
Yeah, it's there in the name, right? The Islamic Revolutionary Guard set up back in '79 to protect that revolution, also to counterbalance the conventional military that was viewed with some suspicion. But since then, in part thanks to sanctions, in part thanks to the Iran-Iraq War of the 80s, and the way that Iran's economy has been constrained, their profile, their influence in everything from the economy, finance, oil trading, engineering, infrastructure, all the way through to their conventional military capacities has just ballooned. So now they're a huge actor, far beyond their original purpose, and they've kind of increasingly captured the state that they were formed to serve. So that makes us think that, you know, that they care as much about their own interests, you know, personally, institutionally, as they do about the revolution. It's the ideology to draw on if needed, but it's not, I think, the limiting factor that their name suggests it might be.
All right, Patrick, thank you so much. Patrick Sykes, Bloomberg's breaking news editor in Istanbul. Laurel, when you look at everything that's happening in Iran, you know, the president of the U.S. saying there could be strikes, there are no strikes. Like, what is this symptomatic of? Does the U.S. really want to get involved?
President Trump did get involved last summer against naysayers and those that said a strike on Iran's nuclear capabilities would be too risky. Those voices were proven wrong in his view. He was able to degrade Iran's nuclear capability, unclear to what degree, how soon it can, or if it would be rebuilt. But he likely brings in a lot of confidence to Iran right now to say we can do things there without major U.S. risk to our interests. We'll see now what this looks like. We are in a very heated, a very high-wire act here in Iran. Seems the president has stepped back a little bit in the last couple of hours or days, but he is quite bullish on the expansive role the U.S. can have in the world. We haven't really seen him in other conflicts be quite interested in supporting human rights and democracy. Protesters, we're seeing a little bit of that here, and that's likely not the driving motivation. It's more of a U.S. power projection. And